Let me tell you a story that I think is perfect.
Mr. Hideo Kojima.
Hideo Kojima!
What's great about Kojima-san's work?
Hideo Kojima is like, fingerprint.
Video game genius, Hideo Kojima.
Guillermo del Toro called me and he goes, there's a guy named Hideo who's gonna call you, just say yes.
Kojima's style breaks the barrier between cinema and games.
There is no one like Hideo Kojima. No one.
And then I met Hideo.
One of the greatest creative minds and innovators in our industry.
こんにちは、小島秀夫です。
In the wider gaming industry, there really isn't a name like Hideo Kojima. No name quite holds the legendary prestige he does. I think of people who are the closest to achieving Kojima status in the industry, and so few of them have actually achieved said status. People like Tim Schafer and Warren Spector still feel like niche names, while people like Neil Druckmann, Todd Howard, and even Shigeru Miyamoto often take a backseat to their own works. Hideo Kojima, however, is not one of those people. When I play a Kojima game, I'm playing a Kojima game, which is crazy because for over a decade and a half, he's only worked on one franchise, and wouldn't release anything outside of that until he was literally forced to stop. Before that though, Kojima was known for one thing and one thing only: Metal Gear Solid, one of the most revolutionary franchises of all time. The first three Metal Gear Solid games alone can be considered some of the greatest games ever made, on their own. I can hardly think of any other franchise that actually has done that. And Metal Gear Solid 4, while having its critics, is still universally acclaimed. I mean, I love it at least. I'll be analyzing the first 4 Metal Gear Solid games, and dissecting why this quadrilogy is a complete masterpiece, while also being a complete metafictional nightmare. And with our intel all gathered, it's time for us to commence our mission. Godspeed, I'll need it. The year is 1986, and a man named Hideo Kojima has just joined Konami. Now this man, Hideo Kojima, has had dreams of being a filmmaker. Sadly, those dreams didn't exactly work out, and he was going to school for economics instead. That is, until he saw Super Mario and went, what if the Princess Castle scene was 4 hours long? So he went to this company called Konami to get a game development job. Meanwhile, some other team was making this action game for the MSX. But after some issues, Kojima was then just thrown onto the project, where he realized the MSX was a giant piece of shit that could only render 2 enemies at a time. But then Kojima remembered the movie The Great Escape, and went, wait a minute, what if instead of shooting enemies, you instead hide from them? This led to Metal Gear, one of the first stealth games ever made, and an absolute pioneer in the genre. It was so successful, in fact, that behind Kojima's back, Konami made an NES port, and it's complete garbage, but it was kind of a success in the West, properly introducing us Americans to Metal Gear. So Konami did the whole make shit behind Kojima's back again thing. And while Kojima was busy working on Snatcher, a cinematic cyberpunk anime game, which actually includes characters and ideas that would be reused in the Metal Gear series.
Metal Gear? That's a pretty weird name.
Konami made an entire NES sequel just without Kojima's involvement called Snake's Revenge. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Kojima didn't even know this game existed until he was on a train ride with someone who was working on Snake's Revenge and said, yeah, our game sucks. Please make a real sequel, Kojima. So then Kojima made Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, released only in Japan in July of 1990. Again, I won't be discussing these games because they aren't important and get instantly retconned anyway. But all these games did allow Metal Gear to be a brand before Metal Gear Solid. And Kojima, even back then, had wishes of making a playable movie, which he would try to do again with the game Policenauts. A game that, like Snatcher, also includes entire characters that are reused in Metal Gear, but also was a game that never left Japan. And all of Kojima's games were always limited by technology. That is, until one day, Kojima heard rumblings of a video game console. One that could run 3D games, full 3D. Games came on discs so you could store more stuff, have better music, better cutscenes, voice acting, full voice acting. A console that would change the gaming landscape forever, where Kojima could make the cinematic game of his dreams. The Panasonic 3DO. But then the 3DO died because it was a $700 piece of shit. But then the PS1 came out and Kojima was all like, well, guess I'm working with this thing then. Alaska, the Bering Sea. We see a large submarine swimming through the ocean. We hear from someone who we can only assume is our commander, and he gives us background information on the game we're about to play. Basically, there's a giant nuclear weapons storage space on this place called Shadow Moses Island. It's been overtaken by this elite group of soldiers called Foxhound, who are now revolting against the US government, alongside giving a list of demands.
They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss. And they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's not good. If you're confused already, by the way, don't worry. Metal Gear Solid 1 is something of a soft reboot for the series, and everything is explained as the story goes along. In fact, maybe a little too much. And trust me, there will be a lot of other times where you're actually confused. Basically, what you need to know right now is bad guys have access to nuke. Stop them. We're also given a list of 6 Foxhound members. Presumably, these are our bosses throughout the game.
Psycho Mantis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake.
And after all of that, we're booted right into the menu. Metal Gear Solid. And once we actually boot the game up, we're greeted with Gaelic opera. This song is called The Best Is Yet to Come, and I have no idea why it's here. But honestly, it does so much to set up Metal Gear Solid 1's odd tone. A tone we'll be well acquainted with, trust me. But we, the tactical soldier we're playing as, sneak into the base, and we hear one small glimpse of Liquid Snake's evil British voice.
You'll be through here. I know it. I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
He ascends up the elevator, and we get a call on our codec.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
This is where our cast of heroes gets a proper introduction, as well as the actual gameplay, which honestly, I won't be going over too much, as I want the main focus to be on the story. But just so you know, this is an incredibly deep stealth game, where you have to watch out for things like puddles making noises and footprints in snow attracting enemies. And you have no weapons at the start either, which makes this all even more intense. But anyways, after going up this elevator and seeing the title, Metal Gear Solid again, we head into this heliport area, where we gotta contact our boys again.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
He said it!
And this is Colonel Campbell, who was forced out of retirement just for this mission. And yes, he is played by Grandpa Max from Ben 10.
Good morning!
How's that sneaking suit working out?
That woman is Dr. Naomi Hunter, a geneticist who drugged us up with nanomachines and peptides. She's also part of our radio squad, but she's not the only woman on our crew.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself.
That's Mei Ling, a Chinese-American woman who speaks in a very thick English, even though she was born in America, which is why every subsequent Metal Gear game she's in removes her accent entirely.
Basically, it means that your desire can get you into trouble if you're not careful.
It's not even a different voice actress, it's the same one, she just stops doing the accent. Oh, and of course there's our main character, Solid Snake,
who is now in Fortnite.
A total badass held up by shockingly great characterization. He has a very dry, somewhat sarcastic sense of humor.
We'll be monitoring your movements by radar, so contact us by codec anytime you want.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
This goes a lot into making him a memorable character. Even though he's a lone wolf, I work by myself guy, he's not uncharismatic. What he is, though, is a real goddamn bastard.
By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach.
Anyway, so the bad guys have access to Russian military equipment.
Behind D. Fort Mondeo.
But now it's time for us to infiltrate Shadow Moses.
Snake, this is McDonald Miller.
Oh shit, almost forgot about this guy, McDonald Miller. He's apparently worked with Snake before and thought we could use some help. Gee golly, what a nice fellow. Oh, and there's also Nastasha Romanenko, a character you can completely ignore throughout the entire game.
This is Nastasha Romanenko. A pleasure to work with you, Solid Snake.
She is a weapons specialist with a thick Russian accent. Really fun character, and we won't talk about her ever again. Anyways, first course of action, save this guy named Donald Anderson. This dude's the chief of DARPA, which is a real-world defense agency, by the way. We sneak in and hear about an intruder and a woman in a cell. So clearly we're not the only ones who aren't supposed to be here, just roaming around Shadow Moses. But we sneak a bit further and see a guy taking a shit.
Skibidi toilet barkery bear. Skibidi toilet.
As well as a woman in a cell. But neither of these are important. What is important is my boy, Donnie Anderson, who we thankfully find and are able to drop into his cell.
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh?
But first, though, we need some information. So here's the bad news. The terrorists can launch a nuke. And the way they're able to...
Metal Gear. It can't be.
Metal Gear Rex. The code name for the new Metal Gear prototype.
And what is Metal Gear? Well, a giant fucking robot, of course.
Well, goddamn. That's one
Metal Gear.
Not only that, but the terrorists need 2 nuclear detonation codes. And already, they're halfway there.
They found out my password. Psycho Mantis can read people's minds.
Psycho Mantis?
You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis.
All the while, the girl in the other cell has been listening in on us.
Listen up, you nosy bitch!
The good news, though, is that there is one way to stop the nuclear launch. And that's by getting these card keys from a man named Baker, who's also held hostage here in Shadow Moses. But then, almost out of nowhere...
What is it?
The DARPA chief dies. So clearly something weird's going on here. And already Snake's questioning the Colonel.
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not.
It was truly more sus than a character from a monkey.
But we don't have time for questioning now, as we're obviously trapped in a jail cell. We hear some weird noises outside and see the door open in front of us, where we're encountered by a naked man. Unless you're playing the Master Collection version, or any version that isn't the US version, as it's sadly been replaced by just a pair of boxers, which is a real damn shame because the shock of seeing just a naked pixelated man is hilarious. I'm not entirely sure why they cut this out entirely in the Master Collection version. You can fuck prostitutes uncensored in Cyberpunk. What's the problem here?
Double standard. Don't move.
But either way, a gun is held up to our face. And it's that woman from that other cell disguised as a soldier. This character is Meryl Silverberg, and we'll learn more about her later. By the way, earlier in the game, there's a SOCOM you can pick up. And if you picked it up, Snake will point his gun at Meryl, challenging her to take the shot. But if you miss it, Snake will instead grab the muzzle and dare her to shoot him. Now, sure, the dialogue doesn't change at all, but it's still such a cool, small thing. But sadly, this bitch can't take the shot to save her life, even though she gets very mad when you call her a rookie. Haha, women moment. But then we're ambushed by a squadron of soldiers. Soldiers that Meryl can't shoot her gun at. I just made this joke. Until Snake desperately yells at her to shoot at them.
I'm telling you, shoot!
So after this encounter, Meryl then runs away, where we get an ass close-up shot. This is important, by the way. She then fires at us, goes up an elevator, and we see Psycho Mantis for only one small brief encounter. Again, real weird shit's going on. But anyways, let's find this Baker guy. So we head down to this weapons warehouse basement and blow up this wall here, leading us to a secret room with a very poor signal, where we do find Kenneth Baker, near unconscious, tied to a wall in a room filled with C4.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man.
And this here's our first real boss, one of the members of Foxhound. And that man is none other than...
Revolver Ocelot. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake.
Already, this guy with his big-ass iron, he's a real threat. He also reiterates Solid Snake's legacy as a legendary soldier. And of course, we Westerners don't quite know why yet. What we do know, though, is that Revolver Ocelot might like guns.
This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army.
His age implies that he's been doing this for a long while. And his name, well, it's pretty obvious.
Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
We then get our first official boss of the game, where we have to chase Revolver Ocelot down this square little hallway, all while dodging the explosives in the way, all of which add up to a great yet tricky and intense boss fight. But thankfully I had my G Fuel today, so we beat him pretty easily.
You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss.
With that being said, though, he's not done with us yet.
But I'm just getting warmed up. What?
My hand!
Embarrassing! Yeah, thankfully we're kinda saved by a cyborg ninja who tries to kill us. Ocelot then runs away because he's a pussy. And the ninja then suddenly malfunctions and he runs away.
Who the hell?
That's what I'm saying. Google, show me this guy's balls.
So the good news, Kenneth Baker is saved. The bad news, he talked.
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
So now the bad guys are one step closer to pulling an Oppenheimer. He also doesn't have that card we need either, but rather Meryl now has it. This gets Snake thinking.
A new recruit. Could that be the Colonel's niece?
This is explained in the mission briefing cutscene that's easily skippable. In this giant 20-minute cutscene, there's one part that explains that Colonel Campbell's motive for being involved in this is because his niece Meryl is involved, and this woman right here, the one we talked to earlier, is Meryl. I do wish this information was in the actual game story and not in an easily missable cutscene that you have to dig through the main menu to find. But knowing Kojima, he would have gone for 20 minutes about it anyways, so, like, maybe it's for the best. But back to the actual story, we have to call Meryl now. So of course, we need her codec number, except one problem. Kenneth Baker forgot what it was.
Oh yeah, let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Embarrassing! This, of course, means it's the perfect time to talk about the military-industrial complex and nuclear war.
The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today.
Yes, that is real-life footage, by the way. And honestly, it's really effective. It's very uncanny, and reminds you that nuclear warfare is a very real threat. One that's deeply existential and terrifying.
We live in an age when any small country can have a nuclear weapons program.
What about the other superpowers?
Russia and China still maintain a significant nuclear presence. Complete nuclear disarmament is an impossibility.
And the big reason Metal Gear Rex is being developed in the first place is as a deterrent, on top of Kenneth Baker's way of saving arms tech from literally going bankrupt. So, in other words, they'll say it's a deterrent, but in reality, it's to make a bunch of money. Welcome to fun video games. But then, right as he's about to reveal his juiciest secret...
What did you do to me? Oh, no. They're just using you for...
Kenneth Baker dies of a heart attack too, and clearly something weirder's going on here. But again, we don't have time to think about it, just to contact Meryl. But how do we get it since, you know, Baker forgot? Well, there is one thing I left out of Baker's conversation.
Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
Wait a minute, CD case? I was never given a... Wait a minute. Does he mean the... Oh my god. You have to look on the actual physical back of the game case to find it. Holy hell. This is the next shocking big revelation of Metal Gear Solid. This game is metafiction. Basically, metafiction means a work of fiction that plays around with things like the fourth wall or conventional narrative structures. Obviously, the easiest examples are comedies like a Deadpool or the Jump Street movies, but also in deep, esoteric art house dramas like Synecdoche, New York, and 8½. And of course, video games are no exception. In fact, some of the most popular games ever made are metafiction, including a little game called The Undertale. And in fact, in a Nintendo Everything interview, Toby Fox actually lists Metal Gear Solid as an influence. So there you have it. If it weren't for MGS1, we wouldn't have Sans Undertale porn. Also, Baker mentioned a guy named Hal Emmerich, who can also maybe help us. That's the guy running the whole Metal Gear Rex project. But of course, first things first, we gotta contact Meryl.
Who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
And at first, she's very standoffish until she figures out who exactly we are.
Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
It's kind of adorable seeing Meryl geek out like this. And of course, Snake tries to riz her up in a small little interaction that is very push and pull and is really great. Just a long example of really great chemistry.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry. You'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
You don't know how hard it is for me to not play more of this for you. It's so good. Anyways, Meryl and Snake both suspect that something is going on. There's something about Metal Gear that's clearly beyond their knowledge. Snake then asks Meryl where exactly Dr. Emmerich is, and Meryl replies with his location. Snake then tells Meryl to stay behind, but Meryl is very reluctant at first, wanting to go with him. She then, you know, trauma dumps Snake, of course.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away.
Stop fucking crying, bitch! Where? I don't wanna fucking hear it!
And of course, we naturally put this dumb woman in her place by grittying so hard on her.
Okay, let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
So why do good girls like bad guys?
Meryl then tells us where Dr. Emmerich is, so we gotta do what most gamers don't do. Go outside. And thankfully, Meryl can help us unlock the cargo doors to the outside area. The bad news though, she immediately disobeys our orders for her to stay behind.
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait, you said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Anyways, the cargo doors are full of infrared lasers, so we gotta smoke our way out. So remember kids, smoking is always helpful in certain situations. However, the moment we go outside, we hear from this guy named Deep Throat.
Snake, be careful. There are Claymore mines around there.
We don't know who he is or why Kojima decided to name him a Deep Throat, which come to think of it is like a Vivzy Pop move. Sex. But he tells us there are bombs in the area and we need a mine detector. You could also just crawl through the whole area too to pick them up, that works too. Then we encounter our next boss, a giant tank piloted by Vulcan Raven, a native Alaskan who can literally talk to ravens. We then take down this tank by just throwing grenades into it, and we beat him, but not for the last time.
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon.
We then sneak through this nuclear warhead storage building. And after a whole thing where we gotta backtrack to get a remote control missile to blow up a thing in a poison room, and yes, it is very annoying, we finally make it.
What's that? Psycho, man.
So yeah, something else is here. And the atmosphere here resembles more of a horror movie. There's so much tension, it really builds up this threat. It almost feels kind of like something out of Silent Hill, which, by the way, would come out 5 months later. But turns out it's just that cyborg ninja from earlier, who seems to be here for the same reason we are, Dr. Emmerich. A character whose first introduction is him pissing his pants. I mean, a cyborg ninja's about to kill you. What else you gonna do? Except the ninja's not here for Emmerich. He's here for...
Where is my friend? Snake.
He's here for us.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless.
So whatever happened to him, this cyborg ninja has lost all sense of reality and morality. And yet for some reason wants to fight us to the death.
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference.
And of course, also we get this classic line.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Homo, we slipping on semen. We was jerking off in the bathroom.
He also hides in the closet like a little pussy boy, which is very funny and very comedic. But of course, that leaves us alone with this cyborg ninja guy. So now we gotta fight him, fist to fist, man to man. We gotta punch this guy till his health goes completely down. And while it is a simple boss fight, it's also very tricky, especially when he teleports and uses stealth camouflage. But then things start getting weird as he interrupts the boss battle. And at first it's, just for different phases, when the boss gets harder. But then these mini cutscenes start getting weirder, interjecting things like him enjoying the pain.
Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
And eventually he starts pausing in the middle of the boss entirely.
Hurt me more.
I can really only imagine how freaked out gamers in the late 90s probably were. Still used to normal average boss fights, and not used to the boss actually reacting to the pain you're inflicting on it.
That's it. I remember that punch.
And then things get freakier when the music cuts out. The fight's not over yet, by the way. It's still going on, even though his health is completely down. It feels endless. It feels agonizing. But thankfully, there is an end.
I felt that, Snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be.
So Snake seems to know this guy from a...
What's happening?
Damn, skill issue. Things are getting stranger and stranger, so Snake calls the Colonel.
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox.
So yeah, Snake knew that guy, and seems like everyone else does too. Naomi then reveals that he's one big experimental guinea pig, a product of quote-unquote gene therapy experiments. Furthermore, the genome soldiers, the guys who've been fighting the whole time, are the results of these experiments, being enhanced with militaristic gene therapy. This isn't entirely far off from reality, by the way, as gene therapy is actively being researched for soldiers, which is, yeah, freaky shit. Of course, immediately after this, Snake assures Hal Emmerich that he's not a bad guy, which leads into...
I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Thanks, Kojima. You know, a part of me likes to pretend that this character is just Kojima's self-insert. And no, I won't elaborate why. Also, in this scene, the reason that Hal Emmerich wants to build giant walking death robots is because, I shit you not, he really likes anime. Thanks, Kojima. By the way, I think now's a good time to talk about MGS's tone. You might notice that already a lot of really weird stuff is happening. On the surface, the action military genre of this game isn't too far off from like Call of Duty.
Call of Duty! Call of Duty! Call of Duty!
But the game also has just really weird over-the-top anime bullshit, completely juxtaposed against the real-world near-future politics that the game goes into the essay levels of detail on, which is then further contradicted by the humor of Metal Gear. Now, in any other work, this would absolutely be a bad thing, but Metal Gear Solid embraces this tonal inconsistency so heavily. In other words, in Metal Gear Solid, tonal inconsistency is the tone. And funny enough, this weird fluctuating tone absolutely fits what Metal Gear Solid is about. This will help pretty much the whole series make sense, so just keep it in mind.
The CIA killed John F. Kennedy.
But also, Otacon doesn't want to work on death robots, and in fact, it didn't even know Metal Gear Rex had a nuclear cannon on it.
I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
So for the whole game, this dude's just been getting used to make a giant nuclear robot, and naturally, he's pretty devastated by this.
Damn. Damn.
And that's not the sad part. The sad part is that this is a generational thing.
The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father, he was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
So in his DNA, Otacon has nuclear weaponry written all over it. And as a result, there's almost kind of a level of generational trauma. He wants to be a scientist to help humanity, but he feels almost doomed by his family to damn it. It's really sad stuff, actually. But thankfully, he offers to help us. So first things first is to update Meryl.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me.
Meryl, what happened?
Well, fuck. So now we gotta find Meryl by staring at her asshole, and I'm not kidding.
She had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
What did Kojima mean by this? Our boy Hal then gives us his brand new code name.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention.
What did Kojima mean by this? But anyways, Otacon's ready and willing to help us now.
I won't take part in murder anymore.
Whatever.
Thankfully, he has stealth camo too, so he's safe. But the important thing now is to find Meryl. But first, let's call Campbell, where you can have one of the many optional conversations in the game. There are a lot of these, and quite a few of them you can easily miss. But calling at the right times do reward you with extra character development, and really showcases the ideologies of these characters.
You're worried about Meryl?
Not exactly. It's just that she's holding the detonation code override keys. They're our last chance of stopping that nuclear launch.
You're a cold man. Your mission is more important than the life of your companions?
This is war. Survival is the name of the game. Sometimes you have to be cold to survive.
Stuff like this adds so much to the characters and themes of the story, which I think is really interesting. There's so much optional, extra awesome shit that you can just easily miss. It's kind of absurd. Anyways, now we're at the floor where Meryl's at, and dog, what the hell is that music? Really creepy shit too. It's an eerie vocal thing, and yet they're not real vocals, they're synthesized. It's like an auditory uncanny valley. Of course, this creepiness is kind of undermined when we're looking for Meryl by identifying her ass, which, by the way, you identify by hearing the noise it makes. You see, I told you it was important. You didn't believe me, but it is. So we run into the girls' restroom with her, which, by the way, we can optionally get reprimanded for.
Snake, that's a ladies' bathroom.
I know that. Saw Meryl come in here.
So you went in after her? Are you some kind of pervert?
Meryl then sneaks up on us, and after checking on if she's okay in a very solid snake way.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake.
We start getting a lot of insight into her character, and a scene that's easily my favorite in the whole game, where she starts really reflecting on her past and where she is now. Her expectations of being a soldier versus actually being one.
The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
The game then peels apart the idea of the badass war game. It's something it did hint at doing earlier, but we don't see until now. Starting off with Snake tragically tossing aside the idea of being considered a real hero.
You guys were real heroes.
There are no heroes in war. All the heroes I know are either dead or in prison.
Everything Meryl praises Snake for, he just completely shuts down.
But Snake, you're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a man who's good at what he does. Killing.
This really reveals that Snake is just one big disillusioned war vet. He's a personified deconstruction of the NES action hero. He's given an entire personal conflict, and that conflict is not really a positive one. He's nihilistic to a complete fault.
I never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life, no ultimate goal.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield. The only time I feel truly alive.
Meryl then turns to the mirror and really reflects on herself, who she is as a woman and why she became a soldier in the first place.
You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman. I always dreamed of becoming a soldier.
This right here is very interesting, especially for a game made in 1998. For one thing, this makes Meryl's character very intriguing. She has very real aspirations of being a soldier. Aspirations that are pulled apart and broken when she has to actually kill someone.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away. I never had any problems in training. But when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
This is one of the first times where an action game, a violent war game, really pondered on the effects of taking a human life. Of course, we the player didn't notice that because we're Snake, the jaded war hero. But Meryl, the rookie character, certainly does.
Seeing other people die makes you feel alive, huh? You love war and don't want it to stop? Is it the same with all great soldiers throughout history?
And it's interesting seeing Metal Gear start to deconstruct that idea, really pondering the idea of what it means to take a human life. But also there's something else, Meryl's own personal conflict, involving dreams that she projected onto herself.
My father. He was killed in action when I was younger. I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself, afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself.
I really adore how Metal Gear Solid really dives in this kind of insecurity. Meryl is recontextualizing who she is, without invalidating who she already was. And it's contrasted with Snake's cold, hard attitude.
I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know.
Take a good look. You won't get another chance for a while. You should wash your face, too, while you're at it.
It's almost as if Meryl is kind of the representation for the player who wants real violence, real action. And like how Meryl views Snake, views the occupation of being a soldier as a cool thing she wants to be. Oh my god, I want Kojima to give me some backshots! Back to the mission, however, Meryl has one of our card keys, which is weird because there should be 3 keys. But anyways, back to finding Metal Gear, except there's no guards or music. But anyways, let's head for the—
My head. Oh, it hurts.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
I accuse you of capping.
Snake, how do you like me?
What the?
Oh, hurry, hurry. Make love to me.
Sorry, I prefer men.
I love underlying slaughter.
So clearly Meryl's under mind control, so we have to knock her out non-lethally. This, of course, means beating women. What did Kojima mean by this?
Gonna be a good boy for mommy? You gonna make me happy?
So now, of course, you all know we're at the Psycho Mantis boss fight. The famous one in the whole game.
I'm Psycho Mantis.
This is the part where the game starts fucking with you, reading your memory card and vibrating your controller on the floor.
You've been playing
Super Mario. Super Mario, bro.
And of course, I'm sure you all know by now, this guy will read and dodge your inputs. That is, unless you plug the controller into the second port.
Why? Why couldn't I read your mind?
Of course, yes, it's still fucking insane, and a great part of MGS's metafiction. But after threatening to kill Meryl and we beat her some more, we finally take down Psycho Mantis.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
So we call the Colonel, but Naomi insinuates that maybe we actually do like Meryl, with Snake, of course, just immediately brushing it off. The Psycho Mantis then tells us where Metal Gear is, and Snake asks him why. And turns out, Psycho Mantis was working for Liquid just to kill people. And turns out, Psycho Mantis is an ultra r/atheism nihilist.
That shit stank, don't it? Ugh.
All from his personal trauma and all the minds he's dived into.
And each mind that I peered into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one seed. It was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet exists to mindlessly pass on their DNA. We're designed that way. And that's why there is war.
Some of this comes from personal trauma as well. His mother died during childbirth and his dad hated him for it. He also, in fact, burned down his entire village with his dad in it as a kid. So yeah, no wonder he's kind of fucked. He then, however, reveals that he identifies with Snake, as Snake is also kind of a nihilist who doesn't care about anybody, and this is not a good thing.
I've seen true evil. You, Snake, you're just like the boss. No, you're worse. Compared to you, I'm not so bad.
So at this point, hopefully you see what the game is doing. A lot of the characters are coming to terms with some kind of generational trauma. Otacon's grandfather and his father have some kind of coincidence with nuclear weaponry. Meryl is a soldier because of her father and her wish to learn more about him. A Psycho Mantis, meanwhile, claims to have no future or past, as anything remotely relating to his genes are completely washed away and dead. In other words, this game is about genes versus ideology. A lot of these characters feel like their genes are responsible for their current actions, whether it's occupation or morality. They look to their own past to try and read the future. However, as Snake says after beating Psycho Mantis,
a strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
So really, the game's about putting matters into your own hands. These characters are trying to find the meaning of life through their past, but in actuality, it's them who define it. The Psycho Mantis furthermore proves himself wrong by helping Snake and Meryl, actually finding pleasure in just helping two random people.
This is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange. It feels kind of nice.
Of course, however, Snake goes back to being the same stoic nihilist as before, completely refusing to connect with Meryl at all.
So, tell me, Snake, what's your name? Your real name?
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Which is why Psycho Mantis deems him as worse. Psycho Mantis is at least fighting for some vague idea of something. Snake is just doing whatever the game instructs us to do. And his refusal to actually connect with other people is pretty pathetic.
Other people just complicate my life. I don't like to get involved.
You're a sad, lonely man.
But again, no time to lose. We gotta head into this wolf cavern, where Snake says he was a musher once, but the gameplay, they didn't tell me that shit. Although it is very funny to struggle through this whole scene, only to come out with,
Snake, what's wrong? I thought you were good with dogs.
Next up is this giant area, but the floor is filled with bombs. And thankfully, though, Meryl knows where they are thanks to and she makes a nice little trail for us that we can just ignore by walking straight. And then Meryl gets shot. Meryl! So yeah, there's a sniper aiming down at us. But thankfully, Meryl can give a very heartfelt, emotional speech.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people.
However, the Colonel begs us to save Meryl, his niece. And we also find out who the sniper is.
Must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
She's also the best doxer, Snake. Watch out. Only one problem, we gotta go all the way back to the furthest spot in the game, which is where we can get the sniper rifle. Yeah, the backtracking kinda fucking sucks in this game. It's to the point where even Snake hates it.
The second floor basement of the tank hangar. I have to go all the way back there? Well, yeah. What's wrong with you, Otacon?
So we make it back and take out Sniper Wolf with the help of Valium. Remember, kids, be like Snake and take highly addictive drugs. Now it's time to save Meryl wherever she is. That is, until we're caught and properly meet Sniper Wolf, who threatens to dox us, you fucking monster.
You're my special prey.
But then we're knocked out and wake up in a mysterious bed.
Can you hear me, Solid Snake?
We finally hear Liquid Snake right in front of us.
I always knew that one day I would meet you. The man who stole what was rightly mine. The man who stole my birthright.
Clearly, he has a pretty massive grudge against us. But the question is, for what?
I'm the man you stole everything good from. And now, after the sacrifice of our brothers, after 30 long years, finally, the two of us meet. The brother of light and the brother of dark.
There's also some kind of genetic dysfunction going around. They still need the DNA of this mysterious figure known as Big Boss, the man they were ransoming for at the beginning of the game.
Then we'll be able to cure them?
No. We still have to get our hands on Big Boss's DNA.
So I guess now it's time to briefly discuss again, almost everything will be explained in-game, as well as the rest of the series. But here's what you need to know. Basically, Big Boss was once a legendary soldier. That is, until at some point, he became a war criminal, trying to build this thing called Outer Heaven, which is one big giant military state. Weirdly enough, though, he's such a good soldier that America decided to preserve his remains. And for some reason, which we will find out, Liquid wants them. Speaking of which, though, we just woke up.
There definitely is a resemblance. Don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big brother? I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
So we're finally face-to-face, eye-to-eye with Liquid Snake, as well as eye-to-eye with Sniper Wolf and an armless Revolver Ocelot. So Liquid claims to be our brother, and he's about to explain why.
You and I are both the last surviving sons of Big Boss.
Sadly, he's carried away as negotiations are now breaking down, and the bad guys might actually have to resort to launching a nuke. Oh shit. Also, apparently, Decoy Octopus is dead, so that's one less boss to fight. So Liquid and Sniper Wolf leave, and we're left with Revolver Ocelot, where we get the absolute worst part of the game. That part, of course, being Ocelot's electric bed torture scene, where you have to mash the circle button until your thumb starts goddamn bleeding. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This part fucking sucks. Like, it's legitimately painful to play. I'm not exaggerating. It hurts. And you have to do it like multiple times too. Like, this is not a fun part whatsoever. But now we're put in this cell right in front of the guy who was naked earlier. And turns out he has both a cold and the runs. Jesus, this guy just can't catch a break. Speaking of not catching breaks,
the DARPA chief?
Apparently neither can Snake, as we're face to face with the DARPA chief, his body rotting with maggots as if he's been here for days. But yet we just saw him a few hours earlier. So we call Campbell to inform our crew again. And to add insult to injury, Campbell knew that Metal Gear was indeed a nuclear weapon the whole time. And pressures from the US government are forcing him to stay silent. This is, of course, at the expense of Snake's trust.
This has to do with the president's reputation and America's place as the dominant superpower.
So patriotism is your excuse for circumventing the Constitution?
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
Why should I?
But still, none of that matters now, as Colonel tells us to forget about the keys we've been looking for and just go ahead and destroy Metal Gear. On top of course, one other thing.
Meryl, right?
Yeah.
I'll save her.
We then could get another shitty torture scene, but we do get some good insight on Ocelot's character, where he's a Soviet comrade who wants to bring Russia to its former glory.
Among the Mujahideen guerrillas,
I was known and feared as Shalashaska.
However, back in her jail cell, Snake opens up to Naomi. She reveals that family is a traumatic topic for her. Again, playing into the idea of generational trauma. And Snake responds to her by giving her the one man who even claimed to be part of his family. That man being his father, who Snake killed. And if you're wondering why, well, there's actually a good reason.
There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand.
Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
So Big Boss was Snake's father, or at least he claimed to be. And Snake, under the government's instructions, was sent in to kill him. This is also truly why Psycho Mantis could see himself in Snake. Both killed their fathers and have no real identity or view of the world. He barely even has any friends, only calling Roy Campbell one still for some reason. And Gray Fox, a man he fought against in a war. But in spite of that, they only viewed it as a job, never letting it get in the way of their friendship, which makes him wanting to kill Snake all the more weirder. Naomi responds with empathy. She didn't have a real family either. Due to this, she pursued a career in genetic research, hoping to find fate or family or something, just discovering who the hell she is. Snake then asks if Naomi can find his fate, in the same way she's looking for hers.
So what about my fate? You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate? I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Of course not. You're a scientist, not a fortune teller.
And that's where the call ends. Well, whatever the answer is eventually going to be, Otacon's here to give us some ketchup, which we can use as fake blood to lure the guard into our cage, beating him the fuck up. And after triumphantly getting our stuff back, and after going through the other worst part of the game, which is the stairwell fight, we encounter Liquid on the roof of this building, piloting that Hind D from earlier. And clearly he's not going down without a fight. The issue, we don't have any weapons to stop it, so we use a rope to grapple down to the bottom of the building, where you find a Stinger missile, a broken elevator, and Otacon.
How did you get up here?
The elevator, of course.
Embarrassing! Otacon then asks Snake if love can bloom on a battlefield.
Do you think love can bloom, even on a battlefield?
No.
Anyways, let's take down Liquid.
So, the snakes finally come out of this hole. Are you ready now, my brother?
Why are you calling me brother?
Sadly, this British fucker doesn't really tell us. One boss fight later, we take down that Hind D, blowing up Liquid in the process.
That takes care of the cremation.
So long story, and one elevator fight scene later, we make it outside. Of course, though, it's never that easy in this game. This is where we get the worst news of all time. Otacon's a massive simp.
It's her! Wolf? Sniper Wolf?
Yes, it's her. It's definitely her.
Otacon, you sound like you're happy.
You gotta be ashamed of yourself. Real talk, you gotta be ashamed of yourself.
Because of this, he begs us not to kill her. However, she's out here to kill us, so we don't have much of a choice. So one boss later, we kill her. All because I was able to pop more Valium than her. Which of course means our next depressing cutscene.
I was born on the battlefield. Raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies.
Sniper Wolf was born during the Second Iraqi-Kurdish War, a real war that happened from 1974 to 1975, and resulted in 20,000 people being killed. Sniper Wolf has been seeing war since she was a child, and during the traumas and experiences someone at her age should never be allowed to experience. But then she met a big boss who took her away and saved her. However, this only added to her pessimism, to the point where she joined Liquid to get revenge on the entire world. But in the attempt to avenge her past, she lost something, herself.
I am no longer the wolf I was born to be. In the name of vengeance, I sold my body and my soul. Now I am nothing more than a dog.
But Snake assures her that she'll die a wolf because she spared Meryl's life.
You'll die as the proud wolf you are.
That's where Sniper Wolf realizes something.
I finally understand. I wasn't waiting to kill people. I was waiting for someone to kill me.
Otacon then arrives and reluctantly gives Sniper Wolf her gun, and Snake fulfills Sniper Wolf's final wish. He kills her. Otacon then asks Snake what they've all been fighting for, a question Snake can't seem to answer, as all he does is continue with his mission. This scene, however, gave me a very personal takeaway. War and vengeance don't bring anyone closure, and we become living husks, shells of our former selves. And this game's been doing it the whole time. Metal Gear Solid deconstructs the boss archetype by showing these are real people. People with unfortunate circumstances, and ones who never knew how to get out of them. I mean, would you be able to? It's haunting and it's sad, and yet it's really something to think about. And the game still isn't over yet. We still got more to go through. Although first things first, we gotta swap the disc 2 real quick. So now we're closer than ever to Metal Gear. And the further we get to it, the slower the music becomes, the lesser it is, and the more ominous things become. Ravens start floating around us. Obviously, Vulcan Raven's here, but also, so might be our death. That is until Master Miller calls us.
Snake, I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
Is this conversation secure?
So earlier in the game, it's established that Naomi Hunter did have a grandfather in the FBI, but Miller tells us she's been lying to us the entire time. And after looking into it, he claims she might be a spy working with the terrorists. Of course, he'll call us once he gets more information, but right now we still got a Vulcan Raven to fight. We meet in this giant freezer room.
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the road for you. Right, my friends?
So after a long monologue about ravens, Raven tells us he wants to fight us because it's a sport to him. He also views the world in a very Anton Chigurh kind of way. Basically, death is destined to you know what I mean? All of these themes are continued after the boss fight, which by the way is the best in the game, where you have to fight him with all of your explosive weapons, all without him detecting you with his giant-ass machine gun. It's super challenging, but also there's a lot of freedom involved in it. Back to our narrative though, we defeat Vulcan Raven, who dies in a pragmatic, matter-of-fact way.
It is my existence which is no longer needed in this world. But my body will not remain in this place. My spirit and my flesh will become one with the ravens. In that way, I will return to Mother Earth who bore me.
Once again, Raven's worldview is from the perspective of the cycle of death. And what's interesting is that when he dies, the ravens consume him. And again, it's in this very matter-of-fact way. This is how Raven expects himself to die, and he does. He's not betrayed by his own ravens, this is just how things are. There's a website called Script Routine, a blog that actually analyzes video games. And their article on MGS1 really explains it the best in my opinion. So, because I don't want H-Bomber Guy coming after me, here's the whole thing copied and pasted.
Vulcan Raven is a metaphor for the circularity of biological life forms and the recycling of genetic material from one organism to another. The Raven itself is a symbol of death, and it would seem that the primary reason for its selection here is to show its inevitability. It's no surprise, then, that Vulcan Raven's birds consume him when he's dying. He is a part of them, as they will one day be a part of something else. Nothing goes to waste.
And that's someone else's stuff copied and pasted. Subscribe for more. He also claims that Snake isn't quote-unquote created by nature. He also reveals that the entire time a decoy octopus was the DARPA chief we met. So basically the DARPA chief we talked to is actually an imposter. And the real DARPA chief was rotting away in that cell we were in earlier. And as the ravens consume Raven himself, he gives Snake one last message. Basically saying that Snake will never have peace as long as he lives. We also have a zero time to reflect on this as Miller calls us again.
Snake. It's me.
Master.
It's about Naomi. What about Naomi?
Oh, you seem very upset about this. Miller then tells us that Dr. Naomi Hunter isn't Dr. Naomi at all. And in fact, her identity is forged, and she might even be a spy. And because of this, Miller's best course of action is to arrest her. But for some reason, the Colonel still needs something from her.
Without her, we can't complete this mission.
I knew it. You're hiding something.
So weird shit's going on, pissing Snake off even more.
Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
But either way, now we're here, staring right at it. Metal Gear Rex. So we climb up this giant fucking robot here until Otacon calls us, telling us that Metal Gear's been a project since the 70s. Not only that, but it's able to get around international treaties by not using fuel. And radars can't detect it either, so it's meant to be a stealth weapon. Yes, you heard me. The giant robot is a stealth weapon.
Hi, I'm
Metal Gear.
I'm just wandering around your neighborhood.
So we make it to Metal Gear's terminal. Conveniently, where Liquid and Ocelot are, so Snake eavesdrops on them. And turns out what's been randomly killing people all over the place was a disease called Fox Die. What's also revealed is that Liquid Snake is reviving Big Boss's dream.
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
Otacon then calls Snake, and turns out the one PAL card we do have is all 3 cards in one. This leads into the other worst part of the game, which is backtracking to other areas in the building to have the card change temperatures, then going all the way back, inserting that card in, and then doing it again. Aw, yes, I love padding so much.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
During all this, though, Miller calls us about Naomi again, where we get an explanation on what Fox Die is. A virus that seems to be programmed to only attack Foxhound members.
It's some kind of virus that targets specific people.
There are a couple explained immunities, though. The Psycho Mantis, of course, wore a mask, so he was all good. And meanwhile, Sniper Wolf was, I kid you not, addicted to drugs, so she was also probably immune. And we also learn who's spreading it, too.
Did Naomi give you some kind of injection? Nanomachines.
So yeah, Naomi gave Snake AIDS, basically. Coincidentally, though, Naomi is also put under arrest.
I just placed Naomi under arrest.
Arrest?
She was sending coded messages towards the Alaskan base. I didn't want to believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
So things are clearly getting more and more intense, and things get even crazier when we get another codec call from Naomi.
Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
So finally, Naomi comes clean. And turns out, yes, Naomi did fake her entire identity. But it's not because she's a spy. In actuality, it's because she didn't know who she was. She was an orphan found in a third world country. She had no identity. She researched genes not to find her parents, but to find herself.
I want to know where I came from. My age, my race, anything.
Her entire life, Naomi lived with no identity, and for so long, she was alone. She holds the generational trauma of someone with no generations. Snake, of course, tries to empathize.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
Understand who I am now? Why should I? No one else tries to understand me.
She then reveals that eventually 2 people took her in. One of them being Gray Fox, who ended up being her stepbrother, and a man that during Snake's last mission he ended up killing. And the other person was Big Boss, who ended up safely transporting Naomi to America, giving her a single chance at living a life of her own. And also, Snake killed him too. So the whole time, Naomi was kind of a spy for herself, wanting revenge on Snake.
You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound. I knew it was my best chance to meet you, and I prayed for the day that I would.
However, of course, over the course of the mission, she empathized with Snake and realized she was wrong.
You were all I thought about for 2 long years. Like some kind of twisted obsession.
Do you still hate me?
Not exactly. I was partly wrong about you.
She also explains Fox Die and how it is indeed a genetic disease. It's a virus that identifies the DNA of a certain target and attacks their heart that way. That's a very simple explanation, by the way, but essentially this means that Snake is going to die too. It's inevitable, even though he very nobly understands why she wants him dead. So yes, all this is better than The Last of Us Part 2. Oh, by the way, crazier shit, Naomi wasn't the one who chose to use Fox Die. Not only was it part of the operation, but it was...
Hey, what are you doing?
Snake.
Naomi.
Snake, I can't allow Naomi to make any more unauthorized transmissions.
Oh, of course, fucking Christ.
Colonel, you double-crossed me.
Snake, there's no time for that.
So things are getting ridiculous, but we still got one more Palco to put in, where I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
No, why? Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed.
So those PAL codes were actually to activate Metal Gear. And the entire time, Snake was being played in this deeply elaborate plan. And not only was Miller in on it, but...
Snake, that's not Master Miller. Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days.
We haven't been talking to Master Miller. In fact, apparently, the codec links Master Miller to inside Shadow Moses. So, who have we been talking to this whole time?
Me, dear brother.
Liquid, how the...
You've served your purpose. You may die now.
Liquid was posing as Miller the entire time, orchestrating everything to get us to activate Metal Gear. And this is an extremely well executed plot twist. Even if you do end up predicting it, the way it's revealed, the build up, the push and pull, it's all so great. It's all intriguing. And it's made all the more impactful when Liquid starts taunting about it immediately afterwards.
Snake! Did you like my sunglasses?
So Liquid reveals the truth, the real truth. It was the US government that put the fox die disease in Snake, all because the US government wants the giant nuclear robots, and Snake was just following orders the whole time.
Following orders blindly with no questions asked, you've lost your warrior's pride and become nothing more than a pawn, Snake.
However, Naomi did alter fox die a bit, of course so that it does target Snake. But furthermore, Snake and Liquid are indeed twins, and not only twins, but they're clones of Big Boss. And now we get the ultimate example of this whole genes versus ideology thing. Because here's the thing, Liquid is an inferior clone, and he resents Snake for taking all these superior genes from him.
Can you understand what it's like to know that you're garbage since the day you were born?
And furthermore, Liquid Snake hated Big Boss, but he hated Solid Snake for killing Big Boss.
You stole my chance for revenge! Now I'll finish the work that Father began.
Once I establish my theocracy, I will throw you in my dungeon.
And because of this, Solid Snake has to fight a giant Metal Gear with a rocket launcher. Now, if you couldn't tell by now, this franchise can get a little goofy sometimes. But then, Gray Fox comes in to help us, where he reveals that years ago, he was the one who killed Naomi's parents, and the regret caused him to raise her as a little sister, causing him eternal regret for the rest of his life.
From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me.
Gray Fox then sacrifices himself, and Snake loses the one man he was the closest with.
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in.
This, of course, gives us the motivation to kick Liquid's ass again. After beating him, though, Snake is temporarily knocked out, giving Liquid ample time to take his shirt off and tie him up, which gives Liquid the opportunity to give us 10 minutes of yapping. Buckle in, by the way, we're gonna be here a minute. So firstly, Liquid confronts Snake about the whole I love killing thing, but does it almost in a way that's kind of mocking the player.
So why are you here then? Why do you continue to follow your orders while your superiors betray you? Why did you come here? Well, I'll tell you then. You enjoy all the killing. That's why.
What?
Are you denying it? Haven't you already killed most of my comrades?
That was...
I watched your face when you did it. It was filled with the joy of battle.
You're wrong.
There's a killer inside you.
However, the thing is, this is indeed what Snake was made for. Liquid and Snake were results of the Les Enfants Terribles project, where, very long story short, the US government wanted to really make Big Boss again. So a bunch of experiments later, out came Snake and Liquid. And their surrogate mother, whoever that is, aborted 6 other fetuses because of the experiment. In other words, or more specifically Liquid's words,
we were accomplices in murder before the day we were even born.
A lot of this forms the backbone of Liquid's own ideology. He's chained to his genes, his past, and he knows it. In his eyes, he's just breaking the cycle.
You can't fight your genes. It's fate. All living things are born for the sole purpose of passing on their parents' genes. That's why I'll follow what my genes tell me.
He also has Meryl held hostage. So you know, in case the giant robot wasn't climactic enough. Also, by the way, no pressure, the US government's gonna bomb the whole place. Yeah, Snake calls the colonel and some guy from the Department of Defense comes in.
This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman.
And long story short, he's all like, LOL, I'm gonna bomb you now, because we're America. And now Liquid wants to fight us on top of the Metal Gear. Janky-ass combat that wasn't meant for actual combat at all. We then knock him off Metal Gear and save Meryl. And Snake finally shows his love for Meryl. The two of them are so happy to see each other.
During all the pain and shame, there was one thing I was sure of. A single hope that I held on to. And that hope kept me alive. Snake, I wanted to see you again.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
Anyway, so America's gonna blow us the fuck up. So Meryl and Snake find this car and break out. Except along the way, there's one problem.
Not yet, Snake. It's not over yet.
The Liquid Snake is still alive. This guy is on dick. So we have this crazy bombastic shootout scene until finally our car crashes outside.
Look, Snake, daylight. We're gonna crash.
Good news, Snake and Meryl are still alive. The bad news, so is Liquid. But at the nick of time, Liquid dies of... And there lies Liquid Snake, dead on the ground, allowing Snake and Meryl to make it out safely. Not only that, but the Secretary of Defense ended up getting arrested, meaning that giant bombing strike is now completely called off.
Washington isn't stupid enough to use nukes to cover up a few secrets.
Yeah, you sure about that? Although Snake and Campbell do get some nice closure in this scene.
Snake, I'm sorry, I kept a lot of things from you.
It's okay, Colonel. The battery on these nanomachines will run out soon. They won't be able to follow us.
I guess we won't meet again.
Don't worry. I'll pay you a visit sometime.
Really? I look forward to that.
However, Snake still asks about Foxdie, how much time he has left, as Snake is still infected with the virus. The Colonel tells Snake to call Naomi, so Snake does, asking when his time is up. Naomi isn't sure, but she tells him it's up to you.
Everybody dies when their time is up.
Yeah, so when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you. Live, Snake. That's all I can say to you.
And we get one of my favorite ending speeches in any game ever, tying a beautiful knot and giving a beautiful thesis statement to this game. Here it is, slightly abridged but with no interruptions.
Each person is born with their fate written into their own genetic code. It's unchangeable, immutable. But that's not all there is to life. I finally realized that. I told you before the reason that I was interested in genes and DNA. Because I wanted to know who I was, where I came from. But I was wrong. I didn't find anything. I didn't learn anything. The most we can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths, potential destiny. You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live. Until today, I've always looked for a reason to live. But from here on, I'm going to just live. Genes exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the future through our children. Living is a link to the future. That's how all life works. Loving each other, teaching each other. That's how we can change the world. I finally realized it. The true meaning of life.
Snake and Meryl then find this jet ski and ride off into the sunset. But before they do, Snake's character arc finally comes full circle. He sees the world in a new light. He has a new worldview. And that worldview is, after a whole game of distant nihilism, to finally live for someone else.
Until today, I've lived only for myself. Survival has been the only thing I cared about in my life.
That's not just you. That's how everyone is.
I only felt truly alive when I was staring death in the face. I don't know. Maybe it's written into my genes.
What about now? What do your genes say about your future now?
Maybe it's time I live for someone else.
Someone else?
Yeah. Someone like you. Maybe that's the real way to live.
Snake also reveals his real name to Meryl. His name is David. The two of them still don't quite know their new purpose, but together they'll find it. Their histories, their genes, their past, none of it will dictate that.
What are those?
Caribou. To the Aleutians, the caribou is a symbol of life. It'll be spring here soon.
For us too.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire game, Snake is a brutal, stoic action hero, and these are his last lines in this game.
Come on. Let's enjoy life.
The game then ends, but we also get this very haunting ending message, listing at the time real-world facts about the amount of nukes in the world. Something that in the age of current conflicts going on in the world is still haunting to see to this day. In fact, if Oppenheimer proves anything, the fear is still out there, being expressed in art. It's kind of crazy how a game from 1998 still evokes this feeling, how people are always under constant fear of war and conflict. And that's on top of the game's personal fears too, how a lot of people feel disillusioned by their generational trauma. But yet, there is a hope. A personal hope. A hope that through connections, through fighting for something, through love, we can find freedom from ourselves. It's not our genes that make us, it's us. A funny story, I recently came across this TikToker named Such Z, who is the real-life granddaughter of Tiny Tim, the eccentric and odd 1960s musician, who at the age of 39 married a 17-year-old girl and abused her. And her having children at a very young age caused multiple generational patterns. And short story, the granddaughter was definitely affected by this. What's funny is that this person is now a furry artist, which is, yeah, kinda goofy and funny, but also that makes me really happy, because at the end of the day, they found their own identity. They're finding their own career, living their own life. Obviously, I don't know them personally. I asked them if I could use the story in my video, and they said yes.
Kept you waiting. I need your story for my video.
Sure, homie, whatever, smell off, bitch-ass weirdo.
Psycho Mantis.
But that was kind of it. In spite of that, though, I'm really happy for them. And it's a reminder that even in real life, our genes don't have to damn us. I know it's kind of funny comparing a furry artist to Metal Gear Solid, but Metal Gear is also kind of a funny game itself. It goes on long, detailed diatribes about the military-industrial complex, genetic information and whatnot, while also having giant robots and men in gas masks who talk about Super Mario Sunshine.
Oh, so you've played Super Smash Bros. Melee before?
And ironically, this kind of makes the game more emotionally grounded. Metal Gear is absolutely absurd, but so is life. In a weird way, Metal Gear kind of reflects life in its lack of tone. But the arcs of Snake, Meryl, Naomi, Otacon, and so many other characters, all these characters have deep-seated generational trauma, and yet by the end of the game, they end up putting away all of it, living their own lives. Snake is literally a clone of another man, Big Boss, but it's up to Snake himself to figure out what to do with that, what to do with the time that's been given to him. And due to the Fox Die virus, Snake at some point is going to die. But that's not the end of life. Snake still has something to live for. In fact, he has a lot of things to live for. But it's up to Snake to finally figure that out. And maybe one day, he'll realize that he wasn't the superior clone the whole time. Yeah, so you may be asking, what happened to Revolver Ocelot? Why didn't he die of that Fox Die virus? Well, there's an after-credits scene where Ocelot over the phone reveals that Snake was the inferior clone and Liquid was the superior one.
That's right. Until the very end, Liquid thought he was the inferior one.
Not only that, but turns out there is a third Snake brother who is the person that Ocelot is talking to.
No, sir. No one knows that you were the third one. Solidus.
So you may be wondering, where was this guy? Well, don't worry, that's a pretty easy answer. He was just doing this thing called running the United States because he's the president?
Yes. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. President.
He took control of Squidward's house and began attacking the city! So, Metal Gear Solid 1 ended up being a massive hit, and as such, a sequel that raised the bar even further was in order. Kojima realized this and went, well, shit. After much consideration, I think Metal Gear Solid 2 is my favorite game of all time. I have not stopped thinking about this game since I first played it. Metal Gear Solid 2 is a masterpiece of fiction. It reaches a kind of strange echelon that just can't be touched. It's a game that's changed my life and my worldview, and it continues to do so the more I begin to understand it and the older I get. But at the same time, MGS2 is a game that is deeply horrifying. It reflects how we process the world in such a deeply eerie way. It preys on your expectations of a sequel, and preys on the way fandom culture forces us to process works, and does so in order to break you down. Metal Gear Solid 2, as I understand it, is an anti-fan fiction. And trust me, you'll know what I mean by the end of this video. So are you ready for an existential crisis? Because I am!
It's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
So let's start at the beginning, or the best I can at least. So Metal Gear Solid 1 was a huge, massive hit. It introduced the world to gaming as an art form and a bunch of memorable characters with it. The biggest one, of course, being Solid Snake, one of gaming's new icons. People were wondering where Kojima would take this main character. And not to mention, that post-credit scene, that's a big loose thread. And as a result, there was a lot of excitement around any kind of new sequel or anything. In fact, the hype was so high that people bought this giant robot game just because it included an MGS2 demo in it. And not to mention, this was a game that was on the PS goddamn 2, which at the time was brand new cutting-edge next-gen technology.
But surely you've witnessed the raw beauty that is Tekken Tag Tournament.
Yeah, a game that looks like Tekken 3 running in enhanced mode.
What a disappointment.
Oh, I say!
Do you actually believe your crappy lineup can compete with Jet Set Radio, Grandia 2, Echo the Dolphin?
This bitch harder.
And that technology is seen as soon as we start up a brand new game.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of Metal Gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
Our game begins in New York under the George Washington Bridge. And already compared to MGS1, this game has its RTX turned all the way up, dude. The cars, the rain, the cuts to a strange silhouetted man in a raincoat. I mean, we all know who it is, but the game's just tickling our balls, you know what I mean? Especially with that shot of that cigarette in his mouth. God damn! But then the man breaks into a sprint, takes off his jacket, and puts on his invisible gear. And then he bungee jumps off the bridge, infiltrating the ship as this epic chorus plays. And then he lands on the ship, slowly stands up, and yep, that's Solid Snake. Oh, and we can't forget Revolver Ocelot either. Snake then finally stands up and we get a good look at him. And this is when we get our title drop. Metal Gear Solid 2. We are so back! That whole intro cutscene is just so hype, man! With barely any dialogue, the game has already intrigued you. For one thing, it's just really badass, but it also already has you asking questions like, why is Snake in New York? What's Ocelot doing here? And wait, there's a new Metal Gear? Aw, shit! Well, I know what I'm doing. But first, we gotta take one little call.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting.
Oh, now we're definitely back. Otacon 2? Speaking of winks and nods, Naomi and Mei Ling are also name dropped.
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad.
This to me is fan service done right, where it's just a part of the universe. Furthermore, Snake and Otacon are actually written differently now as well. In the original game, Otacon was dorky and cowardly, but still viewing Snake as this role model legendary hero. In this game, however, it couldn't be any more different. He's way more laid back now, meaning that since Metal Gear Solid 1, he's actually developed, and he views Snake on a more mutual level after working with him for so long. And same goes for Snake, who isn't talking down to him anymore. He's no longer the nihilist from the first game, and it shows here. But they're also not out of character at all either. Like, this feels natural for them. But there is also one other big change, and that big change is who Snake is working for.
Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
So yeah, Otacon and Snake are now part of Philanthropy, which again means their job is to stop any future Metal Gear projects. One of them being on this tanker ship in New York.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence.
We then get a brief rundown of our weapons and controls. And that is until a bunch of Russians invade our ship. So now we're in the middle of a hostile takeover too.
Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Because naturally, this wasn't hard enough of a mission. However, the priority is still to find Metal Gear and take pictures. So at long last, we're finally in the actual game. And I want to get into just how good this tutorial is. You get one cutscene telling you what to do and whatnot. And immediately the moment you're in this game, you see a guy walking on the railing. So your first instinct is to use your trank dart. This is when you learn a couple of things. First, you can aim while in first person. And secondly, if you shoot an enemy with the trank, it takes a minute for them to fall asleep. Unless that is, you shoot them in the head. And thirdly, if you miss and hit the wall nearby, you realize that enemies will face the noise they just heard. Already, without telling you, the game has naturally told you like 3 whole mechanics. And this is how almost the entire tanker is designed. It's a really well-hidden tutorial. Another example is the lockers. So when you get into the tanker, you open this door by pressing the Y button a bunch of times. So first you're taught that Y is the open button. But then you go inside of the ship and into the first room you see, which is a locker room. So you press the open button on some of these lockers, and you notice that some lockers are locked and others include items in them. So without saying a single word, the game has taught you an entirely new mechanic. And this is a fantastic way to start your game. It's a hidden tutorial that also lets you goof off a little bit. So then you can learn the mechanics and secrets yourself, including some of the weirder ones.
Good.
Naked ladies.
Oh, don't worry, ladies. Snake does that for the men too.
Good.
What did Kojima mean by this? Now, like the last video, I won't go too in depth on the actual gameplay. But TLDR, if you couldn't already tell, this is a massive step up from the original. It's just an incredible feeling game overall. But then suddenly, we get company.
Raven.
Wait, Vulcan Raven's here? But he died in the last game. How could he? Oh, it's just an action figure.
And my personal favorite, Vulcan Raven.
Now, I have no clue why there's an action figure of a terrorist on this tanker. And truth be told, I don't need to know because it's just a goofy fan service. So anyways, here we are, the ship's controls. And suddenly we notice someone outside. So Snake sneaks up to her. And currently, this woman's having a conversation on the radio. So Snake listens in. So this woman is Olga Garlukovich. And turns out she's the daughter of the Russian terrorist leader. And turns out she doesn't shave her armpits. Yeah, that's real. It also turns out she's a pregnant.
Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
So yeah, if I can get a little ahead of myself, our first boss involves us shooting a pregnant woman who doesn't shave under her arm. What did Kojima mean by this?
Where does Hideo Kojima get his ideas?
Anyway, so Snake holds her up and instructs her to toss out all her weapons. That is until she fights back and we get into our first boss of the game. It's a fairly simple boss overall, as we are technically still in the tutorial. However, doing things like shooting out lights or moving tarp to fire at her easier makes this boss way more intense and dynamic.
Also, if you go right here, the music changes.
Wow! But of course, we take this woman out. Base! We even obtain her SOCOM as a souvenir, which by the way is another cool thing. You can take out enemies and bosses non-lethally now, thanks to the fact that your starting gun is indeed a trank dart, which actually gives you a much higher ranking at the end of the game. So while in MGS2 you still can kill people, you're rewarded for not doing so, which makes sense as Metal Gear Solid 1 was the game that directly insulted you for killing people.
You enjoy the killing.
So in a general narrative way, this makes sense. There's no real story difference though, but overall, I'm fine with this. The core game stays the same, but MGS1 isn't invalidated at all. Anyway, so Otacon then calls us, and he tells us how exactly he found out about this Metal Gear on this ship, which was apparently through an anonymous tip. And turns out, Otacon has a younger stepsister, a girl he hasn't seen for about 10 years, and whose name is Emma Emmerich. Now, what does this have to do with anything, you may be asking?
That's not relevant. Excuse you.
Well, but the sender of the anonymous tip included their initials on the actual tip. And I'm sure you know where this is going by now.
The sender of the tip was EE. EE? Emma Emmerich?
So either Otacon's stepsister is involved, or we're walking into a big old trap.
You don't find that suspicious?
Oh, side note, by the way, sorry to all the Meryl fans out there. So, like Metal Gear Solid 1, you get optional codex and shit, and if you call Otacon here, it's implied that Snake and Meryl broke up.
Looks like a little angel, doesn't Jay?
What's gotten into you?
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
I know, dude. It fucking hurts me too, man.
I can't believe he didn't cry during Titanic. Do men even have feelings?
They said everything will be okay.
So we make it deeper into the ship and have a completely non-stealthy gunfight.
Stealth is a vital part of it.
We then make it through this door, but a Russian soldier locks us behind it. He's then approached by one of his bosses, Revolver Ocelot, of course. But of course, if you know Revolver Ocelot at all...
What the... The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
What the Sigma?
Cutting back to Snake, we get easily one of my favorite set pieces in the whole game. So right now, a big ol' military speech is happening, held by this guy, Scott Dolph, the Commandant of the US Marine Corps, which is internally being broadcast to a bunch of Marines. And you have to, right under their noses, sneak past like hundreds of soldiers. Oh, and there's a 7-minute time limit too, no pressure. There's even goofy shit like a projector that switches between screens, and playing Japanese women on one. But there's also multiple ways to get around all these people. And there are even different cutscenes for when you approach the Metal Gear, depending on what exactly entrance you decided to use. Anyways, we finally approach the Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
And yeah, that's a brand new model, Metal Gear Ray. But we have no time to ogle it, literally. Just take the pictures and go to this nearby PC, which Otacon has conveniently hacked for us, to the point where he even made a little sprite for himself. And I gotta say, you know, he's a really good artist. He also makes comments of the weird half-naked photos you take of the posters in the game.
Oh, this is, what? Nothing. It's nothing. I'll just make a backup of this one.
But anyways, we sent those Metal Gear photos to him, and thankfully right on time.
Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
However, bad news. Ocelot's here, and he's sure to ambush the party alongside the Russian leader. And if anyone tries anything, he's rigged a shit ton of explosives. Meanwhile, the Russian guy goes, "Oh, I want Mother Russia back again." Except one problem, that's not Ocelot's plan.
As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo.
So we get this super flashy action cutscene where Ocelot shoots the Russian guy and Scott Dolph and even his own Russian men, all in one foul swoop. And then, surrounded by Marines, he blows up the explosives on the boat. Amidst the chaos, though, Snake catches up to Ocelot. This is when real Kojima shit starts happening.
It's been a while, brother.
Huh?
So, you know how Ocelot lost his arm in the last game? Well, you may have noticed he has a new one, and there's something weird about it. So that new arm on Ocelot is Liquid Snake's arm. And apparently the arm is sentient and can possess Ocelot. Man, those joke sessions must be really weird. Snake then blows up and Ocelot takes the new Metal Gear Ray, obliterating the entire tanker in the process, and leaving Solid Snake just kind of float around for a bit, until the waves eventually swoop him away. The new Metal Gear then takes off. We're then reminded that yes, indeed, Ocelot is working for the president.
Yes, of course, Mr. President.
Now all the...
Scientists had to make thousands of calculations to create the atomic bomb and determine its effects. Computers and atomic bombs, both products of World War II, grew up together. Information Age. People, Information, and Technology Exhibition, National Museum of American History, Smithsonian Institute.
Our game begins in New York under the Verrazano Bridge. Hold on, wait, where the fuck are we? Where immediately we hear two familiar voices.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so one of those voices is Colonel Campbell. I know that voice. I guess he started being a colonel again after enjoying Shadow Moses so much. But who's the other guy? Because he ain't Snake.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare.
Wait a minute, that's not true, because we were just there. So the part we just played is the first part of MGS2, which is the tanker part. So the events of the tanker chapter happened 2 years earlier from this cutscene. However, we know damn well there was no oil spill, because this wasn't an oil tanker. It was just one big secret garage for a Metal Gear. But at least the government made a new oil rig, I guess? This new rig being called the Big Shell. Bad news though, terrorists have taken it over.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the Big Shell Rhino was seized by an armed group.
This group is Dead Cell, a bunch of former anti-terrorist specialists. They're pretty much just a Foxhound, only instead of genome soldiers, it's a Russian private military group. However, to make matters worse, they've also kidnapped the president. And this guy, whoever this is gonna take them down. But one thing's for certain though, I'm not hearing things. This guy is certainly not Snake.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
He's also apparently part of Foxhound now, so I guess there's a new Foxhound that the US started again, and we've recruited a guy who isn't Snake, but is going by Snake?
This is Snake.
Who the fuck is that? Solid Snake.
This is Snake.
No, you ain't!
This doesn't last long, though, as we're given a new codename the moment we enter inside.
And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication. You are now designated Rockable.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd, node.
Oh.
This guy kinda sucks. So, this is Raiden, and apparently he has 300 missions in VR under his belt.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. Wow! I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself, buddy. Also, the game is now just lazily reusing lines from the original.
The codex receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it. The codex receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
You even start by hiding from enemies in a small warehouse room, just like the first game. There's even a cutscene with Solid Snake in an elevator, so just like the first game, who, as far as this guy is concerned, is just some random intruder. Oh, by the way, there's also a bunch of other reused lines from the first game.
Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it.
Snake, your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it.
It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology.
It's all made from currently existing technology.
You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful.
You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance. So be careful.
Is it just me, or does this fucking suck ass? Like, I'm not against fan service, but this isn't even really that. This is just, like, self-plagiarism. Anyways, we gotta find this thing called a node.
Did you say nerd?
No, you fucking idiot.
Anyways, let's go activate that nerd. And wait a minute, what's this? A name and options menu? Why do we have to input our name? And why is there an options menu in these nodes? You can't access them through the pause menu either. You have to do it through either the main menu or through these nodes. But whatever, weird video gamey shit. Okay, so Raiden asks about saving the mission data, right? This is when we meet our save data person, one of the fan favorite Metal Gear characters.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
This is Rose, a character that, as we'll find out, is easily one of the Metal Gear characters of all time. And immediately, Raiden is not thrilled to see her. Also, yes, she is Raiden's girlfriend. And trust me, by the end of the game, you'll want them to break up already. Immediately, Raiden is just a complete dickhead to her. Just completely rude. But it's not long before you immediately find out why. Because Rose is fucking obnoxious.
I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
She never tells him what it is, by the way. But then we escape up the elevator and get a good look at Raiden, who is, in fact, a complete fucking anime boy twink.
Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
But during this elevator sequence, which again is very much just Metal Gear Solid 1 again, we get a bit more info on what exactly we're doing here. So the terrorists, aka Dead Cell, are also going by the name Sons of Liberty. Now, unlike MGS1, we don't know who these people are except for the main leader, who is going by the name Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses?
Who we presumably just saw going up the elevator. But this can't be the case because on the tanker, Snake presumably died.
He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Which we all know is some bullshit.
That's cap.
Taylor knew that.
That's cap.
Yeah, whatever. We get more expository dialogue. And finally, we're in the game. And the very first thing we can do is slip on bird shit. Continuing forward, we crawl under...
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it.
Yeah, I kinda got that.
Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move.
I mean, I played through an hour of the...
Push the crawl button again to stand up.
Okay, yeah, whatever, I get... what now?
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Oh, it's just more story shit, okay. Then make it inside the big shell, which is where I want to briefly detour and talk about the
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Well, never fucking mind, apparently. Because in spite of going through 300 VR missions, Raiden apparently has no idea how to knock on walls.
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
This has to be the dumbest video game protagonist, like, ever. In fact, he's so stupid that he needs, like, every mechanic explained to him. Also, from a game design standpoint, it's really weird the tutorial is now, even though we had a really good hour-long silent tutorial. And that's right, we've played through an hour or two of this game already, and now they're re-explaining the entire thing to us.
You stupid.
That's crazy.
What's 9 plus 10?
April 30th?
You stupid.
Anyway, so now I wanna...
Raiden, watch out.
Oh my God, can you let me do what I need to do?
There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Thank you, Colonel. I couldn't tell from the obvious level design.
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Yes, hanging? Please, Colonel. Tell me how to hang myself.
Don't forget the grip gauge.
Huh? We also intercept some Navy SEAL comms, and judging from the gunfire, it's not sounding too good. So Campbell instructs us to head to Strut B immediately. Although pro gamer tip, personally, I like going back to Strut F first, because you can find the...
Raiden, watch your back.
Oh my god, what now?
What?
That's a cipher, a type of UAV.
I'm here to tell you right now. We don't care.
Anyway, so in Strut F, there's a giant warehouse. It's kind of like that second floor basement in the first game. It's loaded with weapons that we can't really access yet. However, we can pick up the M9 Trank Dart. And make sure you do this first, by the way, because it makes the early game a lot easier. I also want to briefly detour, well, I wanted to, but I kept getting interrupted, and briefly talk about how good the music in this game is. So Metal Gear Solid 1 soundtrack is iconic, but it was also very PS1. You see, for reasons that, I'm gonna be honest, are completely unknown and complicated to me. Seriously, finding a simple answer is like a Metal Gear cutscene to me. Metal Gear Solid 1 soundtrack was very, MIDI-like. It wasn't bad by any means. In fact, it's a phenomenal soundtrack. And if anything, its limitations were used to great effect. Metal Gear Solid 1 had a very industrial-sounding soundtrack. It was stealthy, but also very foreboding and cold, which makes sense as the game takes place in a giant nuclear research facility in Alaska, where you gotta find a giant walking death robot. It kind of reminds me of the weird, uncanny feeling that old PC games would have. However, because the PS2 allowed more memory and more space for shit, Kojima hired real-life film composer Harry Gregson Williams, composer of Shrek. That's not a joke, by the way, to compose the music for Metal Gear Solid 2. Now, MGS2 isn't my favorite soundtrack in the series. We'll get to that next time. But goddamn, this soundtrack is so goddamn good. Here, take a quick listen.
That real music, man. Come back home.
Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Let's save our game real quick.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have Rose as our save frequency, and she certainly, won't let us forget about that, mainly because Raiden forgot about everything else.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
Alright, well, at least you have some baggage, but I like to save my...
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate.
This whole thing's still going on, isn't it?
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission?
This isn't gonna happen every time I save, is it?
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
No, but I'm gonna kill myself if you keep talking, so I'm pretty goddamn close.
Anyway, so Raiden tells Rose to analyze Snake's burial records. Basically, every information you can find about Snake, give it to Raiden. We then arrive in Strut B and see a bunch of bloodied walls, which is just a watered-down version of the bloodied hallway from the first game. We don't even walk down it this time, it's all just a cutscene. Although in the next room, we do catch who's doing it, as we witness a bunch of Navy SEALs get killed by a fucking vampire?
Wait!
Playboy Cardi, please, if you can hear us.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to hear it. The last game had the floating ghost guy who plays Smash Bros. Melee, alright?
Want to see my impression of every guy I'll never have sex with?
So you've played Super Smash Bros. Melee before.
I don't want to hear a single word about the vampire who cuts into his skin, alright?
5 today.
This is Vamp, and his name is Vamp, not because he's a vampire, but because, I kid you not, it's because he's bisexual. That is a real part of Metal Gear lore.
Where does Hideo Kojima get his ideas?
Anyway, so after Vamp kills a whole squad, Raiden encounters him, and Vamp sneaks up on him, but thankfully we're saved by a random Navy SEAL. That is, until Vamp pins him down and notices something unusual.
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you? It has to be.
So during the fight, Vamp, who is indeed a Dead Cell member, that wasn't clear enough, gets a call that Dead Cell indeed has the president.
Be right there.
Naturally, he gets away too. So we check in on this other guy who sounds awfully familiar.
My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin.
I wonder who this guy who looks and sounds like Snake could be. He also reveals that Foxhound was disbanded years ago, and he asks Raiden what exactly his experience is. Raiden then explains that even though he wasn't in field training, he did indeed play Metal Gear Solid VR missions. I'm not really exaggerating, by the way. Not only is footage of VR missions shown, but Raiden also describes specific VR missions levels.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
Yeah, so when Raiden says he's done 300 missions in VR, that's not a random number. That's the exact number of missions that are in VR missions. So yeah, this at least implies that Metal Gear Solid VR missions isn't just like a game, but rather it's an entire in-universe course for training soldiers. In other words, it's a living, breathing part of the real Metal Gear canon. In spite of this though, Pliskin kinda just laughs off the whole thing. He's overall just not a big fan of the whole idea.
War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
This, by the way, isn't far off from reality at all, as video games have been used to train and recruit soldiers.
Even Call of Duty?
Especially Call of Duty. So Pliskin's in pretty bad shape, but also explains to us that Dead Cell was made by ex-president George Sears.
Big boss.
He also further claims that Snake is dead, even though, you know, he talks like him.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
We don't need to do anymore. All done. You're
Solid Snake.
That's it. No more.
And furthermore, he gives Raiden a pack of cigarettes. So, you know, this ain't exactly subtle at all. We also get his SOCOM and his frequency. And we continue to the BC connecting bridge, where we meet the second Dead Cell member, as well as a bunch of Navy SEALs trying to fire at her. All while right in front of her is the unconscious current president. The issue? No matter what they do, their bullets aren't hitting her. This gives Vamp ample time to come out and take the president. Meanwhile, the Navy SEALs even try shooting a grenade launcher at her, and it completely fails.
A dud!
Also weirder, this woman seems to want to die.
Come, put me out of my misery. Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
A lot of this is, of course, undermined when she starts shooting a giant railgun at people, but one thing's for sure, she's extremely lucky on the battlefield. Hence her name, which, by the way, is Fortune. Even if that luck comes with extreme disillusionment. She also has a really effective theme song. It's a solo saxophone, which is smooth like her luck, but is also just incredibly lonely. It's so haunting and so perfect for the character. So after witnessing another squad get single-handedly taken out, Raiden realizes and is told he's kind of the only person who's left. And you know, upon realizing all this, he starts to freak out a little bit.
They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Which actually is interesting because when Raiden tries to question his mission, he's often refocused away from it.
The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. and that's why you won't wake up.
So yeah, like the first game, there might be some red flags going on here. You'd think Campbell would learn his lesson from the first game, but not really. Also, by the way, if you're sick of Jack and Rose already, don't worry, because so is Campbell. Which tells me that some of the fan fiction-like writing might be intentional.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done?
Shut the fuck up! Y'all blowing up the chat and shit!
Anyway, so apparently there are also C4s on the big shell. And we gotta find a bomb disposal guy to help us out. So we go into a restroom and look at some boobies. By the way, you can kiss posters and get an achievement for it in this game. What did Kojima mean by this? You can also walk up to a urinal and call the colonel. And if you didn't already find out, you can find out now that Kojima has the humor of a 12-year-old.
Right, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary.
What?
Could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Ah, I get it.
We make it inside this room here, where Raiden starts holding up a random NYPC guy.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
Pliskin then comes in to stop Raiden from shooting him.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys.
Are you guys going trick-or-treating? Fuck my fucking ass! Are you guys going trick-or-treating?
By the way, this guy is Peter Stillman. He's the bomb disposal expert we're looking for, and a guy who was even pulled out of retirement for this. And when they say expert, let's just say they mean it. This guy's a legend.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Sadly, though, he's not too proud of it, as he has a very good reason as to why he retired. That reason even costing him his leg.
A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
With that being said, though, he also has a very good reason to help us, as he also kinda helped create another Dead Cell member, Fat Man. A guy who's kinda like one big bomb school shooter, as he was fixated and talented with bombs since he was 10 years old. Which is sad because Peter Stillman saw himself in him, teaching him a bunch of skills and raising him like a son. Except skills were the only thing he's taught him.
I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one.
As wordy as a lot of this stuff is, this kind of hit home for me, as I've known quite a few people, and I was one of them to a lesser extent, that were taught exactly this and not much else. That pure, stoic, warrior-like skill is what gets you by. Mentally, however, some of these people grew up to be kind of fucked up, because all they really had in terms of worldview was just pure nihilism, hitting a dead end when it came to finding their own goals in life. And this is kind of the thing Stillman has to face off against. I think it's really interesting. A pure skill does not make who you are, and we're about to see where all this is leading to.
All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
All this leads into Stillman teaching us how to freeze bombs, which we'll have to find with a special sensor that can sense cologne, because a Fat Man puts cologne on his bombs.
Oh, man! Oh my gosh! Yeah, yeah.
So long story short, we're splitting up with Pliskin on one big search for a bunch of C4 bombs. Right before that, though, Stillman gets suspicious of Pliskin.
Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk.
Basically, I wonder who Pliskin could really be. It's not even subtle either, because if you run to the CD connecting bridge, you catch a man in a box running away from you. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, we gotta freeze a bunch of bombs now, which are hidden all around the first area of the big shell. By the way, I love how big shell is designed. You see, in MGS1, a lot of Shadow Moses felt too vertical, yet too stretched out. You had areas that were way too wide open, on top of multiple different elevators, and as a result, this made backtracking really annoying. In MGS2, though, the big shell is a bunch of octagons in an octagon. So instead of wide, snowy areas, you get small bridges that do the same job, but have a special, unique gimmick to them, and thankfully are way goddamn shorter. All this makes backtracking way less of a pain, as navigation is way more circular. And furthermore, the inside... Oh, of course, haven't been interrupted in a while.
Be careful, there are Claymore mines around there.
Really? Another Metal Gear Solid 1 thing? Except, funny enough, Raiden actually knows this one.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Okay, that's really weird. Plus, didn't Gray Fox die in the last game? Anyways, I'm getting off track. Back to the level design. So anyways, yeah, bridge better than snow. And furthermore, these inside struts in MGS2 are way more compact. This makes things more claustrophobic and intense, but also a lot easier to navigate. And each area is unique and interesting too. There's one area with a conveyor belt. There's one big area with a bunch of railings. There's a warehouse room filled with boxes. It's so much more streamlined, but never at the expense of any actual challenge. I think overall, Big Shell is a—
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
God damn it!
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right. Sorry.
Ah, no problem, Rose. We're just diffusing some C4s. Our hands might be a—
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York.
Right and fucking kill yourself.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the moon.
I do not give a shit.
You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
Is this a Metal Gear Solid or the fucking Notebook?
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed.
Look, man, I enjoy a good romance in fiction, but this might be a little much.
And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
You know, Metal Gear Solid 1 actually had a romance in it, but Metal Gear Solid 1 was also a stealth action game, and the romance of the story fit that. The characters and themes and romance were all narratively interwoven perfectly, and then you have this Nicholas Sparks novel.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful.
I wonder if they witnessed 9/11 together.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning.
God damn it. Okay, maybe that was a little cute.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
Okay. What? Huh? What? So eventually we defuse the second to last bomb, and we call Stillman to let him know. But also bad news, Pliskin found a shit ton of more bombs, and these ones have no scent to them. So that sensor we've been using, useless for these new ones. So yeah, we're completely fucked. However, Stillman offers to disarm them himself, which obviously won't work too well since his leg—
I can walk just fine. I can even run.
Oh, of course. It turns out Stillman was lying the whole time. Not just to us, but to the entire world. So after failing a bomb defusal one day, which not only led to the explosion of a church, but also innocent children nearby getting killed, he faked the entire removal of his leg so he would look more noble, and so he could soften the blow of seeing the victims' families. But in the long term, his own guilt lingered on. And even though he taught Fat Man so much, he probably wasn't in the best place to be a role model at all, as he had a personal grudge against himself that he never truly got over. This is a man who, by the way, is in official bomb disposal books in this game, but being a notable legend doesn't absolve you of your problems, which that alone is an extension of the first game, which shows that it really is ideology that makes someone. But sometimes being a legend just makes the guilt worse, knowing you're living a lie. And that's further why Stillman feels he needs to stop Fat Man. He views this whole scenario as a kind of purgatory, a way to atone for his sins.
I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can defuse my own sins.
However, our bombs are still a threat, so we'll finish up those while Stillman redeems himself. So we freeze the last C4 and we hit up Stillman, who also made us a brand new sensor, one that can detect the scentless C4s. So naturally, we grab it because, yeah, that's the game. But then Stillman suspects something, that there's one big giant C4 that'll blow up everything. It also has a countdown timer, but thankfully it won't go off unless the plot demands it.
Wait, Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
Well, shit. So we only got 400 seconds to defuse the bomb.
400 seconds?
So we gotta run all the way back to strut A, up the stairs, down the elevator, but then we get one more call from Stillman. And apparently, he fucked up, and Fat Man has officially out-bombed him. And with less than 30 seconds on his clock— Wow, what a tragic— Hey, the timer's still counting down, by the way. So we do what Stillman would want us to do, and we defuse the final last bomb.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Huh, so we just had a guy blow up entirely, and is it just me or is Campbell a little emotional? Let's refocus here. We gotta save Joe Biden. So we go up the—
Raiden.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What?
What?
So it turns out the terrorists are killing hostages now. But Raiden's objective is still to save the president. Except Raiden's like, fuck that, there are other people in danger.
Priority my butt.
Raiden then considers asking Pliskin for help, but Pliskin ain't picking up his phone. Also, Campbell's getting real weird about that.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Anyways, bad news. On our way out, we encounter Fortune, and she is not happy to see us.
Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father.
Oh, crap.
So Fortune is looking for the man who killed her father. The good news, though, is that it isn't us. Sadly, though, she's gonna kill us anyway.
My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry. Kill me, please.
Now it's time for the boss fight against Fortune, which is pretty much just one big endurance test, as we obviously can't kill her. This is, however, a nice extension of how MGS1 told its story through its boss fights, and how weird shit will happen that'll build on the characters and narrative. Like, already this boss is kind of similar to the Gray Fox fight in MGS1.
Kill me now.
Hurt me more.
But it also has a few storytelling flourishes of its own. Like, look how small Fortune's health bar is. It kind of gives you the wrong message that you can kill her and it'll be relatively easy. But like the soldiers earlier in the game, you can't kill her at all. You have to just kind of dodge her railgun shots and wait it out. Then suddenly get a call from the colonel. And turns out, Fat Man asked for us and wants to meet us on a heliport. So now we have only 400 more seconds, which magically pauses during this next cutscene. Where now suddenly Vamp's here. And turns out the whole bomb thing is not even really their idea. It's literally just only Fat Man. So he's just planting giant bombs without anyone's permission. And Jesus, the fuck kind of guy is this? So Vamp's right about to take care of us on his own. That is until Raiden uses Fortune's fortune against her, shooting a bullet that ends up hitting Vamp in the head instead.
Now!
We then get an entire segment where Fortune mourns the death of Vamp.
No, that death was meant for me.
And if you think about it, this is some really heart-wrenching shit, actually. Like, due to her being immortal, her losing people and not dying is just a cycle to her. So her being nihilistic actually makes a lot of unfortunate sense, as she'll have to go through infinite trauma that'll never come to peace.
How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
This allows Raiden to kind of get away awkwardly, but thankfully for her, and not so thankfully for us, Vamp's alive.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen.
Because here's a reminder, the character's a vampire, and we're playing a Metal Gear Solid 2. I do want to say, though, I legitimately find the character of Fortune so fascinating. She's a giant, unfortunate walking monkey's paw, and the more she lives, the more trauma she'll have to endure, which is powerful stuff, judging that this is indeed a game where— oh yeah, there's a bomb counting down! So we make it up to the helipad, where we find the last C4 bomb, where at long last we're about to encounter Fat Man, who, aside from the leader of the group, is the one guy we haven't really seen yet. This is a guy who's apparently totally unhinged and yet morally just absent. He's a man so skilled yet completely psychotic, and from his name and profile, he just seems so vile. But of course, again, we know next to nothing about him, and yet right here, we're about to encounter him face to face. Just to warn you, this could be one of the most depraved people in the— What the what?
Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare.
Oh my god, what? Okay, so I was fine with the Mario Sunshine guy, okay? I was also fine with the whole arm possession thing, you know? Then we got to the bisexual vampire. Okay, a little questionable. Then we had my girlfriend calling me 24/7, which, okay, really annoying, but nothing really set me up for the fat guy on roller skates who drinks wine and loves bombs, and who talks in a silly, goofy, voice.
If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh. laugh and grow fat.
What the fuck is this shit?
It gets even funnier because his boss fight, which involves fighting him while also disarming his bomb, is pretty much one playable Tom and Jerry cartoon with guns. Okay, so I'm gonna try to analyze this character. Just humor me, please. So in the cutscene before the fight, Fat Man explains why he wants to bomb the whole place. And simply put, it's because he wants to be the most famous bomber of all time. And he does not care if he's written down as a monster in the history books. So literally, it's kinda like a school shooter.
No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh yes, they will. I'll go down in history.
This is in contrast to Peter Stillman, who is remembered in history, but he's guilty that he's remembered for a literal lie. And his actual death is unceremonious and pretty glossed over. Meanwhile, as goofy as Fat Man is, I think Kojima tapped into a weird, kinda realistic spot. Fat Man is such a weird, over-the-top, goofy character, in a way where it's really hard to take him seriously, even though by actions alone, he should be remembered as one of history's great monsters, which is pretty much exactly what he wants.
I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies.
Weirdly enough, it reminds me of that What Pretending to Be Crazy Looks Like YouTube video. A video that analyzed and broke down the interrogation of the Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz. And a video that turned a man who shot up a high school and killed 17 people into a complete fucking joke. And not because the video was funny, but rather because Nicholas Cruz is a fucking idiot. His horrible atrocities didn't stop him from being completely laughed at like he should. Being forever remembered as a joke is one of the worst ways you can go down. And similarly, when we defeat Fat Man, how do we remember him? As a great, dangerous, horrifying bomber? Or the goofy fucking vaudeville act on roller skates? Of course, in the game's universe, we stop him before he can be remembered. But outside of that, in a very meta way, we the player remember him for reasons he probably didn't want to be remembered for.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
Oh, damn you! I'm an op!
Oh, also, something else to establish. So like Metal Gear Solid 1, I'm sure you're seeing where MGS2 might be going. So MGS1 was about genes versus ideology, right? With the game's answer to that being, of course, ideology. It's not the genes that make you, but rather who you are that makes you. This is shown because the bad guy obsessed with genes is British, and British is evil. However, in MGS2, now the game is purely about ideology. Or rather, what do you believe in, and is that worth remembering? For example, even though Stillman was living a lie, is he worth remembering? Fat Man, meanwhile, wants to be remembered, but obviously he failed at that. And the Vega people in Fortune's life are all remembered by her, which sadly the trauma surrounding them has led to her becoming nihilistic. So even though there's a lot of weirdness to this game going on, there's clearly something intentional about it, as if it is indeed building up to something. Speaking of which, you may have noticed by now, you don't play as Snake at all for the rest of the game. That's right, we're stuck with Raiden, which is interesting because he wasn't marketed at all. This was, of course, extremely controversial of a change, and really isn't helped by all the random callbacks to MGS1. Callbacks that, by the way, are still going on, as after killing Fat Man and defusing his one final bomb that's right underneath him, we're suddenly encountered by Gray Fox. But he's fucking dead. Also, Gray Fox wasn't Russian.
I'm like you. I have no name.
The good news, though, is that he is here to help us, as he tells us where Ames is, a Secret Service agent held a hostage who knows who the president is. He also hands us a nice little disguise, so we can sneak into the Shell 1 core where all the hostages are. But we'll need the right gun, though, too. Also, by the way, Big Shell isn't actually a cleanup plant or an oil rig at all, but rather a cover-up for, we'll take a wild guess.
Cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear.
Well, imagine my shock.
Gray Fox then suddenly disappears, and the Colonel, of course, has no idea about Metal Gear. But of course, we have zero time to question anything, so we grab the gun we need and book it to Shell 1's core. Thankfully, though, we're
Got a minute, Jack?
My god, what now?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Oh, never mind then. We actually need that. Although, bad news, Solid Snake apparently has an autopsy report, which we know is bullshit because of Pliskin. Let's not kid ourselves. But to Raiden's knowledge, Snake is dead. And of course, this means the leader of the terrorists is not Solid Snake, much to Raiden's disappointment.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
But our priority is still on Ames. And you know what? Fuck it. Let's save our game too. This is the part where I drag you all to hell with me.
Jack, how's the mission going?
Fine.
Fine? Is that it?
Yeah, your least favorite
then
subject.
Go ahead and say something.
Now we're talking about me, not you.
About what you were like as a child.
Jack, that I don't like anything about my own boyfriend.
More so than
every time
you're
I want
80
to
years
talk
old,
about something used to be.
I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
There must be some things you don't want to say.
Like what?
You know, those things you don't want to say.
Please get a couples therapy, I'm begging you.
So, have you decided to talk yet?
Nope.
Yeah, no, I fucking wish. Okay, I'm actually done fucking around though, so we get to the hostage room and shit. And TLDR, we find that Ames guy. And we did so by finding his pacemaker, which is important by the way. Who apparently isn't a secret service, but...
No, I was set in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
Yeah, what the fuck is the Goo Goo Gaga Lay Low?
What?
Well, whatever the case, we get a codec call to save on cutscene budget. And yep, again, there's a Metal Gear here. Nothing unusual here, except there is, because everything was planned. Oh, hey, look, it's the big bad guy who's here. Oh, look, it's Revolver Ocelot and Olga, the girl from the beginning of the game. And turns out the villains want to take over Manhattan.
What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan. Pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
And oh shit, Ocelot's here. And bad news, he's getting suspicious about us. And he also knows that Ames isn't Secret Service either. And he's about to kill him, but then...
What the? You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot,
He suddenly drops dead to the ground, meaning someone was controlling his pacemaker. And yes, this is yet another callback to MGS1, which is really weird. There are things in this game that are genuine evolutions of the first game's themes, but then on the other hand, you have just loads of lazy Force Awakens styled callbacks. But it's inconsistent in a really weird way. I can't describe it. Anyways, Ocelot then refocuses on us, and more bad news, we're unmasked right in front of him. And he's about to kill us, but then not Gray Fox comes in. This is when Ocelot is just as confused and lost as we are.
But you die!
Dude, what the fuck is going on?
So we book it out of there and make it to time to save our game!
Why are you going out with me?
Huh?
Jack, would you love me if I were a worm?
Sometimes it really does bother me. Sometimes I think all you want is a pretty face.
So we make it to this bridge, but it's loaded with C4. And some of the control panels are too far away for us to shoot at. So we gotta backtrack to get a sniper rifle like in the first game. Although again, backtracking is way better in this game, so we ain't tripping. We then disable the explosives and Pliskin calls us. We send it back our way in his helicopter. By the way, turns out Pliskin has a partner he's been working with. And of course, we all know who it is.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Pliskin totally isn't Snake, guys. Sadly, though, the greetings will have to wait.
Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
Raiden then immediately calls Campbell and realizes something is up here.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses. And now this Otacon.
Which is when we get information we kind of already know. Like how Snake and Otacon joined an anti-Metal Gear organization. And how because of that and the tanker incident, they're considered terrorists.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
Because I'm based in the red pill, Rose.
Although I will say, right here is the beginning of Raiden's big character arc. Even if what he's thinking about is just the kind of what Metal Gear Solid 1 was about.
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage, or ideals, or something like that.
So anyways, Pliskin arrives in his brand new helicopter. Except he's not the only one here with us, as we see a mysterious man with a giant black cloak. This right here is the leader of Dead Cell, the man claiming to be Solid Snake, which of course is where we get the funny meme line.
I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake.
He said it! And at this point, the last member we know next to nothing about. Although, there are some things we do know. For one thing, it's revealed earlier that Dead Cell was started by ex-president George Sears. Also, the current president is kidnapped by Dead Cell. And also, Ocelot was working with the president. And also, at the end of MGS1 in the after-credits scene, it's revealed that the president there was actually the third Snake brother, Solidus. And that means the leader of Dead Cell is not only the ex-president, but he's...
Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid.
The villain of Metal Gear Solid 2 and the third Snake brother is the ex-president of the United States. Also, he does this. You know, I think this speaks for itself, honestly. But I just love how Solidus is built up. You kind of already get an idea of what's going on, but Solidus just makes such an impression on you. And in my opinion, he's really underrated. I'm shocked people don't talk about him more. People often praise Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising for being the funny meme congressman villain, but once you peel that character back, he's kind of just one big Solidus Snake ripoff, which goes to show how fun yet interesting of a character Solidus is. But of course, he's also kind of in our way right now. So Snake tries shooting at him, but it's no use, as Solidus then jumps onto a fighter jet piloted by Vamp. So let me process this. I'm seeing the former president, who is the third Snake brother, who has a DeviantArt muscle inflation suit, standing on an active fighter jet piloted by a bisexual vampire. You see, there's peak fiction, and then there's Metal Gear Solid 2. It kind of makes the boss fight a little underwhelming, as the boss itself is pretty much just the Hind D fight from MGS1. Except now, Solid Snake's here to toss us ammo and shit. It's still a really fun boss though, I won't lie. So anyways, with Snake's help, we take him out. We even make him lose his eye too. Yikes. Except bad news, Solidus is saved by a giant goddamn Metal Gear.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
And like that, the bad guys get away. The Snake then checks in on us. And yeah, in case there was any doubt, it's confirmed here that it is Snake. And Raiden starts nerding out. But of course, we all know how Snake is when it comes to that shit.
Snake, you're a legend.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I do enjoy how Snake is written here in this scene. You really do get a sense that Snake grew from the first game, but at heart, he's still Snake, rejecting the ideas of being a war hero or a legend. But his rejection of being a legend is less him being nihilistic and more just him being chill and humble this time around. This is just overall great characterization. Also, remember Solid Snake's body from the autopsy report? Yeah, no, that was Liquid Snake's body. So there you have it, mystery over. Raiden then asks about philanthropy, the whole anti-Metal Gear thing, which goes into Snake and Otacon talking about their worldview philosophies, which leads into this one exchange that I really enjoy here.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change, and that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, I'm not as arrogant as that.
Damn, that's fucking real, dude. Also, remember Emma Emmerich from the very beginning of the game?
No.
Well, but turns out Otacon's with us because Emma Emmerich is on this big show. Raiden then hangs up and calls,
Jack, are you all right?
Oh, goody.
You almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
Room for one more?
So Raiden tells Campbell the news, who doesn't really care that much, who keeps telling Raiden to rescue the president. Raiden then brings up Snake, but Campbell is still not trustworthy of him. And Campbell's response doesn't make any sense, doubling down that it still might not be Snake, and Raiden didn't train for it in the simulation either. Naturally, Raiden gets kind of fed up with this bullshit.
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... we're out here, we bleed, we die.
This causes Raiden to get a bit more personal with Campbell, which on that note, for those who already know what this game has in store, you probably know how crazy it gets from here. However, if I can pinpoint an exact moment where MGS2 begins this downward spiral, more than likely it's right here.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
Damn, Campbell really hates Snake now. I wonder why. What could have happened since then? Also, why has Campbell been so distant throughout the whole game? It almost feels like he's out of character, like some kind of fan fiction. And thankfully, MGS2 doesn't get quite to that level, because if it did, it would do things like lazy callbacks to the original that are just spray painted around the game. Well, I mean, come on. It doesn't get that bad until they start reusing lines from the first game. But come on, that can't be the case. I mean, Raiden's the complete opposite of a Gary Stu, right? A guy who thinks he's qualified through VR missions, but isn't qualified whatsoever. Just a complete bumbling idiot. So he's not a Gary Stu at all. In fact, he's too much of the opposite, even though he used the name Snake in the beginning as if that's the point. And wait a minute, what was that thing he said earlier?
I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
So this is actually an in-universe book you can read, written by Nastasha Romanenko, that one Russian character that I mentioned once in the original video, who also is revealed in an optional codec call to be the ex-wife of Richard Ames, the guy from earlier.
You know, I thought I heard of Ames somewhere before. DIA would mean we're talking about Nastasha's ex-husband.
Nastasha Romanenko? Isn't she the one who wrote In the Darkness of Shadow Moses?
Yeah, she helped me out during the Shadow Moses incident.
So, you know, small world. But this is kind of an in-universe excuse for something else to happen. For Raiden to become something of a fan of the events of the first game. But I mean, Raiden being a self-insert fan character is way too far-fetched until you realize that one of the first things you do in the game is go to your first node and input your real name. But one of the most obvious tropes in fan fictions is the forced romance. Some kind of corny, almost out-of-genre love interest. One that oftentimes takes away from the interesting parts of a universe. Like how gay Star Trek fan fiction will take away from how good the 2013 game is.
Sorry?
Now, to be fair, something like this would be too on the nose.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
There's no fucking way. Did Kojima accidentally write an anti-fan fiction? It has to be, right? There's just so many weird creative decisions. Ones that by all means should narratively be awful choices. But yet, I feel like the game might be staring back. Still gotta go through the rest of the game, so let's mosey on this Destroyed Rebel to Shell 1, where we can get pissed on because this is a Metal Gear Solid game. Oh, by the way, this is where you can find out that Vamp is bisexual.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual.
Bisexual! Also, something else you find out here, Fortune's father is a man named Scott Dolph, aka the Marine guy from the beginning of the game. So in other words, the guy Fortune's been looking for, the guy she blames her father's death on, is Solid Snake. Also, something else funny about Fortune and Scott Dolph, Vamp apparently fucked both of them.
Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Scott Dolph.
I'm begging you. So one lack of tone and a brief Olga run-in later, which literally just involves us hiding behind a wall. We're now one step away from saving the president. But first we gotta shut off an electrical floor, which involves us grabbing a remote control missile and blowing up a giant electrical box like the first game again. Which, by the way, right beforehand, the colonel literally says this.
Remember the Shadow Moses VR training.
So yeah, Raiden being a fan character is not even really subtle anymore.
You are not good enough for my daughter, and I don't want you around her. End of story.
Simulacra and Simulation is a book written by the French philosopher Jean Baudrillard.
So anyways, you blow up the thing and make it to the president, who seems very nonchalant about being kidnapped, and he also grabs our balls.
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man?
I don't know what Kojima meant by that. We switch over to Codec to save on cutscene budgets. And turns out the president was working with the terrorists. Except due to some kind of disagreement, he's now not working with them. And that's apparently why he's their hostage. But wait a minute, why was the president working with the terrorists? Well, according to him, he wanted power. And before you wonder why the president of the US would want even more power, well, there's actually an answer.
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead.
So you might have noticed the characters have been referring to a thing called the Patriots, also known as the Lolly Lule Lo. Well, the president finally tells Raiden who they are, and they're essentially the Illuminati, which might of course sound funny when I say it like that, but MGS2 might have one of the most horrifying portrayals of a shadow government that I've ever seen.
I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Say what you want about Kojima's often wordy dialogue, but it really is effective here. With just how much of a massive rabbit hole this all is. It's like watching a YouTube video on conspiracy theories and or government corruption. The feeling of life-changing information just being tossed onto you. And it really doesn't help that Raiden starts low-key panicking finding all this truth out. Especially when you find out what the Patriots actually control.
Politics, the military, the economy. They control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public.
There's almost an otherworldly way the president explains them, but I'm also forced to imagine something I can't really fully comprehend.
The Patriots. Even I don't know who the actual members are. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
This, to me, is the kind of oppressive sovereignty that I find terrifying. The Patriots have the mystery that can only be rivaled by God the Father, and yet they control you by making you think you're free. And in fact, politically speaking, this scene gets even more eerie as it gets, really close to reality.
It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the Patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Now, of course, this is a work of fiction, and I don't think the Illuminati is real, maybe. With that being said, though, has the US government lied before? And/or have there been US services that are completely corrupt? And more importantly, does public opinion not actually influence the government whatsoever? And if not for America, have we seen all this in other democratic countries? The answer to all of those is at least a very strong yes. I won't mention anything specific, but you can probably connect a few dots here and there. Anyway, so the president wanted to be a patriot himself, but working with Solidus was a bad idea, as Solidus wants to challenge them head on.
I wished to be a member of the Patriots. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn. But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots.
He also further elaborates how the Patriots are needed in this country, and he actually gives a real convincing argument.
Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
He then goes into Solidus Snake as a character, and reveals that he's the one who conducted the entire Shadow Moses incident from the first game, which is what caused the Patriots to go, yeah, no thanks, you're out of our favor. Covering his presidential exit as a resignation. Yeah, right, and Jeffrey Epstein did.
This post was fact-checked as false by Real American Patriot.
President Johnson then also explains that he intended to use Metal Gear as kind of a sweetening the deal, his entryway to joining the Patriots. But not Metal Gear Ray, no, a new Metal Gear. One that's been hiding under our noses the entire time, because we've been standing in it this whole game. Yeah, that's right, this whole big shell is just a disguise for a new Metal Gear. Except it's not just a Metal Gear, nor is it a robot anymore. It's instead a new thing called Arsenal Gear. It's a giant warship fortress thing that can house like a 25 Metal Gear raids. It's essentially a nuclear Metal Gear garage, but it's also more than that, as it can also change digital information. Essentially, it can control the internet.
The Arsenal plans include a system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes.
And this is because the Patriots are afraid of the internet. A large, vast quantity of information being released at a rapid pace. Now, this game came out in 2001, so a lot of this is very abstract, but it's also horrifyingly prophetic and accurate to what happens today, as information comes out 24/7 before anyone has time to even process it.
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it.
And the system that allows Arsenal to do this is called GW, and our new role is to stop it. So we gotta find Emma Emmerich and give her a virus. And that's seemingly it. That is until the president instructs us to kill him.
Now, kill me.
What the?
As he attempts to use our own gun to assassinate him, alluding to the whole idea that this is our role. Again, this whole time, everything is our role to do. But anyways, conveniently, Ocelot then shoots the president himself, and they just kind of heads out of there. But on the topic of Raiden not actually having any control over anything, the president, before he dies, has some very interesting last words.
Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion.
Despite this, though, he still tells us to stop Arsenal, which after dying is our new directive given by our Colonel. And of course, conveniently, he knows nothing about anything at all. Hey, Colonel, why are you saving a furry pornography on your computer?
I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts.
This post was fact-checked as false by Real American.
Also, side note, there is a reason behind the Lolly Lule Lo name. So, Hideo Kojima is Japanese, right? Well, in Japanese, there's no consonant for L. So the sound L, as in La Twin, La Blinky, La Binky, is a sound that's very difficult for native Japanese speakers to pronunciate.
I love games. I love this world. I really love you all from my heart.
Did you like it?
So to a Japanese player, Lolly Lule Lo would be near incomprehensible. Imagine that, a shadow government with a codename you can't even pronounce. Also, this lack of L's in the Japanese vernacular is also why Kojima has never taken an L ever. Anyway, so after all that massive bombshell shit, we gotta find Emma Emmerich now. Snake then also explains the events of the beginning of the game, and we're off to save our game and talk to Rose again. Fuck you all!
Jack.
What is it?
I've always been alone.
Huh?
I'm so lonely.
Okay, but this call specifically is important to Raiden's character, actually. Again, from this point on, the game starts breaking Raiden down. And right here is when you truly realize just how emotionally distant Raiden is.
You've never slept beside me.
What are you talking about?
After we've been together in my room, you stay awake all night, or you head for the door.
I can't relax when I'm with someone.
Jack, you wouldn't even let me in your room.
I need privacy. I just can't be bothered.
Bothered?
Not only that, but Raiden also lacks any kind of real personality. And that's not a character flaw, that's a character trait. Because this extends to the way this character is outside of the game's story. And Rose tells us exactly why that is.
Do you remember that time I forced my way into your room? We'd known each other for almost a year, and you blew up. It was the first time you ever raised your hand against me. I was so worried about you.
So first off, obviously, yes, Raiden is kind of a bad boyfriend, but then the conversation goes on.
Look, I'm sorry.
It wasn't your violent nature that scared me. It was your room, your heart.
Stop it.
There wasn't anything in your room. Only a bed and a small desk. It looked like a prison cell.
And that right there is why this scene and Rose are so important. Again, assuming Raiden is kind of a self-insert fan character of sorts, one who is at least subconsciously trying to relive the power fantasy of being Solid Snake, right here is when we realize that Raiden really doesn't have much of a personality of his own. His identity is too ingrained on the mission. It's much like someone who uses art as a kind of escape from their reality. But then, as a result, what kind of identity do you have?
No television set. No family pictures. Not even a poster.
Rose, I only use that room for sleeping.
A lifeless room. Almost like your empty heart.
Now, I know I've been shitting on Rose this whole video, and part of it is kind of a joke, but Rose is, at least to me, a symbol of a real, actual life. That's why Rose is so dramatic and intrusive. If Raiden is meant to be the player, meaning you, then Rose is the player's real-life responsibility. I can make fun of Rose all I want, but that's also kind of the point the game's trying to make. Rose is an annoying character that breaks the fantasy, because she is a human being. She's reality. She is a stark contrast from Meryl in the first game, who, while a very strong character, did end up being kind of the damsel in distress at the end. Rose, meanwhile, feels like a very real human character in contrast. Someone who simulates a real romantic partner, partially because she actually was influenced by a real romantic partner. You know that whole "what day is it tomorrow" thing? Well, that was actually lifted from Hideo Kojima's wife.
この日に、結婚前だったんですけども、今の奥さんとですね、最初に会った日に、デートの約束をしてまして。
It's again this blurring of the line between fantasy and reality that is the point of MGS2, or at least one of the many points we'll see throughout the adventure. That's right, incels. To have a girlfriend, you gotta actually be a good person.
This post was fact-checked as true by Real American Pair.
Enough, Rose. We'll talk about this later. After the mission.
Right. After the mission. I understand.
And just like that, we're back to the game. And more importantly, some really goddamn awful swimming mechanics. But after enduring that shit, we encounter Vamp, and he's guarding the way to Emma Emmerich. He also reveals that Dead Cell was framed for a giant travesty a long time ago, and that's their whole motive. But I'm gonna be honest, Vamp might be the least interesting character in the whole game, so I can't really feel too much when we kick his ass in the boss fight. So after beating him, we find Emma in a locker, just like her brother in the first game. She also pisses herself, thank you, Kojima. And at long last, we meet Emma Emmerich, Otacon's stepsister. And her character is quite literally Otacon, but woman. And also, she really hates water, even though the whole place is flooding.
We have to get out of here.
No! I hate water!
Yeah, no, great first impression. Look, okay, Emma Emmerich is not my favorite character in this. In fact, she's probably like the most autistic character in Metal Gear ever. And fuck you, that's why I love her. She's adorable. This is an Emma Emmerich household, and we will stan her. And thankfully, we convince her to hold on to us, as we, the player, have to suffer through the game's goddamn swimming. We then take a little break to connect with her. And connect we do because Emma reminisces on her time with Otacon. Now, Otacon does mean a lot to Emma, but she's also mad at him because for some reason, Otacon just left the whole family. But despite that, he means so much to her that she even starts just wearing glasses because of him.
My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me.
And this is when things get,
We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend. Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife.
Yeah, buddy? Anyways, turns out Emma's involved in the Metal Gear shit because she wants revenge on Hal.
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see you suffer.
E.E.?
You abandoned me.
No, that's not what happened.
But enough of all that, it's now time for the worst part of the game, which is the Emma Emmerich escort mission, where she's afraid of bugs, so you have to spray them with the coolant shit, and you have to constantly hold her hand while you both move slower than Sonic Labyrinth's run speed. A lot of people hate this part, and I agree, it really ain't good at all. But there is one thing that is important, and that's Emma explaining what exactly GW is. So Emma knows about the Patriots, but not enough to really put into words. However, if it wasn't clear enough, the plan is to completely censor the internet in a way that is shockingly and horrifyingly eerie to our times now.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
And again, this is horrifying because this is actually true. Classified information from giant superpowers can be shared anywhere, which then gets spread around like goddamn wildfire.
Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level.
But again, the Patriots plan to combat this with a thing called GW. But now we finally understand the extent of that, because GW, turns out, is one big neural AI that can control everything digital, including a very subtly and convincingly changing scientific reports, and in an optional conversation with Rose, can even change mundane things like what movies are popular.
I mean, think about the kinds of film and bands everyone wants to go to see. It's whatever's at the top of the charts.
And if the charts are made up...
Exactly.
So, in other words, it's George Orwell's book, 1984.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
However, the actual thing that executes all this exists, quote-unquote, within our social structure. Now, in the game, due to Y2K, it was 2001, the government put a program that activated the AI onto every single version of Microsoft Windows.
A new version of Windows that brings your PC to life. Experience the best. Experience these.
Now, of course, this is pretty easily avoidable by not buying Windows Vista. So it's pretty easy to avoid this unless you were, you know, required digitally to update your operating system. But come on, that's ridiculous. The US doesn't have to do that. Instead, just ban apps entirely and force people to use US mandated ones. We can't have other countries spying on you. That's our job.
We're not spying on your calls.
You know what I want.
I know, but I want to hear you say
Barack Obama! Yo, Pierre, you want to come out? Weezy out of here.
Chicago!
Now again, Metal Gear Solid 2 is a piece of fiction. But with that being said, it's a really damn prophetic one. One that eerily predicts the reality we might just be headed towards. This, in my opinion, is an exposition dump done right because it's sheerly terrifying. How can you stop something you can't even fully comprehend? That's 5 steps ahead of you. One that has been controlling both what you and your peers have known for years, before you could even comprehend it.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Oh yeah, forgot about that part. So after going through the greatest segment in all of gaming, we make it down to this absolutely beautiful bottom of the shell. Sadly though for Emma, she's gonna have to cross the whole ocean.
What if I fall into the sea? I can't swim.
What a shame.
We then get a whole segment where we cover her with sniper fire, taking out claymores and enemies. This segment's pretty slow to be honest, but we can call in Snake for backup, which honestly, fighting with him, kinda badass. But of course, Vamp shows up. It's never that easy. And there's only one thing Raiden can do, which is take the damn shot. Except bad news, Emma's been stabbed and is losing a shit ton of blood.
What a rotten way to die.
So Snake carries her away and we rush over to their location. And we make it, but things are looking pretty dire right now. But we do have the anti-ChatGPT virus. Although bad news, the installation gets cut off at 90%.
Damn, the connection's been cut.
Is the virus upload complete?
I don't think so. The count stopped at 90%.
Emma then wakes up, but sadly she's bleeding out fast. But Otacon tells her that everything will be okay. And the two of them get one last bit of closure.
I always...
What is it?
Wanted to see you again.
You see, Emma's anger towards Hal was more so kind of projection. She never really hated him, but just wanted to grow closer with him.
You don't hate me?
Never. I never wanted to get in your way. I never wanted to hurt you.
Now, to analyze Emma, I think there is a metatextual reason she's a gender-bent Otacon. Like so many other things from the first game, Emma is something that is taken from the first game but removed of its identity. But Emma is someone who looks up to Otacon very highly. Her identity is rooted in the original Otacon character, to the point where she's wearing fake glasses for him. Essentially, she's to Otacon's character what Raiden is to Snake's character. But once Otacon to acknowledge her individuality.
I thought that with Arsenal, if I followed in your footsteps, I could be closer. I just wanted you to look at me. Look at me as a woman.
And I want to talk about that for a minute. In Metal Gear Solid 1, all the characters felt tied to their genes, to their families. But in Metal Gear Solid 2, characters feel tied to something else. And that thing is their identity and their legacy. Peter Stillman had the legacy of a legendary hero, but the legend was fabricated, and as a result, so was his identity. The Fat Man wanted to leave behind a legacy, and he had a whole entire identity to go along with it. But he himself doesn't leave behind anything at all. President Johnson wanted to leave his mark in history, but he was too much of a pawn for the powers that be to form his own identity, turning a powerful figure like the president into just another brick in the wall. Fortune rejects legacy and identity altogether. Her identity is her grief, and that makes her really nihilistic as a character, and her existence as an invulnerable character is very hollow. Emma, meanwhile, is very similar. She has an identity, but it's not really her own. Notice how the way she's introduced is literally MGS1 fan service. But as she dies, she removes Otacon's glasses with her fake ones in her hand, as well as asking Otacon to call her Emma instead of EE, symbolizing a last-minute transition to her own identity. This is where we get Otacon's posthumous monologue.
I had a relationship with your mother.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so now we just have actual incest.
My father's death was no accident. He took his own life.
By the way, Metal Gear fun fact side note.
Fuck Otacon's dad! Fuck this guy!
Well, I guess it is true. It really isn't your genes that make you. Although all this makes Otacon's grieving way more depressing. Although it does make Snake motivating him a lot more badass.
You mean I'd only get in your way?
Wrong. Only you can save those hostages. Got it?
This builds up to the hardest shot I've ever seen. Holy fuck, dude. Although Otacon does start grieving again.
How?
EE? Damn!
Otacon.
Snake then motivates Otacon again to save the hostages, where we get a scene that's somehow even harder? Although there is one more scene with Otacon, and it's probably one of my favorites in the whole game. So Emma has a parrot, one that keeps repeating, "Hal, I miss you," causing Otacon to fall on his knees and start crying uncontrollably. So Otacon is a very lonely character who wants to be loved. There's the whole Sniper Wolf thing in MGS1 where he had a one-sided crush on her, and there's the very weird playing a house thing with Emma, although it is just make-believe, trust me. And Emma is much the same way, which is where I want to talk about Otacon's love monologue. One of my favorite moments in this game, and a very underrated one too.
Both you and I, we were always alone. Always. We only wanted to be loved. We were always waiting for somebody.
Now, I know a lot of this is weird, but trust me, it is just an escape. Emma and Otacon were escaping because they wanted to feel love. In other words, it's symbolizing escapism. People escaping to fictional worlds to cope with their real problems and insecurities. And what a fitting character too, as Otacon is literally a giant weeaboo. But escaping to anything really only just makes you lose your identity. And in reality, it's you who has to find love yourself.
But we were wrong. You can't wait to be loved. You have to go out and find it. 4 years ago, I realized that you can't just wish for a happy family. You have to make it happen. I only wish I knew that sooner.
I can't tell you how kind of eye-opening this scene was for me, and just how relevant it all is. Love is something you have to look for and maintain. Everybody around you is their own individual human being, and that includes the people you love the most. You can't expect love to happen to you, you have to find it. This was important for me to hear when I played the game. Without getting too personal, there was a point in my life where I was just kind of a shut-in, where I really desperately wanted to be loved, but I didn't want to make any actual outside connections. I was too scared to. And as a result, I looked to movies and games and other art forms for some kind of a how-to guide. It sounds silly now, but this was a real isolating problem for me. And like Emma herself, I began losing my own sense of identity. I won't act like I have everything figured out, but this was a big wake-up call for me to start a first step. To, regardless of anything before or after, to find real human connections. View people for their own individuality. And that, right there, is how I can learn to love again.
I learned that I could love. As you probably did. Emma.
Anyways, back to Raiden and Snake. Oh yeah, they're in this game. Oh yeah, and Gray Fox is, wait a minute, that's Olga the whole time? Yeah, the cyborg ninja was Olga from the beginning. And Snake's betraying us too? What the hell?
You're changing sides now? Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
Anyways, Olga then knocks out Raiden.
Jack, are you reading me? Do you want to save your mission data up to this point? Your mission data's been saved.
We wake up on a torture bed like Metal Gear Solid 1, right in front of Ocelot and Solidus. And what's even worse, we're fucking naked.
Good grief, he's naked!
This is my son.
Wait, he's your what now? Okay, well, not actually. He's just a, child soldier who was kind of adopted by Solidus Snake during the Liberian Civil War and is responsible for a bunch of atrocities at 10 years old.
At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you several nicknames, including White Devil and Jack the Ripper.
Also, nice child soldier squadron named Solidus, small boy unit.
I heard that you a pedophile, you touch little boys and girls.
Not only that, but it's the Patriots who eventually took him in. So, no doubt anymore, Raiden's life is officially one big lie. We also get a side note on Solidus' intentions.
You're the spitting image of Big Boss.
There you have it too, Solidus is trying to be his own version of Big Boss, turning Manhattan into his own outer heaven and leaving his own legacy, like Big Boss did. Anyway, so he leaves, leaving us one-on-one time with Ocelot. Oh, by the way, all the MGS1 callbacks, Ocelot's aware of that, by the way.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
Where am I?
Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course. Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses.
Yeah, straight from the horse's mouth, we've been inside a giant repeat of Metal Gear Solid 1. By the way, Ocelot has that virus we need, and he leaves as Olga comes into the room. And Olga reveals that she's also a spy for the Patriots, because her child she was pregnant with is being held captive by the Patriots. By the way, after the tanker incident, she joined an illegal Russian group, which, you guessed it, it was just the Patriots. And if it wasn't clear enough of the Patriots run literally everything.
When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots.
And her job from the Patriots was to, in fact, help us, because they would kill her child otherwise. And thankfully, though, Snake fought her off screen while we were helping Emma Emmerich, and helped her see what was really going on. Because, you know, clearly an escort mission was way more interesting. But why would the Patriots want to help us, though? Well, that's the thing, they don't.
You're just like me. We're just pawns.
Pawns for what purpose?
The S3 plan.
Huh?
You'll figure it out sooner or later, but I wonder if you'll handle the truth.
Olga then punches us and leaves, and we...
Jack, are you alright?
Oh, great. Well, might as well tell Rose. So yeah, Jack now remembers everything. And of course, you can take a wild guess who's been tampering with his memories. But interestingly, Raiden now has a past, and therefore a kind of identity from that. Bad news, that identity is being a child soldier.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. They give you a gun, you ask how many to kill. If you didn't, you were the one they shot instead.
So yeah, Raiden has a kind of a fucked up childhood. One that involves shit like being forced to eat drugged gunpowder in his food. Jesus.
We were fed once a day. I can still taste the gunpowder they mixed into the food.
Gunpowder? In the food?
What's up, gamers? Welcome to Metal Gear Cooking. This is how to make Raiden's Liberian hamburgers. So putting Raiden in the context of all these other characters, Raiden has an identity, one he absolutely does not want. And he finally admits this kind of defeat that he isn't Snake, nor will he be. Because Raiden can't escape his own fucked up reality.
The only people who have no problem with my past have secrets and agendas of their own. Terrible nightmares. Every night. I can never forget.
You should have told me.
Told you what? That I'm a killer? And always have been?
No, no.
What I hate more than anything else in the world is my own past.
Rose then tries reassuring Raiden she loves him anyways, but it doesn't really work too well.
And I know that what I feel for you can only get better. And I'll share in your past if that's the price.
It doesn't work that way. No one can share the burden of what I've done. It's not one of those warm and fuzzy things couples share.
Raiden then tells Rose he can't start a family with her whatsoever.
I know you want to get married.
But
I can't. I can't risk starting a family. There's no way to erase my childhood.
It's all right, Jack. Please, don't say any more.
And hey, look at that, we're free now. Okay. We're in Arsenal gear.
Raiden, do you copy? You must continue your mission. Your role, that is, mission.
My role? Why do you keep saying...
Skip. But when does this game get fucking good?
So Campbell's still alive, but he isn't himself. Constantly glitching and saying really weird shit.
Colonel, are you under orders from the Patriots?
Your role, that is...
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game.
So that AI network is the Colonel. We've been a test subject for an AI network.
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
But anyways, in this part, we have to sneak by a bunch of guards completely naked, all while trying to...
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
So, this is the freaky part. This is the part where the game starts talking to you, staring directly back at you.
Honestly, though, you have played the game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
The AI, however, also starts spitting out just complete nonsense, which is a pretty eerie if you've ever seen ChatGPT malfunction. From unused story beats that don't go anywhere at all, clearly meant to manipulate Raiden further.
Actually, there is something I have been meaning to tell you, but I just couldn't. I think you should know, though. On Saturday morning last week, I saw a guy leaving Rosemary's room. How should I put it? It was like they were intimate.
To just randomly referencing other Metal Gear Solid games?
Infiltrate the enemy fortress, Outer Heaven. Destroy the final weapon, Metal Gear. President Baker should be somewhere to the south of where you blasted through the wall. Hurry and save him before the terrorists discover his code. Variety level 13. Rescue Meryl, the return of Ginola. Your mission is to infiltrate the Fortress Galluade, rescue the hostages, and neutralize Metal Gear before its assembly is complete.
To just straight up nonsense.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey Rock. I need scissors. 61.
Dude, what the fuck is going on?
To make this segment even weirder, we're going through Arsenal Gear Jejunum, Ascending colon, Sigmoid colon, Rectum, and who the hell is this woman on my map? This part it feels like the game having a mental breakdown, which, you know what, kinda makes sense. Raiden's entire worldview is being broken down right in front of him. It's surreal, creepy, weird, nothing makes sense, but it's also so
Jack, it's me.
Oh, god damn it.
Jack, I owe you an apology. That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
Oh, great. So our girlfriend has been a spy for the Patriots the whole time? To the point where she's changed everything about her to suit our taste.
Hairstyle, clothes, the way I moved, things I talked about. You say you love the color of my hair, my eyes. They're not even real.
Again, this expands on the whole escapism thing. Raiden becomes attached to something that really isn't reality. He's playing a role. I mean, this
is a type of role-playing game.
And he's figuring this out the hard way.
I don't know who you really are. The person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense, the deception was my own, not theirs. I was in love, or thought I was, with someone who didn't exist. I was trying to be someone I wasn't by loving what wasn't real.
Base Raiden, no longer an incel.
Jack!
What?
I'm carrying. I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose! What's going on?
Oh, except Rose is an AI too. Oh shit. Everything we know is a lie, and the truth is worse than we could ever imagine. If only there were a big, strong man who could twerk on me to save us right now.
Amazing how you walk around like that.
Holy shit, it's Snake! And he has our gear too, holy shit! And from the looks of it, he's also been look-maxing and mewing. But wait, didn't he like knock us out earlier?
Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal. It worked.
Oh, that's okay, you're fine, dude.
Why didn't you tell me about Olga?
You never asked.
I fucking love Snake. So Arsenal's headed for Manhattan and we gotta stop it. Snake also gives Raiden a katana ninja sword.
No fucking way!
By the way, back in MGS1, you can receive an infinite ammo bandana for beating the game. I bring this up because this is directly mentioned in MGS2.
If you run out of ammo, you can have mine.
You got enough?
Absolutely. Infinite ammo.
Which, aside from being the funny Kojima fourth wall shenanigans, is also further evidence that MGS is indeed metafiction, and Raiden's life is looking more and more like a video game.
My life is like a video game. Try hard. Take a girl.
Speaking of which, this leads to Raiden asking Snake a few questions.
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between reality and a game.
Diminished sense of reality, huh? VR training will do that.
No. It was field training when I was a kid.
So at this point, we've been broken down enough, right? Nobody in Raiden's life is who he thinks he is, not even himself. But this here is when you realize that MGS2 has been deconstructing MGS1's plot. So once again, yes, this game is about ideology as opposed to MGS1's topic of genes. Forgive me if I'm repeating myself again, but this is important to go over. Metal Gear Solid 1 asks the question, what's more important, your genes or what you believe in? The answer, of course, being what you believe in. However, this leaves a massive gaping hole. What do you believe in? Remember that question, by the way. But on a more existential level, what are you going to leave behind? And is it really worth it to do so? I mean, we've seen with Fat Man and Stillman that it probably isn't. Raiden begins to worry about what exactly he'll be remembered for. I mean, in childhood, he was a child soldier, and in everything else, he was just kind of a pawn. And reminder, Raiden is kind of us, right? The kind of weird self-insert. So in turn, we probably live lives or have trauma we really don't want to live through, which can be a massive blow to our self-definitions, our identity. So we, through Raiden, asked Snake what to do with all that. And this next conversation, I'm gonna be honest, I've tried summarizing it or making it shorter, but it is such an interesting and empathetic conversation that I'm just gonna let it play it out for you.
Raiden, we don't carry guns to take people down. We're not here to help some politician either.
You can say that because you're a legend, a hero. I'm Jack the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder, not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future. You can stop being part of a mistake, starting now.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
And this leads into one of my favorite lines in any work of fiction ever.
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem. Come on.
This small moment, it changed my life, man. Seeing a small scene like this really shocked me that Raiden was as controversial as he was. Because even though I described him as a weird anti-fan character, that there is a reason why he's a near-perfect representation of the player base. Even after all the revelations, or perhaps because of them, Raiden still isn't sure who he is. But by extension, neither is anyone playing the game, or anyone in the world, actually. So many people struggle with their identity and what they believe in. And it's not unjustified to lack it either. The state of the world, mental health, trauma, all of these can shake your self-worth and self-view as a person. And not only that, but it's hard to find an ideology that's even true. And it's hard to figure out what true even means, period. It's no secret, Metal Gear Solid 2 is a postmodern text. It's something that I would go into more, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm really fucking stupid. But the philosophy of postmodernism essentially means that truth is relative. There is no objective truth, which at first sounds nihilistic, like there's no point to life, but in actuality, it's the exact opposite. Life is what you make of it, and the idea of truth is a kind of your own. Everybody you've encountered is an individual person, and so is Raiden. And no matter how much Raiden has been denying it, he's still a child soldier and a pawn at the end of the day. But it's never too late for him. If anything, now it's time for him to find something to believe in on his own. What matters is that you found something, and you found it for yourself, and you fight to pass that on to the future. Which is perfect because the very next scene that happens is a giant action fight scene where you, the player, are fighting next to Solid fucking Snake. One of the most badass characters ever is in your fucking corner rooting for you, dude. Oh, what? You gonna turn the game console off now? Nah, boy, you got some fucking work to do. There's even a point where you're fighting in the broken version of the game over screen. You are literally fighting and pushing against the mission failed screen. Bro, I want Kojima to get me We also, again, get confirmation that the kernel is an AI, and it's acting up because the virus is installed, which is good. Oh, by the way, the AI is way freakier than you think it is, because through nanomachines, it is algorithmically designed to Raiden's taste.
The kernel is, in part, your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy.
but it's probably the truth.
Which is absolutely insane considering the rise of AI companions. People are literally making bots and character AI and getting attached to them. We are now literally at a point where life is reflecting Metal fucking Gear Solid 2. Anyways, we then encounter Fortune, who's here to kill Snake and everyone else.
Since no one can kill me, I may as well kill everyone I can.
Snake's then all like,
I didn't kill your father.
Fortune doesn't believe him, of course. So Snake's gonna deal with her for the time being. As Raiden goes up this ladder to the rectum of Arsenal Gear, where we encounter the voice of Solidus Snake, who tells us about the S3 plan, a plan to recreate Solid Snake.
S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior.
So yeah, again, we're just a Metal Gear recolor. Anyways, it's boss time. Solidus Snake shows up, but we're not fighting him though. Rather, we're fighting
25 Metal Gear Rays.
All by ourselves, by the way.
I'm gonna kill myself tonight.
Oh, and they're all called Rose 1, Rose 2, whatnot. Oh, and they bleed too, if that wasn't freaky. So yeah, this boss might be a little bit over the top, but then the boss fight stops and then Olga shows up. And she tells us that if we die, her child dies. But then Solidus Snake, the ex-president and the bad guy, uses his electric flamethrower Dr. Octopus arms to choke Olga, which then he swirls his P90 and then shoots her and kills her. You see, I love Metal Gear because I can say shit like that in one take.
Enjoy the show, Jack.
No.
But then the AI starts going haywire because of the virus, so all 25 of the Metal Gear Rays start going insane! So Solidus Snake, the ex-president, and the third Snake brother, jumps up in the air and uses his P90 to shoot. And bad news, he has us in a chokehold and now he has Snake captive, allowing him to knock us out and do the same to us. But then turns out his real objective was to expose who the Patriots were. But then turns out, Ocelot was a spy for the Patriots the whole time!
Everything you've done here has been scripted. A little exercise set up by us. This is the S3 training kernel. An orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
Even Fortune's dad's death and her acting on revenge was all planned by the Patriots too, which she reveals before shooting her in the chest.
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
Yeah, even Fortune's invincibility is all just one little device.
There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural. Only cutting-edge technology.
Or so we think, because Ocelot gets in the Metal Gear and shoots a bunch of missiles, only for them to completely miss, as Fortune reaches out her hands in near sacrifice.
She is Lady Luck.
My name is Helena Dolph Jackson, the daughter of a proud and noble soldier.
And this right here is where Fortune's character dies. It's a nice ending to her character, where she goes from nihilistic to finally fighting for something. She's granted the death she wants, but it's such a noble death at the end of the day. I promise you, Fortune, you won't be forgotten. You'll be in my YouTube video essay. But then, conveniently, Liquid takes over Ocelot's body.
I've been waiting for this.
And Liquid's here to destroy the Patriots, which is why he's in Ocelot's body. But then Snake breaks free as Liquid takes Metal Gear and dives after him. Oh yeah, don't forget we're in a giant Metal Gear garage that's gonna crash into New York, which, by the way, it does. But not only is it now crashed in New York, but now we crashed right into
Federal Hall.
Okay, dude, it's not that funny.
What are you laughing at?
Do you know what day it is today?
April 30th? I'm not teaming.
Okay, so all jokes aside, that is a pretty important date, actually. Because, you know, the game told me. This is where Solidus reveals his true motivations. You see, the Patriots are taking away pure American freedom.
This post was fact-checked.
All through digital censorship. However, here's the thing, he's not doing it to actually free anyone. Rather, he's doing it to, you guessed it, leave behind a legacy. So, on the surface, it's a very selfish reason.
I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy. my mark in history.
However, here's the thing, the game also humanizes him. Here's a reminder that he is indeed the third Snake clone, and therefore can't reproduce, meaning this is the only way he can leave any kind of mark on history. He doesn't show it, but Solidus is terrified of being forgotten.
The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs, no legacy.
And this is in stark contrast to Liquid, who is kind of just a bratty child, who didn't understand that it's not your genes that make you, but who you are. Solidus, on the complete opposite end, is much more understandable, weirdly enough. Unlike Liquid, he understands that it's his ideology that makes him and what he leaves behind.
When the torch is passed on from parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well. What is our legacy if we cannot pass the torch? Proof of our existence, a mark of some sort. All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history.
Although, with that being said, he's still, you know, the bad guy, and is still trying to nuke Manhattan. Also, the child soldier thing, not a fan. And in the end, he's still acting very selfishly. He's not freeing anyone because he wants to free the people, but rather so he can be desperately written down in the history books. It's an interesting twist on the road to hell is paved with good intentions, as Solidus has very selfish ulterior motives to those good intentions. And further as to why I think Solidus is one of the most underrated characters in the whole series. But with that being said, we gotta take him down now, leading to one last final boss fight.
I will triumph over the Patriots and liberate us all, and we will become the Sons of Liberty!
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
So turns out the AI is still alive, which results in arguably the most famous and yet most unnerving scene in the whole game. There are tons of analysis videos on this scene alone, which makes it even harder for me to actually add anything, but I'll just try the best I can, so here we go. So now we're directly talking to the AI system that's been lying to us the whole game.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human.
A system that speaks almost divinely, but still so pragmatically.
Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often.
But now it's time to ask the question, why would you want to censor the internet? And the AIs have a really good rebuttal.
Why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully. Like a good boy.
So essentially the AI begins by talking about genes, and how essentially we have a greater knowledge of genealogy than ever before. However, in a direct deconstruction of Metal Gear Solid 1's theming, your genes and who you are two different things, and that creates a problem. Because you see, the ideologies we do share have shaped the entirety of human history, but ideologies, and by extension culture, is so much harder to maintain and preserve.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on?
Now, of course, nowadays we have plenty of ways of spreading and preserving information, newspapers, radio, history books, and biographies. However, that information was also much more easily translatable. These were forms of communication that were much more limited, and as a result, information was easier to maintain. You could create a collective narrative. You could have your population focus on big issues, or distract them from one.
We've always kept records of our lives. Through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
This, of course, brings us to the idea of misinformation. Now, misinformation has always been a part of human history, but genuinely dangerous misinformation does eventually get filtered out, and that's why the Patriots view the internet specifically as a threat. Because the internet, the information superhighway, is full of junk information and junk misinformation. The internet has become a 24/7 tabloid for every single thing you could ever imagine, and the AI and the Patriots view this as a stunt to the human species.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
This is pretty much what social media is nowadays, right? So much information, fact or not, can just be put out there and accessible within a matter of seconds. There are, however, plenty of people telling the truth, whatever that means, and all this without any kind of real narrative or anything. And that's what the AI plans to do, create a narrative.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths.
Which is, by the way, a good time to mention, there is a difference between fact and truth. Fact is objective and inarguable, while truth is a bit more subjective than that, with differing perspectives being taken more into account. The thing is, all facts are obviously true, but not all truth is fact. Let me give an example. Let's say I owned a Blaze the Cat plush toy. Now, Blaze the Cat is a purple, right? She's a purple cat. However, I have a housekeeper, and he's colorblind. So if I were to ask him what color is my Blaze the Cat plush toy, he would go, oh, that's a blue cat. Now, of course, he's factually incorrect, but he's not lying to me. He's telling me the truth. This is, of course, just the idea of multiple perspectives, which, if you think about it, is a massive double-edged sword as people are able to manipulate information, and as a result, tell multiple versions of the truth that ends up juxtaposing with each other.
Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species.
And then think about how long exactly this has all been going on, and just how generally hypocritical humanity itself is, especially in this age. And all we've ever done is just continue to enable that.
Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt.
The thing is, though, people are more than comfortable with subscribing to a false sense of truth, all for the sake of comfort. It's a similar reason why escapism exists. And people are more than happy to get full-on radicalized in these small little circles, just to avoid the reality of conflict or discomfort, all while ironically becoming more hostile to any idea that clashes with their own. People online lock themselves into their own echo chambers, while not realizing this is only worsening themselves. But yet, at the same time, people who are too far gone in this end up attacking other people anyways, which to the Patriots is an obstacle in the way of social progress.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
You see, it's not because of a single ideology, but a violent bunch of ideologies fighting against each other, and yet not actually progressing anything that ends up creating the Patriots AI system. They want to filter information for our benefit because we need it. Because we have proven time and time again to fail at progressing society.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
And I mean, do you even really know better? In fact, let me ask a question. Why do you believe what you believe? Do you believe it through personal exploration and life experiences? Or do you just believe everything a significant figure tells you?
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
The AIs then talked about the idea of self, or in other words, identity, something we've been exploring throughout the game. However, according to the Patriots, self is just something we use to make us feel better.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
But even though we barely have an identity we can call our own, we sure are hell-bent on desperately protecting it, but only to make us feel better, which is why we really don't have any ability to say what truth is at all.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Think about that question real hard, by the way. Can you even decide what is truth?
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
It's a damn good argument as to why we don't deserve free will. Think about everything you've seen online, in the news, all around you. And wait, what about the people who run the news and online networks? Do they know any better? Are they even qualified to decide? Because there sure are too many cases where the answer is hell fucking no. In this day and age, in the age of the internet, we don't deserve free will. In fact, looking through human history, did we ever really deserve it ever? The difference now, though, is that the internet is now a Pandora's box of truth, meaning we've overstepped our boundaries with free will.
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
And the whole game was just the Patriots testing the waters. They weren't trying to train us at all, but rather see if they could algorithmically control humanity in order to ensure its survival.
The S3 plan does not stand for solid snake simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity. The S3 is a system for controlling human will and consciousness.
So you see, we're the S3, not you.
They also chose Raiden for straight up denying his own past. Again, using Raiden as a way to mock the player for escaping into a fictional world.
We used Shadow Moses as a paradigm for the exercise.
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting.
Do you know why we chose you over them? It was because you were the only one who refused to acknowledge the past.
But you turn your back on everything you don't like. You do whatever you like, see only the things you like, and for yourself alone. You pretended to be understanding, to be a gentleman. You never made a conscious attempt to reach out to me.
I was just trying not to...
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all that you did.
So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
And we can't break out now because they have Olga's child. And if we, the player, turn the game console off, then yeah, Olga's child is dead. So our only choice now is to keep playing the game. All because we bought into their reality and it's too late to back out now. And that's the scariest part of the Patriots and the AI. It's not that they're shadowy or they control everything behind the scenes or the extent of what they control, but it's because they're right. Human beings don't deserve free free will. We have no idea what truth is. We're set up for failure under the guise of false promises. And that's why this moment is so profound and still profound to this day. It strikes a chord that I've rarely seen in any other work of fiction. It truly is existentially terrifying.
So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus, the Patriot's creation, or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
Although the moment is kind of ruined knowing that Solidus was just kind of standing there for 13 minutes. Also, another large plot twist, Solidus killed Raiden's parents. I'm gonna be honest, I love this game. This shit's unnecessary. This part's already dramatic as is, and all this extra stuff is pretty much just brain mush. You see, I'm not a Kojima dick writer, sometimes. Alrighty, yo, final boss time. Man, these sword controls aged like dog ass. We also get another brief AI codec call, which tells us what we already know. Wow, guys, I can't believe it. Raiden's a pawn. So anyways, we slice open Solidus, make him fall over, and kneel at George Washington's feet, motherfucker. Although now, Raiden is broken down and alone, even as people surround him. Which, I don't blame him. After that whole game and the AI conversation and everything, I'm not really sure what I am.
Who am I, really? No one quite knows who or what they are.
Raiden, disregard what I just told you. The most important thing for you to do now is enjoy a mouth-watering Egg McMuffin sandwich from the new all-day breakfast menu at McDonald's.
In all seriousness, yeah, Snake's here. And he's here to give us more life advice. After having a whole game where you don't know what's real or not, Snake ends up saying, you know what? It doesn't matter. Because what matters is that what you went through is yours. If people go through their own versions of reality every day. So really, was there ever an absolute reality? Either way, it doesn't matter. It's what you do with it that matters.
The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point. There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
In other words, no matter how real or not real something was, no matter how traumatic it was, what matters the most is what Raiden does with it, or what you do with it, in fact. If it wasn't clear enough, Metal Gear Solid 2 includes one of my favorite messages in anything. And Snake's speech here conveys it so damn well. So many people fear what they'll leave behind after they die. They fear what kind of legacy they'll have, especially when life gets out of their control.
What am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
The answer to Raiden's question there is not an easy one to figure out. Reality can be fucked and your perception can be broken, but that doesn't have to be your absolute reality. What really matters is that everything you felt in your life is real, and you can use your experiences to improve the future. You're still alive and have time left, and no matter what happens, everything is up to you.
We can tell other people about having faith. What we had faith in. What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. You can find your own name. And your own future.
Decide for myself?
And whatever you choose will be you. I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time. But everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours. And what you decide to do with them is your choice. Choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. It's up to you.
Snake then notices Raiden's dog tags with our name on them, and dog tags that Raiden throws away. It symbolizes us. As the game ends, it's time for us to go out and live a new life. We're no longer tied to Raiden, we can choose our future and our identities.
I'll pick my own name, and my own life. I'll find something worth passing on.
Raiden learns that in spite of his painful experiences, there's valuable information to be learned. And that means there's valuable things to be passed on to the future. And more importantly, yeah, humans don't deserve free will, which is why it's a miracle we even have it. And we can still use it to our fullest ourselves.
They taught me some good things too.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word, even me.
Snake then says he'll take care of the Olga's child situation, and he has names of all the Patriots, even though it's actually a fluke in the after credits scene. Raiden then tries joining Snake, but he stops him, and then Raiden realizes he has something else to take care of. That person being, of course, his reality here on out, which is Rose, where we see their first real-world interaction.
Can I ask you something? Who am I, really?
I wouldn't know. But we're going to find out together, aren't we?
Oh.
See me for what I am, okay?
Raiden then finally remembers what day it is, so, that nightmare's over.
I remember now. Today is the day I met you. April 30th?
Anyways, all jokes aside, we get two incredibly beautiful ending speeches. One between Raiden and Rose, and one after the credits from Snake, discussing genes, legacy, and why our characters stay alive. I could do what I've been doing and add my own commentary to them, but honestly, they're so perfect, I don't want to ruin them. So I'll play them both uncut for you here.
I think I found something to pass along to the future.
What?
He said all living things want their genes to live on.
Are you talking about the baby?
Yeah. But genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't written into our DNA. It's up to us to teach that to our children.
What kind of things?
About the environment, our ideas, our culture, poetry, compassion, sorrow, joy. We'll tell them everything together.
Is that a proposal?
This is for your ears only.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies, what we've seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. These are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for. We need to pass the torch and let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is a messy game, and it's probably my favorite game ever made. This is the quintessential postmodern video game, and it's brilliant because of it. It's mind-bending, but beautiful, and also completely off the fucking walls. Again, I think the game is an anti-fan fiction. It deconstructs the whole idea of escaping into a fictional realm, and really has you asking questions like, do we as humans deserve free will? Or what kind of legacy are we as individuals going to leave behind? Raiden as a character is lied to and beaten down. But no matter what happens to you, it's about what you carry on to the future. How you take your experiences and translate them. You can find individuality even in the face of information control. You find something to believe in and then pass it on to the future, which is just such a beautiful message. As you can tell, this game's very personal to me. It was there during a very dark period in my life, and it's been there for a lot of other ones too. It's a game that reminds me that no matter how dark things get, or no matter how much humans don't deserve free will, life is something we still have and is a miracle we have it anyways. The game may critique escapism, but it also tells you that what you felt in that was real, and the important thing is that you carry on what you learned into your real life. So many other characters lived false legacies and false lives, but what you need to do is find something for yourself. It's a part of why I'm making this video, to be honest. I want to pass this game on to you guys. Metal Gear Solid 2 is a messy, messy game, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
I can't say goodbye.
Too bad the fans hated it though. Yeah, so fans weren't a big fan of the whole play as a twink instead of snake thing, making Metal Gear Solid 2 extremely controversial. In other words, they just didn't see the vision yet. This meant that Kojima had to regain fan trust and play it safe for one more game, while also finding something to say in that. And balancing artistic expression and fan service is insanely hard to do, especially for a franchise as deep as Metal Gear. So where did that leave the next game? Oh! What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
I give my life.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
Think you can pull the trigger? I can't go back. I've left America behind me.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
That's that real music, man. Come back home.
Metal Gear Solid 3. This game is fucking legendary. This is the fan favorite of the series. This is the one everyone loves. Even a lot of Kojima haters seem to like this one singular game. And while Metal Gear Solid 2 is my favorite in the whole series, there's no denying MGS3 is still incredible. And with a brand new remake of this game on the horizon, there's no better time than now to look at this absolute classic. A game that somehow got Kojima to strike lightning thrice. So what makes this game so special out of all the other ones? Well, ironically, not a whole lot for the most part. This is a much simpler game overall, but as we'll find out, that's absolutely to this game's benefit. So let's drop in and get to Tilted Towers. This is Metal Gear Solid 3.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Our game opens on an airplane in 1964. Wait a minute, 1964? Yeah, MGS3 is a prequel now, about the origins of Big Boss. Remember him? The guy that Snake and Liquid are cloned after? Yeah, we finally get to figure out who this fucking guy is at long last. Anyway, so we're approaching the Soviet Union. Yeah, reminder, this is the 60s, during the Cold War. So pull out all your history books for this one, kids.
Wakey, 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 wakey. It's time for
The Bay of Pigs debacle.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
All right. You ready to go?
We're also introduced to our main character, who's smoking a cigar and not giving a shit.
Put out that cigar. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
So either this guy's a complete badass or a complete idiot. A line that will probably be blurred throughout the game. We do, however, get the hardest cigar put out of all time, right before the massive jump out of the plane moment.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Is he stupid?
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour.
This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
Everything about this opening scene is so fucking hard. The cinematography is absolutely incredible. The pacing is just perfect. The characterization of the new Snake is just a great first impression. And the color choices, going from the industrial green to the bright yellow haze. A bright new world just outside of the ship. It's an intro so good, it really doesn't need an introduction or analysis at all.
Spread your wings
and fly. God be with you.
So we hop out of the plane into the latest Fortnite season, and that's how the game opens. Directed by Hideo Kojima, which means we immediately cut to an exposition dump. Well, actually, it's a mission briefing, which actually I do appreciate, since Metal Gear Solid 1 isolated this part into a separate part of the menu. Unfortunately, our higher-up is British. Ew.
Jack, I've got some important news.
Proper British dishes, part 35.
So first, we now know who Big Boss is before he was Big Boss, and his name is apparently Jack. Hey, wait a minute, that's Raiden's name. But don't worry though, his name isn't actually Jack. That's just a small little nickname. It's actually revealed later to be John.
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short.
You're a regular Captain Nemo.
Except John Doe isn't a real name you use. Rather, it's a name for unidentified dead bodies or anonymity. Very interesting. So, a short answer, this guy's name is John, or Jack for short. And more importantly, John is sent on a mission to save a guy named Sokolov. And this guy is the real fucking deal, helping out with the very first spacecraft and landing as the head of an entire military design bureau. That is, until he went all Oppenheimer.
I regret everything I've done. I don't believe in human rights.
And hopped him and his family over to the US of A. Unfortunately, not only did Sokolov himself end up getting stuck and exhausted and put in a hospital in West Berlin, but a week later, while he's still in the hospital, the Cuban Missile Crisis happened.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
Cuban Missile Crisis!
And the Soviets are all like,
Ayokode we want Sokolov. Give Sokolov or else we will cause World War III.
And John F. Kennedy was all like, okay. So the US gave Sokolov back to the Russians, even if it was kind of against his will.
Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight.
But the question is, why did the Russians want Sokolov? Well, to build a new nuclear device, of course. I wonder what that kind of device could be. So our plan, of course, is to infiltrate and save Sokolov and bring him back to the good old US of A.
It's the 4th of July. Yeah, we know it's true. The colors of the flag are red, white, and blue.
So we drop in by parachute and land like a goddamn badass. Hell yes, brother. But first, of course, a codec call.
Do you copy?
Right now, we're balls deep in enemy territory. So first order of business, get some code names. I wonder what our code name's gonna be.
Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on.
Snake?
Okay, so we get the origins of the Snake name. Alright. And we're being led by Major Zero, who will be our Colonel Campbell for the whole game, and who also has a little nickname of his own.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom.
I wonder if that's a reference to something Kojima likes. We're also part of the Fox unit. Oh, shit. So the precursor to Foxhound. Alright. We also lost our backpack in a tree. So now we gotta retrieve it, and we're given a brief taste of the controls of this game. A taste that lasts about, you know, like 5 seconds before the next codec call cutscene. Anyway, so we get our backpack and get a new codec call. And we get the whole yada yada, this is a stealth mission shit. You know the drill by now. But we also get 2 new character introductions. Our first character is a paramedic.
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
She's gonna save our game. And don't worry, she's way less annoying than Rose is. In fact, she's actually really adorable, as every time you save with her, she brings up some movie from that time period.
Hey, Snake. You ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters?
No. What is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it? Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
I like to imagine Kojima just kicking his legs up and giggling while writing her dialogue, including when he writes lines like these.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake.
We're also introduced to somebody else that'll be important in the game.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake. A legendary soldier and your mentor.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
This is the boss. Remember her. She is ultra important. I mean, for one thing, she's a fucking legend. Being the leader of the Cobra unit, an entire unit of soldiers that brought World War II to an end. You know, just killing Hitler with the girlies. But she's also personally important to Snake.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
The boss is a mother figure to Snake, but someone who had to leave on a top secret mission. Something that Snake clearly resents.
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
A lot of the scene is establishing Snake and the boss's relationship, as well as how much of a motherly teacher the boss is to Snake. And in my opinion, it's a really great setup. Not only are these already pretty interesting characters, but it also establishes that this new Snake is much more naive than the Solid Snake we used to know. Someone who's much more inexperienced and insecure about it, as opposed to how get it done Solid Snake was. It also shows just how damn good of a teacher the boss is.
I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun.
There are a few interesting things thrown around here, especially the boss's views on morality and politics. How what we view as good changes with the times, and what that means for our personal feelings. It's just a really interesting discussion, even if it is, kinda long.
There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country. The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I think my only problem is that a lot of it is in a codec call. I would have liked maybe an added scene or two where Snake and the boss physically interact. But hey, we got a whole ass game ahead of us here. So let's finish this up and keep moving.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
Anyways, enough yapping. We gotta save Sokolov. And by doing so, we commence the virtuous mission.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
And now at long last, it's time for real, actual gameplay. Gameplay within this lush, tropical, atmospheric jungle. Ah yes, the wild jungles of Soviet Russia. Now fun fact, there are no tropical jungles anywhere in Russia. So why does no one have a problem with this? Well, for one thing, because the Metal Gear series has done legitimately crazier things. And for another, the gameplay is just so damn good. It embraces the idea of surviving in the jungle so well. You can kill and hunt for any animal you see, which you will need to do to maintain your stamina. You can equip camouflage to blend into your surroundings. You can hold enemies at knife point and interrogate them for more information. You can use environmental objects like beehives to scare away enemies, which by the way, in the cutscene teaching you this, shows Snake just smiling like a goofball. You can fake your death in the game? Yeah, really. But you also have to maintain your body from broken bones and bullet wounds. And these levels have a bit more open, tactical verticality to them, which allows for by far the best level design in the series up to this point. It's like you're playing as a mix of Jason Bourne and Bear Grylls. It might be a little clunky now, but that's only because so many games after ripped it off. If this video weren't primarily about Metal Gear Solid 3's story, I'd be here for hours about the gameplay alone. And it makes you really ignore the fact that there, again, are no jungles in Russia. The gameplay is so good at depending on survival that you just kind of run with the whole thing. By the way, the soundtrack, goated. It is the best in the series. I mean, just take a fucking listen. Thank God for the Shrek composer. He cooked here. Anyway, so we arrive at where Sokolov is being held up. So we sneak inside this dingy-ass abandoned factory. And we see him burning some kind of documents. We then confront him and explain our role, which is, of course, we're here to escort him out of this place. He also, however, warns us of our lead, a bad guy who's after him.
You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Ah, come on. Metal Gear went woke.
Colonel Volgin of GRU. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
And this guy means some serious business. So currently, Khrushchev, who is a real person by the way, is kinda fallen off due to both food shortages and the JFK assassination. Because of this, a bunch of extremists ran by Colonel Volgin are trying to take the power back and overthrow the Soviet Union. And Colonel Volgin's cherry on top is Sokolov's secret weapon he's been developing. A weapon he fully intends on using. I wonder what weapon that could possibly be. So we gotta get Sokolov out of here before Volgin arrives.
You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
So we escort Sokolov out while he does whatever this is. That is until we're ambushed by a bunch of Soviet soldiers. That is until they're ambushed by someone else. A major for the GRU's Ocelot unit.
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. Don't you forget it.
Yep, that's right. It's a pre-Revolver Ocelot. Voiced by Josh Keaton, aka my favorite Spider-Man voice ever. Anyway, so obviously he's after Sokolov too, meaning that Ocelot's here to have a nice conversation with the Soviets. I mean, just check out these people skills. He then approaches us and it does that. I guess this means Ocelot's a certified cat boy.
I really wish I didn't see that. Try to erase my memory. Alright, it's gone now.
Causing the whole Ocelot unit to come out.
Crew operative!
All the while, Ocelot taunts us.
What is that stance? Huh. That gun.
That ain't no grill walk.
That is until it's revealed that Ocelot is a complete dumbass, as his gun suddenly jams on him, allowing Sokolov to just run away, initiating an amazingly choreographed fight scene. Which, on that note, the game's choreography and its cutscenes is at peak here. There's so much more style and weight to it all, and even some well-timed slow-mo for that extra impact. It all just looks so damn cool. It's still in line with the over-the-top Metal Gear nature, but it feels so much more refined here. Even compared to MGS2, the composition is a whole different level here. It's like Kojima always wanted to make scenes like this, but couldn't due to one reason or another. It's all a very long way for me to say, this shit looks dope as hell. So after all this, Snake gives young Ocelot a bit of advice, even though he just tried to kill him. You know what? What a nice guy, you know?
You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique. But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good. Pretty good.
So after beating the fuck out of Ocelot, it's time to find Sokolov again. And good news, we find him, but we find something else in the distance.
That's what they were making you build.
Yes, the Shagohod. The treading behemoth.
Yup, of course. It's, not Metal Gear, actually. But it is a giant nuclear tank called the Shagohod. So, effectively, yeah, this is our Metal Gear of the game. The giant, evil, top-secret weapon project that you have to take down. But this time, it's in the context of the Cold War and the fear of nuclear war. Which, of course, means the Shagohod means one giant thing.
If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War.
And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
Well, shit, World War III isn't good. Well, but thank God we're at least bringing Sokolov back home then. So we cross this bridge back home, except someone confronts us.
Boss?
Yeah, shit, the boss is here. And with the way she just drops whatever's in her hand so carelessly, she clearly isn't here to aid us either.
And clearly, not for shawarma.
So Snake asks what the hell is going on here, and turns out she's here to take Sokolov from us. We're then suddenly attacked by a bunch of hornets, resulting in Sokolov getting kidnapped into a helicopter right above us. By the way, yes, there is a guy who can control hornets in the game, but we'll discuss him and the old man with googly eyes later in the game. Oh, and the ghost too. Yes, there's a ghost in Metal Gear, but again, that's not important right now. No, right now the important thing is the lightning dude.
Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
This is Colonel Volgin, a man who is a comically evil. He's not the deepest Metal Gear villain, but he is a lot of fun to be around. But for some reason, the boss is on his side now, giving him access to nuclear warheads.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union.
No! 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 Fuck! Shit!
Yeah, the boss is now defecting, which is clearly, not good.
If somebody tells you
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union,
that is communism.
So clearly right now, Snake's a little confused and conflicted, allowing the boss to take down Snake and break his fucking arm. The boss then spares him, or so Snake thinks, because she then throws him off this giant bridge.
drift away. My place is with them now.
Yeah, so for now, who knows what the fuck's going on? Aside from, of course, our mother figure apparently being a dirty commie.
Hey, next week they'll be telling you can't drink a Coca-Cola. What is that? That's communism.
Thankfully, though, a barely conscious and beat the fuck up Snake is still alive, allowing him to go into the cure menu and heal himself, as well as call the rest of the crew. And man, you can even hear the personal devastation in his voice.
Major. The boss.
She's defected. Goddamn, poor guy. He's gonna have some real mommy issues after this one. I mean, hell, just look at how battered and bruised he is. He'll be listening to Good Boy ASMRs in no time. He then looks up and sees the Shagohod being transported by the bad guy. But the boss is still looking out, reaching out her hand to him, and Snake reaches out back. So for some reason, she still seems to care about him.
You don't find that suspicious?
Meanwhile, though, Volgin is looking over his new nuclear toys. His brand new handheld nuclear missile, which he just decides to launch at Sokolov's research base, knowing that the boss will be blamed for it, even if he just kills random Russians in the process.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
This song is a war crime.
I gotta say, I love how non-complicatedly evil Volgin is. Like, actual cartoon villain type shit. If I can get a little ahead of myself, this guy is just the bad guy. Nothing more and nothing less. Unlike Liquid and Solidus, there's no attempt to make this guy sympathetic at all. He's just a massive warmongering asshole. He's a weirdly one-dimensional character done extremely well. And ironically, a really enjoyable breath of fresh air. Anyways, Volgin then launches the nuke and destroys the research facility. Just close enough to Snake for him to feel the devastating impact. This massive moment fades to black and we get our intro sequence. I mean, what is there to say about Snake Eater that hasn't been said already? The whole thing is obviously a James Bond title sequence, complete with images of at-the-time current events and nuclear imagery. And visuals alone, this all just sets the stage perfectly. But what I really want to talk about is the song itself.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night.
Yeah, there is some serious musical genetic makeup here, especially if you heard the Goldfinger theme before.
Snake Eater, he's the man with a Midas touch, with darkness and silence through the night. Golden words you would pour in your heart, but his eyes get the skies what you feel. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you feed on a tree frog.
Now, of course, both of these songs are absolute bangers, but, and I may be biased here, Snake Eater is just on a whole nother level. That sexy guitar mixed with a crescendo of horns and trumpets, the background vocals repeating along with Cynthia Harrell's beautiful vocals. I have no clue who this woman is, but man, she just eats this song up.
Crime, it's the way I fly to you.
It's just a great way of further setting up the time period, as well as immediately linking this game to 60s era Bond, and carrying forward the suspension of that last scene. By the way, keep Bond in mind because we'll be getting back to him a lot. But all I want to say for now is Snake Eater is a fucking banger. A fact that needs no more analysis at all.
I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater.
Fade in 1 week later, where we're also given a second mission briefing. A briefing that includes this line.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds.
Very subtle, Kojima. So basically right now the US is kinda fucked. As you know, the bad guy fired a nuke, and Russia thinks it was the US that did it. Which of course we know wasn't the case. It's something we see President Lyndon B. Johnson discuss with Khrushchev. On that note, by the way, it's really funny hearing Lyndon B. Johnson talk about Metal Gear lore. It's kind of the same feeling as hearing your dad talk about, like, Kingdom Hearts lore or something.
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend.
Linkara, the great Linkara, he did.
But yeah, Russia thinks the US launched a nuke at them. And due to some tricky political reasons, Lyndon B. Johnson won't be able to convince them alone.
I've said it once and I'll say it again, our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government.
So yeah, you heard the man. We need proof and we have 1 week to do it. And if we don't, there will be a whole ass nuclear world war. Sadly, the last resort we have is to kill the boss to prove our innocence. So like it or not, Snake has to kill his mother figure and mentor. This is on top of the whole Sokolov and Shagohod thing, by the way. So, you know, no pressure.
Eliminate the boss.
Might run off the road and kill myself.
Good news though, since we are killing the boss, Russia is helping us out a little bit, giving us contact with Adam and Eva, 2 KGB spies who will help us out in this mission. So we land where we started and call Major Tom again. Except he's not called Major Tom anymore because he miswatched a movie. That movie, funny enough, being The Great Escape from 1963. And not only is this a reference to one of the best films ever made, that way Kojima gets an excuse to talk about movies in his video game, but it's also a really cool shout out as The Great Escape directly inspired the very first Metal Gear game. Anyways, our Major tells us to call him Zero from now on.
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right then. Major Zero it is.
Furthermore, Paramedic's back, and we even got a new member on our team. That guy being our weapons specialist, Sagan.
Yo! You're Snake, aren't you?
Now this guy is not really important to the plot at all. At least, not in this game. Because you see, we've already met this guy before. It isn't revealed until MGS4, so spoiler alert. But remember the DARPA chief from Metal Gear Solid 1? Yeah, that's the same character. That's Sagan. And honestly, he's kind of a cool fucking dude in this game, giving us plenty of insight on weapons and electronics in our equipment. He also believes the upcoming digital age could unite the world together, which I think is a very interesting character motivation.
I don't think racism's gonna go away even in the 21st century. But I want to work with computers and use them to bring people closer together. In the digital world, it doesn't matter whether you're black or white, American or Russian or whatever. Everybody's going to be the same. That's what I think.
Well, sadly, I got bad news for him. But hey, 60 years of hindsight is 2020.
Wearing black face paint, huh?
And of course, he'd eventually join DARPA and help build Metal Gear Rex. Well, you know what, Donald? You get that motherfucking bag, my broski. Even if it means dying in a random cell in Alaska. But he is a really fun character in this game, even if he doesn't do a whole lot.
Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform.
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no. This Fox unit is a nutfest.
But enough talk, now it's time to find Adam, who should be at that one abandoned factory we were at earlier in the game, who we can identify with a very special phrase and password.
The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and "Lali Lulelo."
Oh, shit.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
Well, you heard the men, commencing Operation Snake Eater. Except on the way, we hear the noise of a horse. Hey, don't worry, guys, it's just Twilight Sparkle. Actually, though, oh shit, it's the boss. And she's not here to be friendly.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home.
Snake, still hella confused, tries to fight back, only for the boss to kick his ass and degrade him.
You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore.
She then causes an explosion, which will no doubt draw guards to us. But through all this, you can tell that Snake at least wants some kind of answer. And when he tries to ask, he's met with a very interesting answer.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't.
But you did though, stupid. She also challenges Snake's definition of loyalty.
I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose.
These are all thematically really interesting. Too bad we don't know what the fuck she's talking about yet. Clearly, something weird's going on here. And there's more to the boss than meets the eye. But she is set up to be a goddamn force of nature. One with very obviously unclear motives.
I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you.
The boss then leaves, leaving us completely weaponless.
Which is not good.
We make it back down to the factory, where we suddenly encounter the bright lights of someone. A mysterious woman who isn't Adam.
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
She also does not answer our password, which is a little sus, but she does save us from getting ambushed by doing epic gamer shooting moves. What also helps is that Eva is a smoking hottie. Ooh la la. And she's here with two very important things to show Snake. And yes, you can press the RB button to look at her eyes.
What is she done to you?
Now listen up here, because believe it or not, there actually is something intentional being done here. So, as you can maybe tell, Metal Gear Solid 3 is Kojima's attempt at a James Bond movie. From the groovy soundtrack to the Snake Eater song, even down to the similar characters and tropes, there are a lot of James Bond echoes in this game. But that's because this game is, in actuality, a deconstruction of James Bond, as well as a deconstruction of the male power fantasy. Like, think about James Bond, right? He's suave, sexy, cunning, gets a bunch of gadgets, and has Sigma riz. Rewatching Goldfinger is kind of funny, but also a little creepy nowadays, because every woman in this movie is literally just a sex object. One that the Sigma Alpha Rizzler James Bond seems to always get with. I forgot you were a man for a moment, so it was strange to me when you said it, that casually misogynistic remark.
Last night I bought a burger your sister.
In Metal Gear Solid 3, though, Kojima goes, okay, what if we don't do that? And nowhere is this more apparent than with the characters of Snake and Eva. Because in their actual dialogue together, Big Boss is way more awkward than usual. And this is contrasted with the character of Eva, who, as, you know, scandalous as she is shockingly really dominant as a character. One of the first things she does in this very next scene is try and seduce Snake by sitting next to him in a bed.
You know that literally means having S-E-X.
Now already this is interesting, as in James Bond, it's the man who makes the first move. So already MGS3 is playing around with role reversals. But what's interesting is that Snake actually turns down Eva and just starts slowly moving away from her. He does this multiple times, by the way, throughout the game, all of which for some kind of trust or emotional reason. Something that the sex-addicted Bond would absolutely not do. It also helps that just in general, Snake and Eva's chemistry is already really good.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
My favorite part has to be when Eva gives us a new American gun, and Snake just starts dorking out over it.
The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. Where'd you get something like this?
And if you think that's dork behavior, he then starts explaining his new knife and gun technique to Eva.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight.
The autism headcanon is real, y'all. But anyways, we learned that Adam, the informant, couldn't make it. So in his place, we get to spend the night with Eva.
I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down.
Yeah, Kojima? Snake then wakes up to, yeah, of course.
Oh, titas! Titas, titas, tita.
Bad news though, the Ocelot unit is ambushing us, and it's our job to play the game and take him down. That is until Ocelot holds Eva hostage. Check out that bullet chain, by the way. God damn, that's drip. Speaking of guns though, turns out he has a revolver this time. With that being said, Snake is still calling him a dumbass.
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
Conveniently though, Ocelot runs out of bullets, giving Eva the perfect chance to escape. She also does a wheelie backflip on Ocelot. I don't know how that's possible. Long story short, Snake ends up letting Ocelot go.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
Eva then leaves, and it's high time that we do too. We do get a call from Eva, however. Now, reminder, Eva is a Russian defect, meaning she used to work for the good old US of A before converting over to the Soviet Union. Now, if you know your history, you might be asking, why would anyone do this? Especially considering that Eva is literally born and raised in America. And in the context of the boss also defecting, Snake asks Eva this question. This is where we then get Eva's answer.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it. What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times. There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective.
Now this is something we can actually kind of analyze here. We of course won't get the full picture quite yet, but we're certainly on the pathway there. Now reminder, back when I analyzed MGS2, a game all about information and the control of it, I mentioned how back in the day, including the 60s and 70s when MGS3 would have taken place, the prominence of newspapers and televised news made information much more easy to control, meaning you could only really see one kind of perspective for any kind of ongoing conflict. A perspective that very obviously will be skewed. A lot of times you just can't take perspectives at face value, and that's the weird reason why Eva defected from America.
Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth then?
It's hidden in the lies.
This all still doesn't quite make a lot of sense, especially to our main character, Snake, but the game does seem to be foreshadowing to something much greater happening later. So for now, we'll keep hearing the game out. That being said, though, Snake does seem to be a loyal dog to the good old US of A for now.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to.
Speaking of mission, we got a whole ass game to play still. Right on time too, because we get to Ocelot again. This time with the 2 new revolvers, man, he gets these fast.
12 shots.
We then get our first real boss of the game, and goddamn, what a good one. Metal Gear Solid 3 has my favorite bosses of all time in any game, and Revolver Ocelot is the perfect introduction. It's literally a canyon gunfight, and it's intense as hell. You gotta hide behind rocks, shoot down a beehive, you have to flake and outsmart him, and it's really tough and really fun. There's even Metal Gear Solid 1 callbacks, or the call forwards, I guess.
I love to reload during a battle. There's nothing like the feeling of slamming a long silver bullet into a well-placed chamber.
I've never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
Well then, however, interrupted by a bunch of hornets, causing Ocelot to run off. Well, meanwhile, Snake is forced to jump down to the cavern, leading us down to a dark, dingy cave. A cave we spend way too much time trying to find our way out of.
You know when you... and it's like... you live?
That is until we reach our next boss area and fight the first member of the Cobra unit, who is indeed the guy behind all those hornets.
I am the pain.
This guy's whole thing is just he controls bees. Now here's something you'll notice throughout the game. The Cobra unit, for the most part, is pretty one-dimensional and one-note, which is in a pretty stark contrast to Foxhound and Dead Cell. This is not a bad thing though. If anything, it fits the setting. Again, harkening back to the goofier villains of older James Bond movies, which is really interesting. You would think that giving the villains less character would be a backstep, but in execution, it's weirdly the opposite. It fits the setting and tone so well. And as we'll see much later, it fits the story and themes too. And by the way, yes, this boss fight's amazing too. If not really easy, you dive in the water, you pop back out, throw grenades, and shoot the guy when he's vulnerable. But we got a lot of time ahead of us, so long story short, we beat the pain.
The pain. The pain. The pain.
Man, if only being an exterminator was that easy. We then head out the cave and see some of the flying machines in the 1970s. Look, man, it's a Metal Gear Solid game, don't question it. Where we arrive at this giant warehouse, where we catch Sokolov being taken hostage. And we also catch his lover, Tatiana, who is, by the way, just Eva in a clever disguise. Volgan's also here too, torturing her. Great. So is Ocelot, who also starts torturing Sokolov, but this time by Russian roulette juggling 3 revolvers.
One of these 3 guns has a single bullet in it.
That's really over the top, but it is a pretty badass, intense scene. That is until the boss suddenly interrupts him.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. You'd better stay in line from now on.
Sokolov is then taken inside and Ocelot follows them. Meanwhile, the boss tells Volgan about the pain.
The pain is dead.
What?
This mildly disappoints Volgan. The boss, however, reassures Volgan that they'll be able to kill us.
They? Yeah, them.
They, of course, being our next 2 Cobra unit members.
They'll be able to handle it.
This guy is the End. And right behind him is the Fear, who the boss sends after us. All of the End is just a little bit eaten.
The End is saving what life he has left in him for battle. Normally, he's dead. But he'll wake up when the time is right. And when he does, it will be the end for the boy.
Volgin and not Eva then go inside. All while it suddenly rains and the boss begins talking to someone.
Desaro, is that you?
But as the boss goes back inside, we cut back to gameplay. A quick side note, by the way, you can grab a sniper rifle early up this area here. And if you got it right before the cutscene that we just talked about, and you aim it just right, you can actually kill the end, like right now, skipping his entire boss fight. That's actually kind of insane. But we aren't gonna do that though. Rather, we're gonna go into this laboratory area here. And with our clever scientist disguise, we're gonna go look for Sokolov. Sadly though, he isn't in this area.
If you're looking for Sokolov, he's not here anymore.
We do, however, find a drunk Russian guy, who is in fact the head of this design bureau. And apparently he's a massive Zone of the Enders fan. Apparently this guy is 37 years ahead of his time. Also, he's really jealous of Sokolov's tank design, which is why he's getting real plastered right now.
Because of him, I have been stripped of my authority. My research has come to nothing. The philosopher's legacy has been handed over to him.
Wait, the philosopher's legacy? What the hell is that? That's a new one. Well, sadly, we don't quite get a clear answer of who the philosophers or what their legacy is. But we do learn that Big Boss is a dumbass.
Look at these.
Nice shoes.
Now, ironically, this guy's important in the long term, as he has plans for a giant bipedal tank design. Wait a minute, bipedal tank, is that a—
This technology will be the missing link between infantry and artillery. A kind of metal gear, if you will.
Metal gear?
Yeah, turns out this is the guy who came up with the idea of Metal Gear. And to top that one off, he's sending the documents to a guy named Huey Emmerich, who is, you know, Otacon's dad. We do, however, find out where Sokolov and the Shagohod are.
The great fortress of Grozny Grad.
Alright, great, that's where we're going, right? Except that's not the smartest idea.
Are you mad? It's an impenetrable fortress.
I'm sure it is.
Our drunk friend, however, offers to help us get in, all because Snake complimented his shoes earlier. So he tells us the best way to sneak into Grozny Grad, and we're on our way now. All without getting caught whatsoever, except suddenly we're cut short by—
I am the fear.
This dude's like a freaky version of Spider-Man. He's double jointed in his elbows, he's extremely agile, and has stealth camouflage in the 60s. He also has a poison dart, which, by the way, in real life, the poison gives you a massively painful boner. What did Kojima mean by this?
Where does Hideo Kojima get his ideas?
That vault is coated in the venom of the Brazilian wandering spider.
Now, this is a wandering spider, and particularly dangerous for men, because in some cases, men develop a very long-lasting and extremely painful and dangerous erection when they're bitten by this spider.
I need to be bit.
Now, you could fight the fear the normal way, by, you know, playing the game. Or you can fake your death, wait for the fear to come down and turn around, and then revive yourself, take a torch you found in the cave, and just crouch down and burn the dude. This is no joke, actually an option.
The fear! The fear! I see it! The fear!
Well, that's over now. Let's keep moving. Except Eva then hits us up. And turns out to get into Grozny Grad, we need a key. And thankfully, though, Eva has one, so we'll meet with her first. Except just one more problem.
I heard that one of the Cobras is waiting for you in the jungle at the foot of the mountains. He's a legendary sniper called The End.
Well, there we have it. The End is up next. He's the quote-unquote father of modern sniping, and is in fact over 100 years old, and can apparently bulge his eyes out of his sockets like a cartoon character. But as goofy as this all is, he's really built up to be this genuine threat, this mythological legend that we have to take down. I can't lie though, I adore the way his dialogue is written.
I beg of you, grant me the strength to take this final prey. Let me linger in this world just a little longer.
His monologue is absolute poetry. This man is dangerous, but also on his last leg. You feel his gravity, his finality, his gratefulness, his spirituality and connection with nature. This boss is weirdly beautifully written, and he's the perfect symbol for a kind of complete otherworldly oblivion.
I have to thank you for waking me. If you hadn't shown up, my sleep would have been eternal. Do you hear me, Snake? I am the end. I am here to send you to your ultimate fate. You'll make a fine quarry for my final hunt.
And furthermore, the actual boss fight fully lives up to his intimidation. You're put into this large open area, and you have to snipe, flank, and outsmart the end, who is both, again, a master sniper and a master of camouflage. Because of both this and the wide open areas, this boss intentionally takes a really long time to beat, which is good since it is also really intense, as his presence can be felt everywhere in this area. Fun fact, by the way, Kojima originally wanted this boss fight to take a real-life week to beat, and I'm gonna be so real, thank God that didn't happen. But anyways, we beat the end, and we get one more ending monologue.
Spirits of the forest, I thank you. The boss would be proud of you. The time has come for a younger generation to rise. I've been wandering for more than a century, and now my journey comes to a close. What a splendid way to end it all. I have no regrets.
Of course, though, it wouldn't be a Metal Gear game without some goofy shit. In this case, his dentures popping out.
I can return to the form of Allah.
By the way, you can also defeat this boss by just waiting a real-life week, because if you do, he will die of old age. It's funny how this boss can be skipped by killing him early and or just waiting a week. That being said, this is legitimately one of the best bosses in the series, so I do genuinely think you missed something on your first playthrough by going the easy way out. But hey, who am I to judge how you play a video game? Most of you won't even play these games. You'll just watch this video on YouTube. I know who you are. But now, at long last, we make it to this tunnel, and we finally make it to the ladder.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night.
So as you can tell, the whole scene is just Snake climbing a ladder while the Snake Eater vocal track plays. This is one of the most famous parts of the game, mostly because it is just a massive meme. But after the intensity of the end boss fight, this is actually a pretty nice pace breaker. Also nice that it's also the literal halfway point of the game, so it serves as an intermission of sorts. Although it is a very creative intermission, I guess. But you know what? It's weird, it's stupid, I love it, and I wouldn't change a single thing about it.
I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater.
So we arrive at these massive but heavily guarded mountaintops. This is where we rendezvous with, of course.
Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Ooh la la.
So we get more Snake and Eva development, where we find out that Volgan likes beating women.
Where'd you get those cuts?
The Colonel, this is his hobby. He's a sadist. He gets pleasure out of making people suffer.
I mean, this guy was a real jerk.
Snake, however, pushes her off like a real Sigma male would.
I'm the same way. Scars all over.
Can I see?
No.
Eva then gives us the underground key to Grozny Grad, but tells us we'll also need a disguise. The disguise, of course, being Raiden. Well, actually, this guy's name is Rykov, but that doesn't matter as this is indeed an MGS2 jab. Reminder, MGS2 was a controversial game when it came out, and a lot of people just really hated Raiden.
Here's another reason Metal Gear Solid fails.
So, Metal Gear Solid 3 is kind of a course correction, a return to form of sorts, which of course means plenty of moments to insult Metal Gear Solid 2 every which way. Of course, as they say, our enemies change with the times, and so did Metal Gear Solid 2's reception. And nowadays, everyone loves Metal Gear Solid 2, meaning these jokes kind of aged like shit. Of course, we'll fully meet back with the character of Rykov later, but for now, let's cut back to Snake and Eva, because Eva right here asks about the boss and Snake's relationship, something Snake finally opens up about.
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother. and my master.
Now this scene does two things really well at the exact same time. For one thing, it dives into Snake's thoughts on the boss, someone he loved on a level that he can't quite understand or describe. And we get some insights into how conflicted he is about killing her, because when Eva asks him if he thinks he can kill her, Snake just kind of walks around, not giving any sort of answer. The truth is, he doesn't know himself. He's simply following the mission orders he's been given, which is a direct reflection of Solid Snake's character arc.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
Snake? Is there anyone you like? Someone special?
I've never been interested in other people's lives.
What makes this conversation even more interesting, though, is Eva. Snake describes the boss in a deeply platonic way. Eva, however, keeps redirecting the whole conversation back to romantic love.
And your lover?
It went deeper than that.
Do you love her?
No, nothing like that.
Do you hate her?
Does it have to be one or the other? Love or hate?
Between a man and a woman? You bet.
So at this point, it's clear the scene is also trying to deconstruct the whole James Bond relationship again. This time, contrasting the highly sexualized femme fatale Eva against Snake's own views of the boss, which are platonic, but weirdly enough, a lot deeper. Snake and Eva also just have really good chemistry in general. And again, I love how Snake isn't the one who's pursuing Eva, but rather the other way around. This is the first time Snake and Eva kiss in the game, and Snake is completely disinterested. This is something that a James Bond type power fantasy would absolutely not do, by the way, and I find that absolutely fascinating. But you are rooting for the two to actually get together because they are enjoyable together. Of course, though, maybe not now. More importantly, we gotta head to Groznygrad now. So we say goodbye to Eva and briefly cut to Volgin. Nothing much happens here except the drunk Russian guy is now dead. So let's fast forward a bit.
There is a spy among us.
Oh my god, he said among us. He said among us. Wow. So we head inside the Groznygrad underground tunnel, our one secret way into Groznygrad itself, where suddenly we're ambushed by the next Cobra unit member. This is the Fury.
I am the Fury.
Now, the Fury is actually really interesting. This guy is a former cosmonaut, and in the Metal Gear universe, the very first man to travel into space. However, when re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, his ship burned up, and he returned with severe burns all over his body. However, due to this, he no longer feels any kind of physical pain.
I came back from space. As I returned, I had one vision. The world set ablaze.
This also caused a massive obsession with fire. So he's kind of like a Firefly from Batman plus space.
And do you know what I saw there? Fury. A great and terrible fury at being alive.
Before we do anything else, though, let's defeat this guy first. And what is arguably the most frustrating boss in the whole game, but also one that's a lot like the MGS1 Vulcan Raven fight, where it's largely a cat and mouse chase around tight corridors. Only this time it's worse because this guy is a giant fire-throwing tank, whose flames reach all the way to the end of the goddamn hallway. This boss is a massive difficulty spike, and I've always had trouble on it. And with a boss like this, I'm sure he has zero weaknesses that it's the knife. His weakness is the fucking knife. I didn't know this until I went back to re-record PS2 footage. So yeah, we defeat him annoying orange style, I guess.
The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not.
I'm off. Join the sorrow.
Now, the Fury, however, is really interesting, especially in regards to the anti-war themes of this game. He's obviously incredibly evocative of the US versus Soviet space race. You can tell because the guy is literally a cosmonaut, constantly referencing things like mission control and whatnot.
Mission control, do you read me?
Now, as we all know, the Cold War wasn't really a physical war, but it still resulted in both short-term and long-term casualties, especially in regards to the actual space race. Soyuz 11, Gemini 9A, Apollo 1, all of these were space race endeavors that led to casualties and fatalities. And in a way, for better or worse, these were people who died for the cause of their country. And it's interesting that the Fury, the emotion of anger, complete with burning pyromania and everything, is given to, of all characters, a Cold War era cosmonaut.
And do you know what I saw there? Fury. A great and terrible fury at being alive.
It's an example of the game questioning the idea of patriotism, something it's been hinting at this entire time if you couldn't tell already. If what you're doing is leading to more and more conflict, is sacrificing your life for your country worth it? I think on that note, we should also mention the Fury's final words. For context, the very first man to travel to space was Yuri Gagarin, who is in fact mentioned and quoted way earlier in the game.
The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A1.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Now, whether Yuri actually said this is kind of up for debate, but this is still a quote attributed to him, so just pretend it is for now. But I do want to bring up a much different quote from Yuri. To quote Yuri upon seeing the Earth while in orbit, "I see the Earth. It is so beautiful." And it's that first sentence that the Fury ends up quoting before he dies.
I see the Earth.
Which is absolutely alluding to something. Oftentimes, real-life astronauts will see the Earth and experience a kind of perspective change. It's something called the overview effect, where they realize how interconnected yet extremely fragile the world is.
You know, and the feeling of looking back and seeing your planet as a planet.
When I looked out the window of the International Space Station, I saw the paparazzi-like flashes of lightning storms. I saw dancing curtains of auroras that seemed so close it was as if we could reach out and touch them.
It's a totally different perspective, and it makes you appreciate actually how fragile our existence is.
It's also made many astronauts realize just how much humanity has fucked over the planet. Things like social injustices, conflicts, even economic systems are all pointless in the grand scheme of things. And yet, ironically, these are the leading causes for many of humanity's greatest casualties.
It's a sense of injustice that we see when we see the sobering contradiction between the indescribable beauty of our planet and the unfortunate realities of life on our planet for a significant number of the inhabitants.
And again, throughout the game, this is something Metal Gear Solid 3 hints at all the time. But the Fury marks a giant shift into Metal Gear Solid 3's real anti-war theme. Also, he becomes a giant flaming head. I don't know why this is. But we are, however, finally in Grozny Grad, where we have to find not Raiden and steal his clothing as a disguise. Now, again, this is one big joke character making fun of Raiden, complete with the references and everything.
April 30th.
April 30th?
We'll tell them everything. Together.
We'll tell them everything together.
Today is the day I met you.
Today is the day I met you.
No, never heard the name before.
No, never heard the name before.
Bruh. And I have no idea if the joke actually aged well or not. Mostly because all the jokes involve Rykov and Volgin being gay. Everything from Rykov wearing this tight-ass Speedo to other jokes we'll get to a little later. I'm sure someone will find this kind of demeaning, but it's honestly more stupid than anything. Also on that note, Kojima is not homophobic, as he added gay sex in the Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. What did Kojima mean by this? But anyways, we got the disguise. Okay, great. And we briefly catch Eva intimidating Sokolov, completing her Tatiana disguise, looking for whatever that philosopher's legacy thing is. Sokolov, however, knows nothing, so Eva just kind of leaves. He also gives her some small film role. Not sure what any of this means yet, but now it's our job to get Sokolov out of there. Except, bad news, the Shagohod's in phase 2 of preparation. It's also, of course, a giant nuclear missile tank, one that can go really, really fast. So it's like a giant nuclear SRT. There is, however, one way to potentially stop it, and that's by getting C3 and blowing shit up.
C3? You mean that cutting-edge plastic explosive?
Even more conveniently, Eva seems to have taken some, as well as super secret Shagohod information on that film roll she took. By the way, plot twist, Eva was not the lover of Sokolov at all. Rather, she was Volgin's lover, so she was a fucking imp. So now, we got pretty much everything to destroy the Shagohod with. Except, new problem is Sokolov is refusing to come with us. For one thing, he'll of course be hunted down in Russia, but now, for another, the whole weapons scientist guilt is getting to him.
Every day, I help create things that should never be used. Things that should never have existed in the first place.
Of course, though, wherever he goes, politicians will not have his best interests in mind. So even if he does return to his family in the US, he'll still be forced to play his Oppenheimer of the Week role. Again, we're getting more Cold War commentary here, where real human lives are simply being used as tools of conflict.
Scientists are always being used. And my creations do not even benefit mankind.
This, again, can be seen in something as seemingly simple as the space race, which Sokolov now directly criticizes if the Fury boss fight wasn't enough for you.
The space race between America and Russia became the prey of politicians. The space race and the arms race are one and the same.
Missiles, rockets, what's the difference?
By the way, if all this sounds familiar, it should, because this is pretty much just Otacon's arc in MGS1, except with a lot less anime.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes.
All I wanted to do was build space rockets.
But this arc is also kinda deconstructed in MGS3, because when Otacon discovers he's a tool for nuclear conflict, he just kinda decides to stop developing nuclear weapons right then and there. However, Sokolov doesn't have the luxury to just throw his hands up and end his character arc there, because the US and Russia are fighting over him. He is a valuable weapons building asset. It highlights the dehumanization of a conflict. No matter what country he's in, Sokolov will not have a choice in what he actually does. So not only is MGS3 expanding upon themes set up in MGS1, but it also highlights an unfortunate reality of conflict, in which, when it comes to the choice of actually doing dirty work, you don't really get one. Suddenly, though, Volgin shows up, so Snake puts on the Rykov mask just in time.
Major, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you in my room.
This is when Volgin grabs our balls. Man, this franchise really loves men grabbing each other's balls.
What the Sigma? What the Sigma? What the Sigma?
This is also how Volgin finds out we're not actually Rykov. He just really knows how Rykov's balls feel.
Who are you? I know the Major better than anyone else.
What do you mean by that?
So of course he threatens to kill us, while also suddenly shooting Sokolov in the leg. Snake then takes down Volgin, but only for the boss to then show up, where she effortlessly takes us down and unmasks us. She then leaves and lets Volgin kick our ass to a bloody pulp, causing Snake to then black out and wake up in a dark torture room. And for a good minute or two, this whole cutscene is just black, and the only thing you hear is Sokolov getting brutally murdered by Volgin.
You'd better start talking.
Please, stop this!
I guess he's dead.
The sound design alone in this scene just makes it all really visceral and uncomfortable. Furthermore, the controller vibrates as he's torturing us, so, you know, immersion.
Let's get started. What is your target? Is it the Shagohod?
We then finally see the torture room, and we see Snake bag over head being tortured by Volgin, with Ocelot, a disguised Eva, and the boss all being present. Volgin also thinks we're here for that Philosopher's Legacy thing.
Your real target is the Philosopher's Legacy, isn't it?
Of course, though, we still don't know what this thing is at all. But Eva and the boss seem really interested. Very suspicious. Which is good for her, because Volgin just starts conveniently explaining what it is to us. And it turns out the Philosopher's Legacy is a shit ton of money. Money accumulated by 3 great powers, whoever those are.
$100 billion, divided up and hidden all over the world. The secret fund established by the 3 great powers during the 2 world wars. That's what you're looking for, isn't it?
This, of course, means it would be a really smart idea for Volgin to just tell us where it is.
Philosopher's Legacy is safely in my possession, in the underground vault of Groznygrad.
And right next to it is 1629. But then, suddenly, a transmitter comes out of Snake. A transmitter the boss claims she planted. This causes Volgin to get a little suspicious.
I'm afraid I must ask you to show me some proof that you and he were not in collusion.
You don't trust me, is that it?
Not that. But he is your apprentice.
So to prove that she isn't in on this at all, and to further establish that Volgin is, you know, a violent, crazy, evil dude, he gives the boss some instructions.
Cut out his eyes. I don't like those blue eyes of his.
This is, of course, something the boss is visibly reluctant to do. She still, however, goes through with it, removing her knife and removing Snake's blinds. The knife getting closer and closer to Snake's first eye. Snake begins to panic as the knife is nearly a fingertip away until...
Stop!
Eva, or Tatiana, attempts to stop the whole thing. This causes Revolver Ocelot to get ultra suspicious. He then sniffs her, trust me, there's context, and realizes this woman is Eva.
That smell. You're the spy!
He then reloads his revolvers and starts juggling again. Trust me, I promise you, it's really intense. Snake, however, then saves her, only for the bullet to graze his eye.
Embarrassing!
Man, all this to explain the Metal Gear Solid 5 cover? I gotta say though, the brief misdirection with you thinking the boss is going to do it is really brilliant. It's an overall just really well executed scene. And yeah, there's not much else to say. It's really good. Anyways, Vulcan and Ocelot leave, but for some reason the boss stays behind, shooting us in the leg but then hiding the revolver in our belt. Clearly something deeper is going on here.
Run!
The boss then leaves, allowing Eva to reveal to us that she has an escape plan. But to get there, we gotta go through the sewers. But to get there, we gotta break out of prison first. So it's just like Metal Gear Solid 1. Complete with yet another fucking moron guard who has diarrhea. Now, there are a lot of ways to break out of this prison cell, but my favorite is opening up the main menu and spinning Snake around a bunch of times, which will cause him to get motion sick and throw up, causing the guard to check on you. Which is, of course, the perfect opening to beat him up. But of course, by doing so, you'll be missing crucial lore information. For example, throwing food back to the guard will trigger a secret cutscene you can miss, where it reveals that this guy is, in fact, the dad of the guard you eventually meet in Metal Gear Solid 1. And all the dudes in the family tree are named Johnny.
All the firstborn sons in my family are called Johnny. My dad's a Johnny, and my son's son will probably be a Johnny too.
The whole clan of Johnnies.
And another thing, in the original PS2 version, you can save your game and quit here, where it'll be established that Snake is afraid of Dracula. And loading back in will trigger an entire hack and slash mini game, which has literally nothing to do with Metal Gear whatsoever. This is here because this was sadly removed from the HD and Master Collection versions. Still though, this is insane to put in your video game.
I'm sorry, Snake. I didn't know you were that sensitive to it. I mean, who'd have thought Sorry, that just slipped out, I swear.
Long story short, we do break out of here and escape to the sewers, until Snake is stopped by a long drop, which suddenly allows Ocelot to catch up with us, to which he plans to kill us by shooting us with his bullet chain. That's actually really fucking hard. So Snake resorts to his last option. He has to jump. We awaken in a burning forest, where suddenly it begins to rain, and we encounter a mysterious figure emerging from the water.
Are you one of the Cobras?
Sad. So sad.
This person is, of course, that ghost guy we've seen floating around the game. Now, this might sound really stupid, even by Metal Gear standards, as Metal Gear is now acknowledging that there's an afterlife in this universe. That is until we experience what is arguably the most disturbing part of the game, which is the boss fight against the Sorrow.
I am the Sorrow. Like you, I too am filled with sadness. This world is one of sadness. Battle brings death. Death brings sorrow. The living may not hear them, but make no mistake. The dead are not silent. Now you will know the sorrow of those whose lives you have ended.
So this boss fight is pretty simple. You walk down a really long, straightforward river, avoiding the ghosts of enemies who drain your health bar, as well as the Sorrow's jump scare attack. However, though, the real creepy part is that the game's been watching you the entire time, because the ghosts of the enemies aren't just random ghosts. No, these are the people you've killed in the game. Yeah, every NPC and even animal you've been killing, the game's been counting it. And as a result, as your body count goes up, so does the boss's difficulty. It's, for one thing, the ultimate extension of Metal Gear Solid's critique of violence as entertainment, but this time applying that to real hard actions you commit throughout the game. And for another, it forces you to humanize your enemies, something that, with its anti-war themes, the game has been actively exploring. No matter what perspective or country you're from, being a tool of war doesn't stop a human being from being a human being. A human being with a life and story of his own, or at least the potential of one.
Why do we have a Cold War anyway? Our two countries used to be such good friends.
Yeah, I hear ya.
I just want to see my family again.
So it's essentially the longer version of that one webcomic that made everyone cry. It's such an effective way of the game telling you that, you know, killing is bad. Top this off with a dreary, creepy, and gloomy atmosphere, and this is one unforgettable moment. And funny enough, this isn't really even a fight, it's just walking down a straight river and touching a dead body at the end. But of course, difficulty isn't the point, it's the atmosphere, it's the narrative, and it's what this moment means for the rest of the game that makes it stand out. It's a creepy yet incredibly effective moment in the game, and one that absolutely shakes things up from here on out. Speaking of which, let's take the revive pill and move on with the game. I recorded this segment like 15 million times and it probably still sucks. Who gives a shit?
Boss, you have to shoot me.
I can't.
So we hear the voices of the Sorrow and the boss as Snake is drifting through the water. Snake then wakes up and washes up back on shore. He then calls his codec crew about the Sorrow, who we discover used to be a psychic medium.
In other words, he could talk to ghosts.
Yeah, again, officially, I'm not hyperbolizing here. However, it turns out after the end of World War II, he defected back to the Soviet Union. However, during a secret mission, the boss ended up killing him.
The boss killed the Sorrow herself and accomplished her mission. At least, that's what the records say.
Well, goddamn, that's crazy. But anyways, we gotta get back to the mission now. And thankfully, though, Eva is indeed nearby and behind a nearby waterfall. So we arrive as Eva motorcycles her way inside.
Eva, you could use a towel.
So could you.
His bitch got a gat, I hit her with ribs. His bitch got a gat, I hit her with ribs. His bitch got a gat, I hit her with ribs. His bitch got a gat, I hit her with ribs.
Cut to Snake eating snakes. Damn, he's fucking that shit up. He's then approached by a half-naked Eva, and the two of them get a little...
His bitch got a gat.
Want some?
No thanks.
Don't like snakes?
Not for dinner.
Can't even eat a snake during a mission, huh?
I wouldn't mind eating you.
Sex.
With that being said, there's plenty of great chemistry and bonding here. From Eva's time in the KGB to just randomly talking about sushi.
How about sushi?
Sushi?
Snake then begins to process the fact that he lost his eye, all with the re-emergence of the Snake Eater theme. This is when Eva fully leans into Snake.
Thank you, Snake. I'll be your eyes from now on.
Which is where the game's dramatic cinematic kiss finally happens.
Thank you, Snake.
Except Snake pushes Eva away, with there being way too much on his mind at the moment.
Don't worry about it.
Are you alright?
Now, once again, the chemistry between Snake and Eva should be praised. The scene where these two kiss is very overdramatic, and you know what? That's a good thing. It emulates the Hollywood camp in a way that feels absolutely cathartic. But of course, the game deconstructs it. If a scene like this were in a Hollywood production, again, think of James Bond, it'd be real easy to just fade to black and imply something naughty happened. So it's again really weird seeing a character as macho as Snake straight up reject Eva. As we explored earlier, this adds so much depth to the actual characters, which puts this game multiple cuts above the old school James Bond it's inspired by, inverting the male power fantasy in a very interesting way. Except fuck that though, because we now get the goofiest sex scene ever. So there's a transmitter in your body that someone planted, and if you don't remove it, you get another secret cutscene where Eva removes it in one big Austin Powers styled innuendo.
Can you snap me a beer?
Like, calling this a sex scene is the biggest stretch of all time when this is the sex. And believe it or not, this scene is still emasculating Snake. Like, for a good majority of it, Eva's just crushing Snake's balls and shit. So even in this stupid fucking scene, the James Bond shit is being, like, toyed around with. Especially because James Bond would never allude to the main character's dick being small.
I can't believe how small it is.
Yeah, but it gets the job done.
I got a small dick,
but it gets the job done.
She gon' be like, damn, shit, my God.
Anyways, Eva has C3 for us, so we'll go back into Groznygrad and plant them on some fuel tanks. That is until...
Snake!
We run into Volgan, Ocelot, and an unconscious Eva. Oh, and one other person too.
Why'd you come back?
So the boss comes out and beats the shit out of Snake, in a fight that's once again incredibly choreographed. But yeah, Snake gets beat the shit up.
You got knocked the fuck out!
Causing him to get held up at gunpoint. Which means, of course, we're at the things are now going wrong part of the story. Where for one thing, Eva's cover is officially blown.
It was the smell that gave her away. No, not the perfume. It was gasoline.
You see, I told you there was contact. We also see Volgin beat up a barely conscious Eva, which is, you know, not a very nice thing to do.
The more I learn about that guy, the more I don't care for him.
Turns out, though, Eva took something from Volgin's underground vault. That thing being the small little microfilm. A microfilm containing the location of
the Philosopher's Legacy.
Fuck.
This microfilm contains all the information regarding the legacy. You might say that this film itself is the Philosopher's Legacy.
So Snake finally asks, what is the Philosopher's Legacy?
What is the Philosopher's Legacy?
This, of course, means the classic Kojima exposition dump.
Very well. I'll explain it before I kill you.
So yeah, this is the big key to getting a shit ton of secret money.
Hater.
But not just anybody's secret money, but the secret money of the most powerful people in America, Russia, and China. Money that's, of course, meant for extreme military research.
The atomic bomb, rocket technology, the Cobra unit, and they amassed an enormous sum of money to fund these projects. Enough to fight the war 5 times over. That wealth is the Philosopher's Legacy.
However, what was supposed to be equally divided up money ended up pissing off Russia, who wanted, of course, all the money.
But our great motherland has far surpassed its pathetic rivals.
So one of the organizers, Volgin's dad, did a little money laundering, and divided the money into banks all over the world so Russia could have it all. Eventually, however, Volgin found out and went, God damn, I need that money.
This microfilm contains a record of all those transactions. After my father's death, I learned of this secret and obtained the microfilm.
Volgin then convinced the boss to his side, something that we, of course, experienced firsthand, and thus ends Volgin's yap sesh. He then hands the microfilm over to the boss, who takes Eva away, but also...
Leave everything to me.
You don't find that suspicious?
But now it's time for our final showdown, which Ocelot really wants for himself.
Let me face him.
Except Volgin tells him to fuck off, basically. So Ocelot pouts like a little bitch and watches from the sidelines. Meanwhile, though, the floor beneath us lowers, and Volgin electro burns his clothes off, initiating our final battle.
It's just you and me now. And I'm gonna enjoy this.
Now, this boss is one of the toughest in the game. That is, if you don't use your Rykov mask, making him tremble thinking you're Rykov, allowing you to plant a bunch of TNT around him, meaning you can finish Volgin quickly by blowing the shit out of him. However, suddenly, Ocelot turns on Volgin, all because he's petty about not fighting Snake. He then just kinda leaves, leaving us with the second Volgin phase, which again, we can just breeze through by taking the fake death pill and planting more TNT around him. By the way, yes, as you can tell, a lot of these bosses just have massive kill switches, which sure you can argue trivializes the bosses, yada yada yada. With that being said, these methods are a godsend on a second playthrough. I also find finding the kill switch to be just as rewarding as beating the boss on its own. It's an example of emergent gameplay, which I love that shit. I honestly really wish more games had shit like this, because the only games I can think of that do have it are Deus Ex and maybe like the Resident Evil 4 remake.
I will have to kill you myself.
So now that we beat the big bad guy of the game, we gotta get out of here before our bombs blow up. And thankfully, Eva picks us up in her motorcycle. And perfect timing as Grozny Crowd blows the fuck up. Snake then asks Eva how she got out, to where she reveals it was indeed the boss.
Eva, how did you?
The boss let me go.
The boss? Why?
Which reminds him, oh yeah, I gotta kill my bomb figure. But then Eva reveals the boss has already escaped and is already waiting for Snake.
The boss is already at the lake.
Huh?
She's at the lake. She's waiting for you there.
Eva then holds Snake and tells him she doesn't want him to fight the boss. And there's a very interesting reason why. Eva finally realizes the very special bond Snake and the boss have.
I was hoping I wouldn't have to tell you. I don't want you to fight her. I've come to realize that there's a special relationship between you two. Something I can't understand, something that goes beyond a man and a woman.
This, on top of being just very strong character development, is yet another part of the game's whole James Bond deconstruction. You have a character who, by all means, is the sexualized femme fatale, who in a previous scene kinda laughed off the idea of Snake and the boss being in a platonic relationship that ironically is much, much deeper than a romantic one. If we look at Eva as this sexualized symbol of the Bond girl, this is a case where she acknowledges that love can go way deeper than she understands.
I envy you. Really, I do. But I guess I just can't understand it.
It's taking what would normally be a one-dimensional relationship in a Bond film and actively giving it depth and commentary. It's showing you that there is a very real difference between one-dimensional lust and real actual love. It's also just a brilliant way of giving Eva depth, where the more sexual lust is more so the only kind of love she truly understands, and actively plays a big part into her character and the development of it. It is easy for people to just look at Eva and go, oh yes, sexualized gooner woman for the gooner gamers. But instead of making Eva an equally uninteresting, one-dimensional, strong, independent woman who don't need no man, Kojima actively saw a trope in the genre he was paying tribute to and decided to explore and build upon and deconstruct it, both in Eva's character herself and in Snake and Eva's dynamic. She also crushes his balls at some point, and you know what? A fucking base! You know what's unbased though? A giant nuclear tank coming out of the wall, complete with Metal Gear Solid 1 quotes. And on that note, it's time for a big old Metal Gear Solid 1 style chase scene. Only this time much longer and way more over the top. Interspliced with these crazy, insane cutscenes, where it's also revealed that Ocelot is tailing us. So yeah, everything is up to 11 in this scene. Compared to Metal Gear Solid 1, the exhilaration is up to like a 12 here. But TLDR, we blow up this giant bridge, the Shagohod goes down with it.
It's over.
Look!
Except it isn't. No, Vulcan somehow propels this giant tank in the air and is able to Tokyo drift with it. So now it's Shagohod boss time, complete with rocket launchers and everything. This is already super over the top and it's only the first phase. And no, you did not hear me stutter on that one. Because Vulcan then comes out, grabs some of the Shagohod's electrical wires, and just starts controlling it Ratatouille style. Hey, you know what though? It is exciting and climactic. Gotta say, good final boss. I'm feeling a 10 on this thing. But then, conveniently, a thunderstorm happens. And we're reminded that Vulcan is kind of a fucking idiot.
Who's afraid of a little thunder?
So he powers up his electric powers during a thunderstorm.
Fried by a bolt of lightning. A fitting end.
Snake and Eva then hug each other, but the chase somehow still isn't over yet. Yes, that's right, there's even more of this. Bad news though, our fuel starts leaking and we crash the wind. Thankfully nobody's killed, but Eva's badly injured. She can still walk though, meaning escort mission. Yeah, it is an escort mission. I don't love it either. But thankfully we do make it right to the lake, which is right next to a convenient getaway aircraft. Except of course we can't leave yet.
It's the boss, isn't it? I'll leave you two alone. But come back in one piece, okay?
Knowing what he has to do for the mission, Snake reaches a field of beautiful white flowers until...
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful?
Standing right behind us is the boss. Now, up until this point, MGS3 has been very action-focused, and while there were things to analyze, we had to quickly brush them off for the next scene. This is, among other things, the game's very effective subtlety, because the final moments of MGS3 is where the game reveals what's really about.
It's almost tragic. When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Light is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die.
So we begin with a massive introduction from the boss herself, establishing how long she's been waiting for this.
You know how long I've been waiting for this?
I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Snake then asks why the boss defected, and at long last we finally get our answer. That answer being to reunite the world.
Boss. Why are you doing this?
Why? To make the world one again. The world used to be whole. But with the end of the Second World War, the philosophers began to fight amongst themselves, and the world was torn apart.
Speaking of the philosophers, by the way, we finally find out who they are, or rather, who they'd eventually become. But before that, though, the boss gets a little more personal, expressing that the Cobra unit was also split up too.
The Cobras, my comrades who trained and fought alongside me, were torn apart as well.
This all caused the boss to realize something. That politics, morality, the things we view as good and evil, these are things that are not absolute. And yet, ironically, these are things that break nations apart. These are reasons that countries commit human tragedies over ideological things that in 30 years could be completely different.
The foibles of politics and a march of time can turn friends into enemies just as easily as the wind changes. Ridiculous, isn't it? Yesterday's ally becomes today's opposition. And this Cold War? Think back. When I was leading the Cobras, America and Russia were fighting together. Now, consider whether America and Russia will still be enemies in the 21st century. Somehow I doubt it.
This is further at the cost of real human life, including those of human soldiers, who are, as explored earlier, just tools of war for bigger people. However, the boss is someone who realized this is kind of a really fucked up thing, and in the greater scheme of the universe makes little to no sense.
Enemies change along with the times, the flow of the ages, and we soldiers are forced to play along. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends.
This leads to the boss asking Snake what an enemy truly is, and explaining why she believes there is no such thing as an absolute enemy.
So then what is an enemy? Is there such a thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us.
And this is something that we have slowly and subtly but surely seen. From building a personal connection with characters like Eva or even Johnny, or seeing how the Fury or Sokolov are just used as tools of war. Or how about when we spent the whole game killing all those enemy soldiers, but then we're confronted by the fact we killed human beings during the Sorrow boss fight. And all for what? Our country? The mission? The boss, however, understands this idea better than anyone else. And as she dives into her own backstory, we discover why very quickly. From the flashback of her killing the Sorrow, you already have some of an idea of what she's been through. Something she goes much deeper into in this scene. For one thing, she's now completely sterilized due to radiation. The first time from being involved with Nevada's nuclear bomb test sites. And the second from being secretly shot into space, just so America could rush some data to get the leg up on Soviet Russia.
At the time, they didn't have the technology to block out cosmic rays, and whoever they sent up would inevitably be exposed to heavy radiation. That's why they chose me. After all, I'd already been irradiated once. Of course, you won't find any of this in the history books.
On top of that, she was involved with the Bay of Pigs incident, which, if you know anything about history, then yeah, you would feel fucked over after the Bay of Pigs incident.
Our weak-kneed president held back their air support. Defenseless, the exiles were annihilated by the Cuban army. All I could do was watch in silence. I was set up by the very country I'd sacrificed so much for. By the very government I dedicated my life to defending.
This all leads to the boss's revelation. Conflicts, borders, nations, they're all man-made concepts. And the Cold War is just a way for two giant countries to race to the same conclusion.
The United States and the Soviet Union are spending billions on their space programs and the missile race, only to arrive at the same conclusion. In the 21st century, everyone will be able to see that we are all just inhabitants of a little celestial body called Earth.
The boss then discusses the philosophers, who, if you couldn't tell by now, are just the Patriots. This is proven by the fact they're both also known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Early in the 20th century, the true holders of power in the United States, the Republic of China, and the newly formed Soviet Union gathered together in a secret meeting that would later be known as the Wise Men's Committee.
No one knows who the Patriots really are. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
So the philosophers are essentially the proto-patriots. They also used to be comprised of America, Russia, and China. That is until, as Volgan expressed earlier, all the countries wanted their own power to themselves. This very nature of the philosophers is what made the boss even more disillusioned. As the philosophers are human beings, absolute power corrupted them, only for members to die and other corrupted people to take their place. Eventually, they become their own metaphor for the cycle of war and violence. The boss knows this firsthand as she's the daughter of one of the members, and when her dad tried telling the truth to her, he ended up getting assassinated.
The philosophers of today have no sense of good or evil. Their influence extends to countries and organizations involved in every aspect of every war. They have become war itself. The sacrifices of war cause a shift in the times. This shift leads to renewed conflict, and in turn triggers the next war. Do you understand what I'm saying, Snake? By consuming me and you, the philosophers intend to keep that cycle going forever.
What's even more sad, though, is when the philosophers took away the boss's lover and child. You see, turns out the Sorrow and the boss were in love. However, during the Battle of Normandy, the boss was pregnant with the Sorrow's child, but the boss ended up having to give birth on the battlefield. And not just that, but she had to give herself a C-section in the middle of a gunfight, only for her child to be taken away by the philosophers. And even worse, 20 years later, with her lover, the Sorrow, already back in the Soviet Union, she was sent on a mission to kill him, which reluctantly she did. Betrayed and used by her own country, she lost her child and her lover, something we're shown physically as we return to the field.
Look at this scar. This is proof that I was once a mother.
We're shown firsthand this large snake-like scar all along the front of her body, which first off is a very powerful non-sexual contrast towards Eva. In fact, the boss is almost the exact opposite of a Bond girl to the point where it could be considered intentional. But secondly, on that note, the boss is an incredibly empowering character. She is completely capable of fighting on her own, but is also given a really powerful tragedy. You truly understand the reasons why she's disillusioned and jaded. And in a game where this character is mostly mysterious and kind of in the background, having a scene where she just dumps her humanity onto you is so bittersweet.
I gave up my body and my child for my country. There is nothing left inside me now. Nothing at all. No hatred, not even regret. And yet sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snake.
This entire scene is weirdly intimate, and it really works. And you can't help but feel at least a little bit of something as she tears up, thanking Snake for listening to her.
I've never talked this much about myself before. Thanks. Thanks for listening to me. I feel content.
This entire speech is one of the greatest in any medium ever. And if I can be honest, this entire segment I can't do justice. I'll let the rest play out, but this really is something you have to experience yourself, as this super intimate moment is really made better by the fact this is your journey, and the fact that we now have to kill this tragic mother figure of ours.
I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons, taught you techniques, endowed you with knowledge. There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life, by your own hand. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, Miggs will come and bomb the hell out of this place. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives, Jack.
Boss.
You're a soldier. Finish your mission. Prove your loyalty. Face me.
And thus begins the final boss fight, and it's easily the hardest one, requiring a lot of sneaking around. It's almost a cat and mouse game. You gotta damage her before she spots you and then go and run around and hide from her again. But what's really striking is the atmosphere, the white flowers and everything, and the lack of music, just the breeze of the wind. Except, wait, do you hear that? Yeah, emerging from the background, the Snake Eater theme begins to play, going from the instrumental track and building up to the vocal track, which hits really hard for you once you realize that Snake Eater is about the boss.
I'm searching and I'll melt into you.
The one who survives will inherit the title of boss.
I give my life, not for honor, but for you.
I gave up my body and my child for my country. There is nothing left inside me now.
In my time,
one must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat.
Crime, it's the way I fly to you.
I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Snake Eater isn't just a James Bond theme. No, it's the boss's internal thoughts during this whole fight. And this recontextualization is so narratively brilliant, further playing on your expectations of James Bond, making a song with so much more gravity than just watch out, James Bond. And you don't realize this until it starts playing at the end during this boss fight. It's a song about a woman who knows she might have to die, if that means convincing her son-like protege to make the world better in the future. And on top of knowing she's lost pretty much everything, it makes the boss really, really tragic as a character. And during the fight, you actually feel kinda bad for fighting her in the first place. But with all this development, it sadly means we have to now kill the boss. But first, she gives us that little microfilm, the one with all the access to the Philosopher's Legacy, as well as the gun she fought us with.
Patriot. Why are you giving me this?
Which is where the boss instructs us to kill her.
You're a wonderful man. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it.
So we stand back up and aim at the defenseless boss.
There's only room for one boss and one Snake.
In a sequence where we have to press the button to shoot her. There's no press X to shoot or anything, by the way. You're meant to stand there for a minute, which is a great interactive reflection of Snake's reluctancy, and really nails in the fact that it's you who pulled the final shot. Snake begins to process everything that's happening to him. As he does, the flowers in the field turn from white to red. Now, right here, I'm gonna pause and talk about something. And that's what Metal Gear Solid 3 is ultimately about. That being the ideas of disillusionment and the loss of innocence. This, of course, makes sense as you play as a guy who would eventually become a war criminal. But the game does a great job using interactivity and acknowledging you, the player, as a way of putting you in his shoes. I mean, for one thing, think of the symbolism behind the Cobra unit. And think of that in the context of the presumably male dude bro gamer. Someone who did not learn anything from MGS2 and wants to be a stealth badass. It really is not too different from someone who likes James Bond and who likes seeing the ideal man get the girl and kick some ass. As well as, like MGS2 tackles, escape from their own problems, projecting those feelings onto fictional characters and worlds.
Sounds like the Cobra Unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions.
It's not too unlike how Snake has to fight the pain of how he feels about the boss. And by pure coincidence, the first boss you fight and kill is the pain.
For unbearable torment, the pain.
But then there's still a fear of pain that lingers on afterwards. So after that, you gotta kill the fear.
For absolute terror, the fear.
But then, after you've killed your pain and the fear of said pain, there's still the fear of death and the way you process it.
For true oblivion, the end.
But ironically, at this point, a large part of you has now presumably died. And as part of the grieving process, you have to fight your anger next.
For infinite rage, the fury.
And once you've killed the fury, there's not a lot of emotions you have left after that. You feel regret, depression, and sorrow. And like the boss itself and the NPCs you kill throughout the game making the boss harder, the more guilt you have and feel, the harder it is to fight the sorrow. This all, of course, is a reflection of Big Boss's character arc. He has to kill the pain of the boss betraying him, the fear of losing the boss, someone who's deeply close to him, and he has to grow numb and kill his feelings towards death or the end. He then, of course, has to kill the fury, his anger towards the boss, as well as his anger towards the countries that made him fight in the first place, realizing that every country is fighting for dominance at the expense of real human life. He then has to go through the sorrow of realizing he's part of the problem, killing people for a country that merely view him as a war tool. And finally, both you and Snake arrive at the same conclusion. As both you and Snake have mythologically killed your innocence, you're no longer pure or clean, represented by the white flowers turning into red ones. Now, interestingly, when it comes to the color white representing purity, normally the opposite of that is black, meaning impurity. However, the flowers don't turn black, they turn red, blood red. A color both symbolizing violent aggression and love, meaning that no matter how hard it was or how hard it may be, you both have to kill the one thing you have left, and that's the boss. Which, by the way, isn't her official Cobra unit name. No, her original Cobra unit name is, and your mind's gonna be blown by this.
And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
But fuck that though, we gotta get our waifu Biddy now. So in spite of, you know, being still shaken up, we still gotta get home and score the girl, right? Except one issue. Snake! Yep, bad news, Ocelot is here. Ready to jump on plane and take us down. Damn! Yeah! So we watched two big burly men wrestle on a plane. Just don't let an archive of our own see this one though.
Ocelot, what are you doing?
Finishing what I started.
I mean, it can't be that bad.
But then, long story short, the two propose a revolver duel, while also revealing their real names.
You're not a snake, and I'm not an ocelot. We're men with names. My name is Adamska. What's yours?
John.
Plain name. But I won't forget it.
But turns out the one single bullet happens to be a blank. So at this point, he's just fucking with him, I guess. Wow, Adamska, that's really romantic of you, dude.
Till we meet again, John.
After a couple more dramatic plane moments because this game wasn't action-oriented enough, Snake and Eva finally make it in the air and are on their way home.
Well done, Snake.
Congratulations.
And all my boys with that male power fantasy knows what that means. A little bit of wine, a little careful. Oh yes, my favorite meal, spoiled misogyny and Lucky Charms.
Oh, delectable.
But hey, the mission's over and we got the girl, right? Except, no. No he didn't. This is where Metal Gear Solid 3's final reveal comes in. The full, unadulterated truth. After killing the entire Cobra unit, losing his innocence, and killing his mother figure, the only thing Snake has left is Eva. But instead of Snake and Eva cheekily fading to black and riding off into the sunset, we fade into the very next morning. Eva's gone, and we hear a monologue from her, beginning with a Book of Genesis reference.
Scholars tell us that the first spy in history was the snake in the Book of Genesis. In that story, it was Eve who was tempted by the snake in the Garden of Eden. But this time around, it was I who tempted the snake and got away with the forbidden fruit of knowledge.
No fucking way.
Snake then finds a nearby audio tape and player, and on it is a message from Eva.
Good morning, Snake. I hope you slept well.
So it turns out Eva wasn't a KGB spy at all. In fact, she wasn't anything she said she was. In reality, she was a spy for China.
I'm not a KGB spy, and I never worked for the NSA.
I'm an agent of the People's Republic of China for the General HQ 2nd Department of the People's Liberation Army.
Her mission was to get the Philosopher's Legacy for the Chinese branch of the Philosophers. And conveniently, neither the real Adam or Eva showed up to the meeting place, allowing her to blend right in. So now, Eva and China have the Philosopher's Legacy and the Shagohod data. And Eva had Snake hook, line, and sinker. Eva objectifying herself and pursuing Snake was merely a ploy to manipulate him. And you know, I get it. This is part of the James Bond deconstruction. I won't deny, the deconstructed Bond girl turning out to be a femme fatale, it's a smart plot twist. But you know what? After all the disillusionment, after killing the boss and everything, and especially after seeing all the real, honest-to-God chemistry Snake and Eva actually have, this does something even more important. It really fucking hurts. And you can tell it's hurting Snake too.
It was all a lie. I tricked you. And I'm sorry.
And you bet your ass this is a political statement. And in fact, it's the exact point the boss was making. At the beginning of the game, she directly tells you not to have feelings for your comrades.
Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit.
And then at the end explains that as a result of being pawns of war, soldiers have no choice but to hurt their friends.
I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends.
All in the name of meaningless historical competition. Eva, for the sake of her country, emotionally used Snake to get information out of him, then just tossed him away. And fuck man, when they're done with Eva, who knows what they'll do with her? The boss knows this feeling well. She lost her lover, and she lost her child. And more importantly, she knows this because she didn't actually defect. Yeah, that's right, the plot twists aren't over yet. So it turns out the one person Eva couldn't fool was the boss, who back in Groznygrad told Eva the whole truth. A truth so important that it stops Eva from killing us.
In other words, I'm supposed to kill you. But I can't do it. Not because we loved each other. And not because you saved my life. But because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it.
We then cut to Snake walking to the Oval Office as we hear the real truth.
Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No. Far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen.
We see Fox, our Kodak crew, SIGINT, Paramedic, Major Zero, and at the end of the room, President Lyndon B. Johnson, who awards us the title of a Big Boss.
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss.
But of course, note Snake's reaction. When he walks in the room, he's completely emotionally cold, and for the whole duration, he's just so out of it. He's reluctant to shake the president's hand. He straight up avoids shaking the hand of the CIA directors. This man is just a walking corpse at this point. But of course, the US government doesn't give a single shit about that.
You know, we could use an infiltration unit like Fox in the army. Someone like him to handle our top secret sneaking missions for us. A man who combines the qualities of a soldier and an agent.
Which, by the way, yes, is foreshadowing Solid and Liquid Snake, further establishing just how soulless Snake and Liquid were created. We then hear Eva's speech continued, and somehow the reveals make things worse.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government.
The boss didn't defect to Russia. She was yet another spy, this time American, trying to get the Philosopher's Legacy. But then, of course, Volgin fired a nuke at a Russian facility. So, to prevent World War III from happening, America had to kill the boss and make her look like a terrorist who defected. And who better to send than you, the one person who's trained under her? She was true on her word when she said loyalty to the end. She was loyal to America. And yet, everything she was saying, it had to be a cry for help, right? No matter what, she was just a tool, ready to be discarded. And in the end, so was Snake. You saw it all firsthand. This man killed all the manifestations of his emotional states. As a result, he lost his innocence, and the one connection he cared about, Eva, was simply using him. And that very woman who used him reveals that his own side is also using him, and forced him to kill his mother figure who had already lost everything for her country. And like the boss before him, he's now completely disillusioned. But now he's gained the title of Big Boss. Except at what cost did he earn that title? Because everything he cared about during the mission is completely lost now. And what's even worse is that now that he's officially killed the boss, she will now be viewed as a historically deplorable figure. Something Eva explains as we walk to the boss's grave, with Snake, now Big Boss, carrying one last tribute to her.
Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission.
Of course, the boss knew what was going to happen to her, but you were still a tool for the Cold War. You pulled the trigger, so you can't help but feel emotionally conflicted about it all. But at the end, the boss still cared about Snake and wanted him to know the truth.
But I think she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. She wanted to live on in your memory. Not as a soldier, but as a woman. But she was forbidden to tell you herself.
The game then ends with Big Boss delivering the boss's gun to her grave. Meanwhile, Eva's message ends with her breaking down into tears. The gravity of an innocent woman being reviled by history really hitting her. All the while, Big Boss salutes her grave, barely able to keep himself together. And knowing that this massive event would lead to this man becoming a war criminal, it makes all this hit that much harder. This man was emotionally controlled by everyone. And after helping turn a woman he loved into a historical war criminal, he returns disillusioned. As a result, he would then try and fail to build Outer Heaven multiple times, only to repeat the very history he's fighting against. In order to become Big Boss, Snake has to lose everything, and he would spend the rest of his life never recovered.
Snake. History will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
And this is the game's final shot, our masculine hero crying at his mother figure's grave. There's no reward, no sunset with the love interest, but rather a man disillusioned by the casualties of war. I can't express enough how strongly I feel about this ending. Recording all this now gives me a massive lump in my throat, and finding the words to describe the impact of the scene is near impossible for me. It's arguably the most depressing ending in the whole series. There are one or two other things that happen after this, like for example a scrolling timeline we get, comprised of events that lead up to the birth of Snake and Liquid. And also, of course, a post-credit scene revealing that not only was Ocelot Adam the whole time, but he was also a triple agent for America who gave Eva a fake version of the Philosopher's Legacy.
Yes. It appears that no one knew that I was Adam. The film we handed the Chinese was a fake. The Philosopher's Legacy is now safely with us, in America's hands.
But what I really want to highlight is a song that plays during the credits of this game. It's a real song called Way to Fall by Star Sailor. Sadly, I can't play the actual song because of copyright. And what you're hearing now is a pretty fantastic cover by Jordan Fox. With that being said, I recommend listening to the original, because it's a fantastic song and fits Metal Gear Solid 3 so well. From its somber and melancholic sound, to its lyrics about a parent telling their child about long-term suffering, it is a perfect reflection of Metal Gear Solid 3's themes, reflecting not just the harrowing effects of the ending, but also the trajectory of Big Boss's character. It is easily one of the best usages of a licensed song ever, and it's the perfect way of capping off this entire experience.
I've got something in my throat. I need to be alone while I
From its incredibly detailed gameplay to its cinematic yet deconstructive story, Metal Gear Solid 3 is an absolute masterwork of fiction. And there is a damn good reason this is considered one of the, if not the best in the franchise. And I know for a fact this video is not gonna do this game justice at all. I know there's like a billion fucking things I've missed about it. Like for example, how it's implied that the son that was taken from the boss is Revolver Ocelot and she doesn't know at all. Or if you eat enough bad food that Snake doesn't like, he will eventually grow accustomed to it and like it. Or how sometimes you can spot the sorrow in certain cutscenes. Or how in the PS2 version, there is an entire extra mode that's a promotion for Ape Escape 3. Or how in the Subsistence version, and only the Subsistence version, there is an entire collection of fucking shitposts. One of my favorites being when the CIA director gets mad that Snake didn't shake his hand, so he just randomly finds him and fights him until they shake hands and get married for whatever reason. This one is almost as good as the one where Raiden from Metal Gear Solid 2 travels back in time to be the main character of the game, only for him to get slapsticked around the whole time like a Tom and Jerry character. But yeah, overall, I think Metal Gear Solid 3 is a pretty neat video game.
This is a work of art.
It's a phenomenal deconstruction of the male James Bond power fantasy. And what is on the surface a very bombastic and cinematic experience is in reality a critique of the Cold War and a harrowing story of disillusionment. With that being said, it was also meant to be the last game in the franchise. In fact, Kojima wanted to end the story as far back as MGS1, where the characters learn not to be tied to genes, but rather the lives they choose to live. But then, of course, that game ended up blowing up in popularity. So, as a result, Metal Gear Solid 2 exists as a weird anti-sequel. A game about a Metal Gear Solid fan character having an existential crisis, but learns to find his own identity. That's where Metal Gear Solid was meant to end. But then, as the game was both insanely successful, but very divisive at the time, Kojima was obligated back into a Metal Gear Solid 3, a game where he finally gives the player that male power fantasy again, only to brutally murder it right in front of them, while at the same time also wrapping the whole series around a full circle. However, due to very extreme fan pressure, some of which involving, believe it or not, real death threats, and no doubt pressure from his publisher Konami, Kojima had to make a Metal Gear Solid 4, a definitive ending for a franchise that wasn't meant to have one. And yet, no matter what his feelings were, Kojima had to finish the story. His solution was an albino monkey. You know, I've been really dreading this one. I wish there were an easy way to describe my feelings on Metal Gear Solid 4. Unfortunately, though, the game I'm discussing is Metal Gear Solid 4. For one thing, playing this game is already kind of a pain in the ass. You see, Metal Gear Solid 4 was a big PS3 exclusive video game.
I'm talking about that PS Triple.
And as of making this video, that's where it currently still is. Meaning that as of currently, to this day, MGS4 is locked to the PS3. Now, there have been rumors and winks and nudges by the real people at Konami that Metal Gear Solid 4 might eventually get ported to the Master Collection Volume 2. But until that day comes, assuming it does come, MGS4 is still a PS3 exclusive video game. This means I have to go through the nightmare of recording games on PS3, a console that infamously requires a splitter to record with because Sony didn't want people pirating Blu-ray movies. So, you know, that's fun. But beyond those technical hurdles, Metal Gear Solid 4 is also just a baffling game, which is saying a lot because this is a Metal Gear Solid we're talking about here. But where the baffling elements of the previous games felt intentional, and usually pretty metatextual, Metal Gear Solid 4 is kind of a mess. By all means, this game should be, and kind of is, a disaster. But it's also kind of a beautiful mess, and ironically, the perfect ending to the series. MGS4 is a very weird game. It's as perfect as it is flawed. And it's a game best described as the worst 10 out of 10 ever. And by the end, I think you'll agree if you don't already. So grab some popcorn, because trust me, you'll need it. The cutscenes are very long in this game. So first of all, before anything else, you gotta go through a 16-minute installation screen featuring Solid Snake just smoking a ciggy. By the way, it is kind of funny. We are 4 mainline games in, but Solid Snake, the main character, is only fully playable in 2 of them. So it's nice having a Metal Gear Solid game where the main character is fully playable again. Anyways, the installation ends with a very cheeky "kept you waiting, huh?"
Kept you waiting, huh?
We fade into what might be my favorite main menu in the whole series. The place here is Arlington National Cemetery, which is the largest military cemetery in the US. People like JFK and William Howard Taft are buried here, and coincidentally, in the Metal Gear lore, so is the boss. Or at least her tombstone is. Her body's a bit of a different story. But cut to the here and now, where Solid Snake is, staring at tombstones over a haunting melody. Man, this song is so melancholic. It's beautiful. Man, already, this game is one emotional roller coaster. Well, let's press new game and start this thing up, shall we? So our game begins in a really weird place, with a bunch of military-themed TV shows and commercials. There's a military-themed workout show, a military-themed cooking show, whatever the fuck this is. It's very obviously influenced by RoboCop, making fun of the commonplace of violence in media, which, yeah, I guess is a series trademark at this point.
And Canada's total population's
LLM, lot of Lil Money's technology.
But I really do like the whole disorienting flipping through the channels vibe going on here, showcasing just how commercialized war has gotten. Anyways, so the real game opens somewhere in the Middle East, with a backdrop of dusty-ass piss filters. We see a convoy of what looks like Middle Eastern rebels, and we hear the monologue of an all-too-familiar voice.
War has changed. It's no longer about nations. ideologies, or ethnicity.
We hear Snake's famous lament about how war has changed, and how with the rise of technology, war has become more and more vapid.
It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine.
It's a really bleak speech, and there's a reason why it's so iconic. And admittedly, considering the military-industrial complex, yeah, it hits home. I mean, when a defense manufacturer like Raytheon is making $67 billion, it's a nice reminder of what the real intentions behind war lobbying is.
ID-tagged soldiers carry ID-tagged weapons, use ID-tagged gear.
Oh hey, funny story about that too. That's real now. Thank you, Kojima, for predicting the future again. We also get an illusion of what this game might be about.
Genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control.
Snake here is very subtly referring to the previous 3 games. Metal Gear Solid 1 is about genetic control.
You can't fight your genes. It's fate. All living things are born for the sole purpose of passing on their parents' genes.
Metal Gear Solid 2, meanwhile, is about information control.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays.
And Metal Gear Solid 3 is about emotion control.
It was all a lie. I tricked you.
And now here's MGS4, which is apparently about battlefield control. Ah, well, color me intrigued on that end, especially when this is by far the bleakest intro in the whole series. Now, reminder, during this time, the War on Terror was in full force. No doubt due to a certain,
Reminds me of that tragedy.
We are post 9/11.
So not only did war fiction take on a certain, hoorah, boys, we gotta stop Al-Qaeda with Optimus Prime, but you also saw the rise of games like Call of Duty, Battlefield, Counter-Strike, even something like a Halo or Killzone. Even Medal of Honor came back to rip off Call of Duty and sucked. But thankfully, there was a GOAT, Shadow Ops Red Mercury.
As an operator in the volatile world of Black Ops, you never know who the hell to trust. Chain of command, spies, friends. This is Frank Hayden. Welcome to my nightmare.
Works influenced by the War on Terror started really emerging during this time. And Metal Gear Solid 4 is, of course, taking the piss out of it, or rather putting the piss in the filter. Of course, Kojima would have changed his mind if he played Shadow Ops Red Mercury.
When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
We then get this ultra clean gameplay transition, like damn! Which in 2008 and even kinda now, it's really impressive. Like damn, okay, we're just in the game now, I guess. Except wait, no, because we crawl under the truck and immediately fade to a cutscene. Well, so much for seamless transition, I guess. But thankfully, we do again get seamlessly back into gameplay. For about 2 steps, of course, before another cutscene happens. Wow, this is more jarring than usual. But whatever moves the story, I guess. But then suddenly the soldiers hear something. Oh, well, that can't be good. But what the hell is that noise anyways? Well, thankfully, we're right about to find out. These are the geckos, the freaky new military weapon. Emphasis on the freaky, by the way. I mean, look at these thick-ass legs and the weird cow-like noises they make. And the worst part, we're back to gameplay and gotta run from them for about 5 more seconds before another cutscene happens. Okay, come on, this is kind of overboard. Like, I know it's a Metal Gear Solid game, and they're known for their cutscenes, but the games at least let me to breathe a little bit at first. Like, take Metal Gear Solid 3, for example. Yeah, there's that whole 15-minute Halo drop and the mission briefing and everything. Then you get brief gameplay where you get your backpack and then a really long codec call setting up the boss. But then after that, there's a pretty fair mix of gameplay and cutscene here. And most of the cutscenes are more so there to teach you gameplay mechanics. It just felt more tasteful previously. With MGS4 though, I can't say the same here. This is just a cutscene after cutscene, man. Like, come on. Anyway, so Snake attempts to take a smoke break, only for blood to drip on him, and he's right below a gecko. So yeah, no doubt, they're after us and the chase is still on. And you know what? I still can't deny, even if the implementation's a bit sloppier, these cutscenes are still great. Especially when we get that full reveal of our badass old Snake, only to jump back to a desperate chase, showing just how dangerous and hard to kill these gecko things are. However, on the verge of being surrounded, Snake hides under that cardboard box which reads, "No place for Hideo." Or does he? Because craftily, Snake fills it with a bunch of watermelons. Where'd he get all them from? I don't fucking know. They probably shoved up that giant ass of his or something. Holy hell! How do you even get it to look like that? What? Cut to 3 days earlier, with Solid Snake saluting someone's tombstone, just like a Big Boss did at the end of MGS3. And just in case it wasn't clear, you can press the X button to remember that part. Metal Gear Solid 4 includes a lot of this, by the way. Press X to have a flashback to remember the previous event. And honestly, I'm a little mixed on this feature. I can't lie, it is really helpful with how convoluted these games are, but I'm also the kind of guy to rest his hands on the sides of the controller during cutscenes, so these flashback QuickTime thingies can get pretty annoying sometimes, unless you want to face the consequence of a character staring out into space for seconds at a time. I know it came out like 16 years later, but I prefer what a game like a Final Fantasy 16 does, where you can pause the game and get small little tidbits on the lore of the world, which allows the pacing and flow of the story to not be interrupted, but still allows the game's world to have that clarity. My point is, while this is a kinda helpful, I don't really want it in any game ever again.
So anything that takes away the power of your mind is keeping you still.
Anyways, well, suddenly a helicopter comes down and greets Snake, and out from the helicopter emerges Otacon, my boy.
Otacon, even the dead have ears.
Snake, we've got to go.
By the way, you may have noticed Snake is really old for some reason, and there's a good reason for that. You see, despite being 42 years old by now, Snake is suffering from rapid aging, and no one really knows the cause at all.
Your early aging symptoms look like classic Werner syndrome, but none of the tests were able to pinpoint the cause.
Furthermore, the only doctor who can properly diagnose Snake is Dr. Naomi Hunter. However, she's currently completely MIA, which means for now we're saying, fuck it, we ball, Benjamin Button with guns. But speaking of old men though, guess who's in the helicopter waiting for us?
Snake.
Oh man, it's the old bastard Colonel Campbell.
Well, I'm not a colonel anymore, Snake.
I think what's funnier is that this is the first time we've seen Colonel Campbell up close in front of us. Finally, the PS3 can render him. But Campbell isn't just here to show us his face textures. No, there's a very real reason he's here.
We found him. In the Middle East.
Liquid Snake is back, and he plans an insurrection, whatever that means. However, to find out what it means, you gotta watch a mission briefing first, which is viewable separately in the main menu. This harkens back to Metal Gear Solid 1, which again, I don't like at all. Why can't you give me information like this in the actual game? MGS3 did this right. But anyways, long story short, there's been a massive rise in PMCs.
PMCs? Private military companies.
Due to the quote-unquote Manhattan incident, which is the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2. And when I say PMCs have grown, I mean they have grown, phasing out conventional militaries and fueling an all-new era of the war economy. In fact, PMCs are such big business that...
Currently, 5 of them are big enough to be labeled global powers.
Shit, dog, that's big money. I gotta get on this now. It also results in a boost of child soldiers, so... But turns out the big 5 PMCs are actually run by a dummy company. And that company is run by Liquid Snake, or Ocelot, or Liquid Ocelot. Point is, Liquid is gonna use the massive army of the 5 biggest PMCs to start an insurrection. And Campbell wants us to kill him. So despite being literally one big unsanctioned military operation, the fate of the world is literally at stake here. So Snake reluctantly agrees to all this.
Liquid is lying in wait in a Middle Eastern war zone. Track him down.
So, first order of business, meet up with Rat Patrol 1, a PMC investigation unit. And so, as we fade back to the Middle East setting, that's gonna be our main order of business for now. We also finally get real gameplay in this thing. Again, I tend to try and focus more on the story than the gameplay in this thing, but Metal Gear Solid 4 is a good game. It's an evolution of the MGS3 formula with new moves and new tech, like being able to crouch walk and roll, or the brand new Octo Camo, the brand new camo system that changes dynamically, depending on the surface you're pressed up against. Eventually you get the Solid Eye, which gives you night vision. Otacon gives you this through his little Metal Gear Mark II droid, which you can also use in gameplay to your advantage. Also, rations are back on top of regenerative healing like in MGS3. Metal Gear Solid 4 includes old mechanics from MGS 1 and 2 and MGS 3 mechanics, but this time refined with a few new tricks added on top. This is on top of that classic Metal Gear Solid crazy detail. As a result, this mechanically should be the best in the series. But the issue is, a lot of these mechanics don't show up very long, and don't feel like they're utilized to their fullest. Part of this problem also stems from the game being a very cutscene focused. So you get like, what, less than 60% of gameplay here? I don't mind narrative-driven games. In fact, I love them, but compared to MGS 2 and 3, this feels more inconsistent, especially when you get to the actual bad parts of the game, but we'll get to that later. As of right now, though, we wander into this room and see an albino monkey.
Pretty sweet, huh?
This is where we meet Drebin, one of the characters ever. He's a black market arms dealer.
I'm a gun launderer.
One of the many Drebins in the world.
Me, I'm Drebin number 893.
Who's addicted to drinking soda. He is pretty helpful though, as he upgrades our nanomachine so we can shoot the guns in this game, bypassing the whole ID system. However, it will not be for free, hence introducing the gun market mechanic of the game. A mechanic that exists, I guess. On that note, the same goes to the character of Drebin himself. A character who's helpful, I guess. But aside from that, as we'll see throughout the game, there isn't much to him, which is weird comparing the rest of the cast of this series. You had tons of fun, enjoyable, lovable characters you wanted to know more about, but Drebin just kinda exists, I guess. I do think he's conceptually funny though, because his whole character is just
Geneva Chain, the first fully AI layer 2 blockchain built on the war economy by war criminals for war criminals. PMC, plenty money contractors technology, proof of ID tag weapon software, child soldier cred entry scan system.
So Drebin heads out and that's about it.
I have you.
And we're back to finding Rat Patrol 1. But before we do though, I gotta mention the music and how hit or miss it is. There are some absolutely great tracks on here, don't get me wrong. But for the most part, MGS4's soundtrack is pretty bland. Like, I can't say it's bad, it's composed well and works, but it's pretty weak compared to the rest of the series in my opinion. It's not a god-awful or anything, just more generic. And there are a couple bangers on here, for sure. But most of these are more so for cinematic moments than actual gameplay. And as a result, the soundtrack resembles more of an epic music compilation than a Metal Gear game. I do think, though, the atmosphere is great. The sounds of bullets and soldiers screaming and random street fights and explosions all feel super visceral and really immerse you in this active war zone. Anyways, we then make it to this area here. One step closer to... Look, you know, I shouldn't be surprised. So after all that and long story short, we head into this building here and finally meet Rat Patrol 1.
Drop your weapon.
Oh, hey, I know that guy. That's the poo-poo man.
Drop your weapon.
All these damn frenemies, I'm gonna call a poo-poo man.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
Oh, hey, that's the Metal Gear Solid 1 line, right?
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
Man, what a classic line that was. And also a bit of foreshadowing, as the moment Snake takes this guy down, we hear a very familiar voice.
Don't move. CQC. Real big boss, huh?
And apparently this woman knows ours, too.
Fox.
Snake? Snake.
That's right, everyone. She's back.
Meryl.
Man, it's so good to see Meryl return in this game.
What happened to your face?
Hey, shut the fuck up. Yours didn't even move last time I saw you. So yeah, Meryl's the leader of Rat Patrol 1, alongside this guy who isn't important, this guy with the exclamation haircut, who also isn't really important, and then there's Johnny, aka Akiba, who is, you know, the poo-poo man.
Diarrhea.
And if the name Johnny sounds familiar, it should be, as it's the same name of the guy who had a poop in the first Metal Gear game. And don't forget about his dad, Johnny, in MGS3. So yeah, connecting all the dots robots really isn't hard. What is hard, though, is believing that Johnny is actually important to the story, which he is. So make sure you really remember this guy and his diarrhea problems. Anyways, finally, Snake and Meryl are back together.
You're all grown up.
Okay, Snake, don't phrase it like that, please.
Maybe it's because someone taught me well.
Oh yeah, Meryl bros, we're so back!
A certain legendary hero who suddenly disappeared.
Oh shit, never mind, there's some drama going on here. But that's fine, a bit of tension never hurt anybody.
Back then, I just wanted you to accept me. But I've put the past behind. I'm done playing little love games.
Alright, so clearly some developments in order here. But as of right now, we get a big ol' Kojima exposition dump about how the whole ID tagging system works. And the answer is, nanomachines. To make a very long story very simple and short, you get the nanomachine vaccine, and your body and combat performance is suddenly enhanced, at the expense that your personal data is constantly being tracked in real time. And by personal data, we mean, like, everything. Things from how much ammo you have, to how much water you drink. Even the breathing is monitored. Jesus, you can't have a VPN for that. And all of it collected by an AI. Oh no. This system is called the SOP, or Sons of the Patriots. And Meryl is weirdly comfortable with this.
It was creepy at first, knowing you're being watched 24/7, but I've gotten used to it. It gives us a lot of advantages in the field, too.
And for whatever reason, Liquid wants to Elon Musk the whole thing. And Meryl and her team have finally tracked him down. Except one new problem, Meryl has some beef with Campbell.
Don't tell me it's Campbell.
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding. You expect me to work with my uncle?
So yeah, there's some more family drama here. The type of shit that makes Meryl crash out. It's also revealed that Campbell is Meryl's father. Or at least revealed to those who didn't get the Otacon ending back in 1998.
Meryl was my daughter.
What's a father?
So yeah, the family drama is thickening here.
Why are you still calling him Uncle?
You're still calling him Colonel.
He's your father.
What's a father?
As far as I'm concerned, we're still uncle and niece. I will never forgive that womanizing piece of shit.
Damn, something crazy's happening here. I never took the Colonel to be a womanizer, though. Not that I'd say he's entirely trustworthy, so I guess you really don't know a guy.
He, remarried.
Really?
His new wife's about my age.
Oh, well, that's interesting. We'll discuss all this later, because right now we're being ambushed.
It's the frog.
His private troops.
Okay, seriously though, we're being attacked by these frog unit people, who are in these enhanced to power military suits and are all female for some reason. I'm not sure what Kojima meant by that, but long story short, we fight with Meryl and the Rat Patrol. Also, I can't deny here, this cutscene to gameplay transition is clean as a fuck.
That might feel nice. That definitely might feel nice.
We also get one last brief cutscene, showcasing Rat Patrol 1 doing some anime one-shot and everyone dies kind of shit. Well, all except for Johnny, who's of course being a dipshit. And turns out it's not just for show either, as the nanomachines inside their bodies let them communicate telepathically or some shit.
The nanomachine network inside each unit member's body lets us share each other's senses.
Look, I've just learned to not question it at this point. Anyways, we get very sad, brooding old Snake.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
Your body. Are you gonna be all right?
I mean, have you seen my ass? Pretty good.
Anyways, we move forward and witness something important. That being a group of soldiers being completely pulverized. All by a robot wolf, a flying bird soldier, a woman octopus, and a four-armed woman soldier. And trust me, I'll have a lot to say on these four later. But right now, we gotta sneak around and track down Liquid. And so we reach this large enemy encampment. And sure enough, Liquid Ocelot is right there.
Liquid.
And bad news, he suspects we're here. Either that or it's just very convenient timing for what happens next.
Activate it.
And what happens next is a whole army going cuckoo crazy. From getting super painful headaches to extreme nausea to even whacking and killing each other. All except for Johnny, the poo-poo man, who seems to be unaffected. All while Liquid stands and watches next to this mysterious woman, who is clearly uncomfortable and walks off.
Refreshing, don't you think?
And honestly, you know, I have no clue why. You would think watching mass suffering is total riz, but I guess not these days. Even Snake seems to be fighting his demons in the Perk 70s, I guess. Which eventually gets Liquid Ocelot's attention.
Brother, it's been too long. Rejoice! We're not copies of our father. After after all.
Well, that's nice, Liquid. I'm glad you realize that now. Although I guess that does make his motivations pretty confusing. As being the inferior clone was like a big part of his motivations, I guess he's running off really petty fumes now.
Watch, Snake. Watch as I surpass my own origin.
But then suddenly that mysterious woman comes out. And of course, turns out it's Dr. Naomi from MGS1. And something tells us that she's not here by her own volition. Right now, though, that doesn't matter as Johnny saves us, but Liquid gets away. Thus ending our Middle Eastern trip preemptively, fading us into our next mission briefing. Yeah, in between each act, we get a mission briefing section, all taking place on our giant plane called the Nomad, with all of them, including the first one I talked about earlier, opening with some little girl cooking a bunch of eggs.
13, 21.
283, 84, 85, 687.
This little girl is named Sunny. She's the daughter of Olga. Remember her from Metal Gear Solid 2? Yeah, that child the Patriots took from her, that's Sunny. She's since been adopted by Otacon and cooks a lot of eggs, really terribly.
Remember the sun being so flat.
And this is why Snake isn't a father.
You really hurt her feelings.
Yeah. Why don't you teach her how to cook eggs then?
So Snake wakes up from being out all day. And yeah, whatever Liquid Ocelot was doing, it was real intense.
My body just seized up all of a sudden. Ugh.
You were lucky. Some of those guys' hearts simply stopped.
And to make things more interesting, Otacon got a video from Naomi right afterwards. And yeah, sure enough, at least according to Naomi, she is not working with Liquid willingly.
I'm in South America. I've been captured and forced to do research. It's Liquid.
She then reveals Liquid's real goal, and that's to take over SOP, which means taking over the entire nanomachine system in the world. So I guess that Middle East incident was just the beta for that. Otacon also finds Naomi's location data, so we notify Colonel Campbell about all this, who officially confirms her next stop, South America.
Maybe I'll even have a smoke while I still can.
So Snake has arrived in South America and he's sneaking in, all while overhearing a conversation with Colonel Campbell. And there's a couple things to establish here. So remember that Patriots thing in MGS2 and how the members died over 100 years ago?
They're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
Yeah, damn, what a cliffhanger, right? Well, you can just throw that away, I guess. Because turns out that information is kind of a load of shit.
The data we got from Arsenal Gear was a load of crap. 12 founders who have all been dead for 100 years. Give me a break. We know they exist today.
Well, so much for all that. That being said, though, the AI is still running the show and shit. In fact, since MGS2, it's only gotten worse, as they now have complete, total control.
Everything that Solid has feared 5 years ago. It's all come to pass.
Now, with the media and global opinion under complete control, not even the UN can stand up to them.
This is like George Orwell's book, 1984.
The irony is, apparently, Liquid Ocelot wants to break free of the Patriots. Yeah, don't forget, Ocelot was already an agent, but apparently he has ulterior motives on top of those ulterior motives.
I want to feel like it's raining on me, okay?
Which means, however, even more irony, as Snake now has to inadvertently kinda protect the Patriots' AI system, or else the entirety of modern civilization will fall apart. This is in spite of, you know, everything that happened in MGS2. But I guess if the whole world is at stake, then I guess I'll let it slide. Also, fuck all that noise because Vamp is back. Vamp. So I guess he didn't die drowning in the ocean in MGS2? Man, we're just walking back all sorts of stuff, aren't we?
Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
My life is like
But all this retconning and walkbacks isn't even the craziest thing that happens here. Because right here, we are properly introduced to Campbell's new wife. The woman significantly younger than him. Which is already kind of crazy, so I don't know how—
Snake, there's someone I'd like you to meet. A member of the mission staff. Rosemary.
What?
Oh, no, this is classic Kojima. I know this one. This is the Vulcan Raven action figure moment thing. This is just a wink and a nudge to the fans, you know? It's gonna be some whole new character. It's gonna be a funny That is— what the fuck?
Nice to meet you, Snake.
What the fuck is going on? Okay, so, Raiden is missing, I guess. And as a result, Campbell just moved in on Rose.
Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose.
I was consoling her over her loss.
Crazy hamburger!
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me.
Even Snake is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Now I see why Meryl was so disgusted.
What the hell?
Meryl, said something about me.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
Wake up in the AM making G's like
Anyway, so we're gonna have to find Naomi, I guess. And to do so, we gotta... Look, I got a lot on my mind right now. I'm just wondering if Raiden's okay. Where is he, man?
Who is this? Snake. That voice.
Oh, well, apparently he's giving us a mysterious codec call. But hopefully he's doing all right.
Is this Jack?
Jack is dead.
Just give him some Midwest emo. He'll be fine. Now, Raiden's looking for Big Boss's remains, apparently. For a woman named Matka Plutku, aka Big Mama. Now, what do you think is Rose's reaction to all this?
Don't let him know I'm involved in this operation, okay? I think it would be best to just leave him alone for now.
So your missing boyfriend is still alive and you want to leave him alone still? My lord, this woman is for the streets. We also meet up with Drebin again, who literally is just stalking us now using nanomachines. Thankfully, though, he is honest about it, so I guess that's something. He also gives us a lot of very helpful exposition, including who those weird female soldiers were. These are the B&B unit, or the Beauty and the Beast unit, comprised of Laughing Octopus, Raging Raven, Crying Wolf, and Screaming Mantis.
Psycho Mantis.
Once again, I'll go more in depth on them a little later, but right now, TLDR, there are new bad guys for the game. So yeah, thanks Drebin for all that. But now it's time to find Dr. Naomi. And sure enough, TLDR, we find her. Although as we do, she starts tweaking out, so she might not be in the best shape herself.
Naomi.
Snake, you and I, neither of us can escape our fate.
Although you wouldn't know that from looking at her, as she seems to really be into the sexy nurse Halloween costume look.
What the fuck is wrong with the cameras, man? Show the angles right.
I haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years?
9.
So once again, Naomi is held captive here, where she reveals that the SOP system can control soldiers' senses as well, meaning the way a soldier feels emotionally on the battlefield can be regulated in real time.
They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres.
This in turn means that the soldier crash out moment in the Middle East wasn't actually the nanomachines going berserk, but rather the literal exact opposite. The soldiers, now freed from the nanomachines, all started having extreme PTSD crash out. Side note, it's a weirdly similar plot point to the video game Haze. I say this so I have an excuse to mention Haze in a YouTube video.
Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down.
Wow, Kojima, incredibly subtle use of imagery here. Meanwhile, though, we find out Snake's body is worse than ever. Something we find out as Naomi does a procedure on him. Man, a good thing there are no guards around or anything.
Snake?
Oh my god, so sad. He looks amazing for his age. Okay, but on a genuinely more depressing note, Snake's body is killing itself, as it was designed to do so.
Your clones created for one purpose, war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce.
Not only that though, but Foxeye is still in Snake's body, and turns out it's mutating in a dangerous way. Remember, Foxeye only killed certain people on a genetic level. However, in Snake's dying body, the Foxeye will soon be killing anyone.
It'll become a killer virus that attacks untold numbers of victims.
And there's no cure or anything for this either. So yeah, really depressing shit, man.
How long is my body gonna hold out?
3 months at the most.
3 months.
And they just got worse. This, of course, means there's a lot more pressure on stopping Liquid, on account of, you know, Snake literally dying and causing a pandemic, potentially. Oh, and he also has random seizures throughout the game, which is due to something nanomachines. So Snake now has to take anti-nanomachine repressors. So yeah, you know, fun. But even so, Snake does not give up, and just keeps trucking on in the most solid Snake way possible.
You said yourself we mustn't allow ourselves to be chained to fate.
I can't slip free.
Then I'll free us both. Where's Liquid?
Hell fucking yeah, that's my goat. Naomi also elaborates on what Liquid's plan actually is. And sure enough, it's to go after the Patriots by taking over the SOP system and amassing an enhanced army that he can control.
He calls it Guns of the Patriots.
guns of the Patriots.
Holy shit, that's the subtitle of the game. But then suddenly, Naomi starts crashing out and is conveniently taken away by enemy soldiers, which is where we encounter our first B&B unit member. This is Laughing Octopus, our first real boss fight of the game, which means I can finally fucking say it. The Beauty and the Beast unit fucking sucks. This is the ultimate example of what did Kojima mean by this. To the point where I can't even defend it. This is bad. So the idea is on the outside, they're super violent mega soldiers. However, on the inside, they're actually smoking hot babes.
Word on the street says that beneath those ugly ass suits, the B&Bs are real babes.
But they also have super sad, traumatic backstories, which you find out about after you beat them. However, unlike, for example, Sniper Wolf, this is laughably terrible, as the B&Bs have no actual characters to them at all. And these fights all start and end the exact same way. The bosses come in and have a monologue, very underwhelming monologues, I might add. There's even an F-word bomb. Ooh.
It's all so fucking hysterical.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
You then go through the series' worst boss fights to date. Seriously, these bosses are some ass cheeks. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 bosses, these aren't. There's no intense duels like Ocelot or The End. There's no using the Rykov mask to distract Volgin. No tricking enemies with the fake death pill and burning them from behind. No, instead you get bosses that are frustrating at worst and forgettable at best, and really don't offer anything in terms of creative gameplay freedom. So then you beat the boss and a sexy lady comes out of them, where they then proceed to have mental breakdowns and then kind of get over them and then be all sexy for whatever reason. And then they start following you, and you can either kill them right here in the area or keep having them chase you until you go to a giant white void where you can make them dance to J-pop and pose for sexy pictures. And then after they die, Drebin then calls you and gives you the most try-hard, edgy backstory ever. It is absolutely ridiculous.
After they made her torture her family and friends, they made her kill him. The whole time they were forcing her to laugh, howl like some sort of demon.
Oh, so that's why Laughing Octopus is laughing. It's even weirder because previous games did indeed do this kind of thing really well. Like, for example, against Sniper Wolf, a character who was built up throughout the game and was seductive, sure, but to a much more grounded degree. And she was also able to tell her own story, so that also really helped. Even one-shots like a Fat Man or The Fury had something philosophical to say. But with the B&B units, Kojima literally just wrote the same character. The only thematic or philosophical idea being war crimes are bad. The whole B&B unit is completely awful in my opinion. And it's weird seeing Kojima fumble the bag when he got it so right the last time around. I wish I could only know what he was thinking. Like, seriously, what?
Where does Hideo Kojima get his ideas?
Well, either way, we blow up women and look for Naomi. And sure enough, we find her being taken away by Vamp. So Solid Snake then takes the shot and shoots Vamp in the head. This, of course, though, doesn't kill him and just makes him fall asleep for a minute.
I'll be taking in half.
Meanwhile, though, the combat in the area is getting more and more crazy. The nanomachine PTSD DDoS is happening, causing soldiers to trip out. The geckos are hopping in and shooting shit. But thankfully, Drebin's Lamborghini Urus is here to save Naomi and ourselves.
Need a lift?
This initiates a big old turret sequence where we blast our way through geeked up soldiers and geckos. It's a perfectly fine set piece and there's not much else to say here. But then we crash the whip and shit. Thankfully, everyone's safe. The bad news, though, is we're surrounded by gecko. But then, on a nearby rooftop, we see a mysterious cyborg ninja.
Raiden.
Yep, that's right. Raiden's a cyborg ninja now, and he's able to take down all these geckos single-handedly. The scene is also kinda fucking awesome, by the way. It's dumb, acrobatic anime bullshit, and it's kinda great. It's also a great way of establishing just how different this Raiden is. I mean, last time we saw this guy, he was a bumbling, dorky idiot who just went through the biggest mental breakdown of his life. So I guess he has every right to be an emo cyborg ninja now. My heart bleeds black blood for you, Snake. And it really begs the question of who hurt this guy. Although I can't say it's, you know, hard to figure it out.
Snake, it's my turn to protect you.
So thankfully we're able to escape as Raiden distracts the enemies. All while Drebin just hides in his Lamborghini Urus, you fucking bastard. Also, Otacon and Naomi have sexual tension just out of nowhere. We also gotta go pick up Raiden real quick, who, bad news, is now tied up and face-to-face with Vamp, and who has a high-definition penis knife. Fan service is easier to swallow when the men get it too.
You too, immortal.
No. I just don't fear death.
Damn, this is what a heartbreak does to a motherfucker. You know, I can't even complain. This is kinda so stupid, it's awesome. So Raiden and Vamp have a very flashy duel for a minute, which ends in Raiden stabbing himself to knock Vamp out, and then Mario jumping into our helicopter. Bad news though, he's vomiting cum and going into robo-cardiac arrest. Also, Vamp's regeneration is finally explained. God damn, about time. And the reason is...
the nanomachines in his
okay,
body.
you know what? Take a shot every time the answer is nanomachines. Anyway, so Raiden needs a cum-infused blood or something. But he then tells us to go to Europe and meet Big Mama, transitioning us into our next mission briefing. We get a brief wholesome scene of Naomi and Sunny cooking eggs together, where she gives Sunny a blue rose, a visual we saw back in South America. Wait a minute, hold on. First it was the Beauty and the Beast unit, and now a blue rose, which is also something from Beauty and the Beast. Throughout the game, there is not subtle allegory to Beauty and the Beast in this thing, and it is certainly, one of the attempts at allegory of all time. It's also really weird because one part of it is genuinely brilliant, but the other part is really, really forced. Of course, I won't spoil the game for you here, but I will say this, as you saw with the Beauty and the Beast unit, the part of the allegory is about how war turns people into monsters is really bad, and it really is just as ham-fisted as I'm making it out to be. Man, nothing says anti-war commentary like a sexy supermodels.
I shouldn't be laughing.
So anyways, turns out the key to SOP is Big Boss. Which, yeah, of course, why isn't it? But turns out Big Boss is also alive, albeit completely brain dead and kept in a lab in Europe. And conveniently, so is a large supply of cum that Raiden needs to survive. But uh-oh, Liquid is also on his way there, which means Eastern Europe is our next stop. But before that, we move to later that night, where Otacon and Naomi,
I used to be an anime otaku.
Oh.
This, might be Riz. Then he goes into Otacon being too scared to let Sunny go outside and shit. And Naomi's all like, no, you can't do that. She needs a real life outside. And then suddenly, Naomi wants to fuck Otacon.
No. Leave them off. It makes you look handsome.
They then fuck in a jet, and, yeah, that happens. Yeah, the chemistry is not great between these two. But in its defense, it's unintentionally really funny. Otacon has so much aura that not even Naomi can resist it. Bro just goes, I'm an anime otaku, and suddenly, break the dam! Release the river! So we enter into Totally Not Prague. Bad news though, one of the PMCs has the whole place under lockdown. So fighting the resistance and its leader, Big Mama, is gonna be a lot harder than normal. Thankfully though, in spite of a big old dramatic scene, Meryl's here to help us. And on top of that, we got face camo.
My cut is insane. Shout out to my barber, dog.
Which Snake uses to look younger than normal and do the funny meme video. It's also really funny how young Snake barely resembles MGS2 Snake. Like, these are two whole different ass people. Anyway, so in the meantime, Meryl hit up the president. So now she has a big ol' US Army team to help her dispose of Liquid. However, she also doesn't want this old ass Snake to get hurt. But even so, we all know Snake will not sit out for this one, even if Meryl really wants him to.
Just leave this to me. There's no need for you to put yourself in harm's way. Don't risk your life for no reason.
Now, I'm not really a fan of Meryl throughout the game, but this scene, though, is pretty great in my opinion. Especially on Meryl's end, it's really clear she isn't a rookie this time around, but she still cares deeply for Snake. But at the end of the day, she's still Meryl. She's still independent and strong-willed, but now she's no longer naive, but rather completely experienced. On the opposite end, you have Snake, who's kind of reverted back to his MGS1 nihilism, on account of him, you know, literally being on the verge of death. No matter what his philosophy or outlook will be, Snake is always the kind of guy to just talk himself down. And now that extends to even in near death.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer, hired to do some wet work.
And now we get to see an older, experienced Meryl confront that directly. One who still cares deeply for him, but she also maybe isn't the best at emotionally handling things. So seeing her blow up at him over shit she's probably dealt with before is really interesting. It also represents the mindset the fans are probably going through by now. Like Metal Gear Solid 2, the pressure of outdoing the previous game was certainly very high. So disappointing someone in the audience was going to be inevitable. This scene establishes, therefore, that the entire series is now past its prime. However, like old Snake, we've been dragged out to do one more entry, one more mission. But nostalgia won't remedy the inevitable death and aging of our lives.
Look, our ways of thinking might be different, but to me, you're still a legend, a hero. I know all about the things you did when you were young. I may have loved you once, but now you're just too damn senile to face the truth. Wake up and face reality. old, Snake.
So naturally, this is the last conversation we have between Snake and Meryl. Yeah, Snake and Meryl have no more development after this. That's actually insane. And in a game where a vampire has a penis knife in it, that's saying something. Wait, so you're telling me one of the best chemistry scenes in this game is Snake and Meryl together, and it's just never elaborated on again? Do you know how hard I mashed the square button for Meryl? But the pain somehow isn't over yet, because after this cutscene, you have to go through arguably the worst mission in all of Metal Gear history. Why is that, you may ask? Well, kids, can you say trailing mission? So, you know those missions where you gotta follow some guy but not be, like, detected by him and shit? And you know how absolutely nobody actually likes these missions? Well, unfortunately, apparently, Kojima did.
Why, Black Dynamite? Why?
So real quick, narratively, we're following a Resistance member to find Big Mama, but narratively, in the real world, I am trying not to kill myself. You spend so much time just following this dickhead around, but if you get spotted by him, he'll get spooked and try and kill you and run off, meaning you have to wander around until you find him again, which is very annoying. But then the game also throws enemies at you as well, and you gotta protect this guy from all the PMC soldiers roaming around. So on top of being a trailing mission, it's also an escort mission, and then you gotta do it again, but this time for someone who's in a disguise. Who, by the way, for a first-time player, you'll probably mistake for an enemy and end up knocking him out on accident. Which, you know, I did for demonstration purposes, of course. And Otacon won't tell you he's a spy unless he's awake, so good luck figuring out what to do, dumbass. It's both boring and frustrating. It's bustrating. I'm about to bust straight. This whole mission just completely sucks. There is no defending it. Thankfully, though, eventually it does end. Hopefully all that bullshit was worth it. Okay, let's regain our composure for a bit. So Snake infiltrates the Resistance hideout, and there's a very flashy fight scene, very nice, very good, very well choreographed. But then we meet Matka Plutku, Big Mama, the Resistance leader.
Very impressive, CQC, Snake. Call me Mama.
Oh, I will. Don't mind if I do.
Big Mama.
I want money, I want milk, I want to be held, I want to be comforted.
And it should not be hard to figure out who this is, by the way. Which, if you haven't guessed already, it's Eva from Metal Gear Solid 3. Now, last time we saw her, she kind of fucked us over, but that was also all the way back during the Cold War. And of course, now she's running a whole ass resistance. So you know what? 50 years does a lot to a motherfucker. Including us, apparently, as Eva tells us that she's straight up Snake's mother.
I am your mother.
What?
Surrogate mother.
That's an awfully cold way to put it.
Already, this brings the whole series full circle and recontextualizes it like crazy. Like in MGS1, when Liquid mentions some surrogate mother's uterus or something, you're kind of led to believe, okay, it's some random woman, I guess. But, no, he's talking about Eva. I know who that is. Eva! But it also leads to Eva kind of being one big exposition dump.
I'll explain everything.
And yeah, explain everything she does. So first off, remember Zero from MGS3? The British guy who was essentially your Colonel Campbell in the game? Yeah, turns out, he created the Patriots.
Zero.
The founder of the Patriots.
And if you think Zero creating the Illuminati is crazy, well, listen to this.
I was one of the founding members.
Eva was one of the founding members of the Patriots. Now, you may be asking, how the fuck did this happen? Well, again, Eva's here to be a massive exposition dump. And what happened was that Eva got kicked out of China. Because, reminder, the microfilm in MGS3 was a fake. But then, eventually, she found a Big Boss again. And apparently, Big Boss is more than fine with letting Eva come back into his life. Hey, you know what? Game is game. Meanwhile, with the Philosopher's Legacy money in the US's hands, Zero starts up the Patriots. But turns out, pretty much everyone from MGS3 is a part of this thing. Sigint, Paramedic, Ocelot, Eva, and a Big Boss. Yeah, no more mystery. These are the founding members of the Patriots, which is honestly a lot less scary than MGS2 made them out to be. But regardless, the original philosophy was to unite the entire world, as that's what Zero believed the boss wanted. And thinking back to MGS3, yeah, that isn't far off at all.
A world without communism or capitalism, that is the world I wanted to see.
Of course, the whole thing needed a kind of figurehead, and in turn, turn, he made a Big Boss this messianic figure of the group, and used misinformation to turn him into an icon, successfully propping him up to become a figure beyond life itself. Until eventually, Zero got too powerful, and wanted something more resembling an authoritarian one-world government.
This is like George Orwell's.
Big Boss, though, wasn't fucking with this, causing Zero to go crazy. Starting off with straight up just a cloning a Big Boss, with Eva being the surrogate mother, giving birth to Liquid and Solid Snake. Not Solid Snake, though. I guess Zero got a different woman for that one. This caused the Big Boss to leave the Patriots, making a bunch of PMC companies in the middle of the ocean, because that's the solution to male loneliness. While meanwhile, Zero focused more and more on making the Patriots a global conquest effort. And this rift would end up ruining the world.
I cannot imagine that's what the boss would have wanted. They both misinterpreted her will. Opposing interpretations, each striving to realize the boss's will. This war they've caused is no different from any other human error in history. It all started with a tiny fork in the path and grew into a great rift.
Now, that's cool and thought-provoking and all, giving real commentary to conflict and human nature, and how it takes one small pebble in the road to ruin the entire world. But more importantly, who painted these pictures here? This also gives more context as to why Big Boss is a war criminal, because there's no doubt he legitimately wanted to fix the world. And of course, your closest colleague just cloning you out of spite probably didn't help things either. But here's a reminder, Big Boss is not a good person either. So this whole thing is essentially two crazy people driving the whole world and themselves to insanity.
Their intentions were fair, but their execution was flawed.
The history lesson then enters the current timeline that we know, where Big Boss tries overthrowing Zero, but Solid Snake stops him twice. But then, Zero put Big Boss in a cryogenic vegetable state, while meanwhile, Eva and Ocelot try to free him, with the further intent of killing the rest of the Patriots. Step 1 was killing a paramedic, who was, at the time, doing experiments on who would become Gray Fox. So with the help of Naomi Hunter, yes, she was in on this too, Gray Fox was freed and Paramedic was subsequently killed by him. This event is also referenced in Metal Gear Solid 1, but now we have the added context of Dr. Clark is paramedic. Just ignore the use of he, him pronouns.
Dr. Clark?
Yes. He started the gene therapy project.
Oh God!
Don't worry though, because Metal Gear Solid 5 eventually retcons this.
This Dr. Clark is a complete ghost, even to others in his field. His age, where he comes from, that might not be his real name. And I can't even say for sure he's a he.
Furthermore, there's Sigan, who would become Donald Anderson, who Ocelot tortured and killed, and we saw the dead, decomposing body of in MGS1. Turns out Ocelot, though, was fighting on his own terms. All because he loves Big Boss so much, apparently. Meanwhile, though, Zero's just kind of chilling, I guess. But the loss of Big Boss at all completely broke him. And as a result, he became something of an AI bro, and created the AI you saw in Metal Gear Solid 2. ChatGPT, generate me the war economy. And basically what you have is a 4 AIs, named after the initials of the presidents on Mount Rushmore.
GW, TJ, AL, and TR, as sort of a digital Mount Rushmore.
Who are all in turn connected to a kind of brain AI called John Doe. But one of the AIs, GW, was destroyed by us back in Metal Gear Solid 2. And as a result, the rest of the AIs tightened their grip on their control of the world. And now we have Ocelot, now completely mind-melted with Liquid Snake, and trying to control that.
He may be Ocelot in physical form, but his mind is Liquid's.
Meanwhile, Eva at her lowest point met Raiden, who offered to help. And finally, Eva found the location of Big Boss's body. So, where is Big Boss now?
His body is alive, but his consciousness is locked away by nanomachines.
Yeah, of course, when are they not?
So technically speaking, he's not really brain dead.
You know what, though? This is real noble of Eva to do. I mean, what's more romantic than putting your vegetative body in the back of a truck?
We can't allow Liquid to inherit the same sins that corrupted Zero. Manipulating people's minds for the sake of his own ego.
But then, uh-oh, suddenly Snake gets a codec call. And mysteriously, Naomi is missing.
Snake, it's Naomi.
What happened?
She's gone. She's not in the Nomad anymore.
When?
Less than an hour ago.
Oh, and also, Raiden has a new supply of blood cum. Yeah, it just kind of happened. Speaking of things just kind of happening, you You know, only in Metal Gear can you really get commentary on the war economy and ideology, and the good guys getting fooled by an Eric Andre prank.
I'm going to buy a car today.
So yeah, bad news, the PMCs have found us, and are using goofy-ass, unserious hand robots to scout us. Now we gotta make a big ol' escape, with Eva, of course, choosing motorbike. Hell yeah! But first, she laments about the resistance, and what she says is really interesting.
All of these children were orphans. They work in arms factories. And when they grow up, they want to join a PMC.
Now, reminder, when this game came out, the modern military shooter was fully in vogue. Being a soldier was glorified to an extent, and it will always be there even if the intention is to fight against the big bad PMC companies. However, even if the reason for fighting as a soldier is just like revenge against big companies, here's a reminder that this logic is not far off from big bosses, a slope that led him down a very dark spiraling path. However, all that nuance is very hard to see in the face of the military entertainment complex.
Nowadays, anyone with a computer can get combat training. The FPS games that these children love are distributed for free by these companies.
Oh hey, that actually happened in the real world too. Whether it be an official US Army game like America's Army Proving Grounds, or an actual real military simulator. For example, you may have never heard of VBS before. And unless you actually have a government job, you'll likely never play it. That's because it's not so much a game, but rather a real military simulator, and it's not allowed to be used for civilian use. What you probably have heard of, however, is the franchise that it spawned from. That franchise being Arma. And no, those games aren't free to play, but they are the prettied up retail versions of realistic combat sims that are one Steam page away from being in your hands.
It's so easy for them to get absorbed by these war games. And before they know it, they're in the PMCs holding real guns.
Now, it's of course not wrong to play these games, but it's important to ask, what kind of influence do these games have on you? And how long could it be till you're a pawn of a system that doesn't care about you, fighting other people's battles and wars? You are not immune to propaganda. Sadly, video games are one of the most lucrative forms of it. So be aware of how much your free time is influencing you as a person.
These kids end up fighting in proxy wars that have nothing to do with their own lives. They think it's cool to fight like this. After all, for them, it's only a game.
Furthermore, on Eva's end, this has to be a moment of self-awareness. She was, from a very young age, groomed into being a spy. But yet, she also witnessed the boss's death, and presumably her will too. Like Big Boss, she was deeply affected by the events of MGS3. And like Big Boss and the boss, she ended up getting fucked over and kicked out of her country. Through both MGS3 and the time with the Patriots, she's seen war tear people apart. And yet, ironically, now she's seeing war be marketed to the younger generation. Compared to the Cold War era she lived in, it's a much bleaker world now. However, because we can fight back, it's not a hopeless one.
Zero is the cause of all this. Defeating Liquid won't change things. Unless we stop the Patriot system, the cycle will go unbroken.
And after all this, I won't lie, seeing Eva get back on her bike is hard as fuck. It's a fan servicey, sure, but I'm a fan and I am serviced, I don't care.
I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or fall dead.
Big Mama.
Call me Eva.
And thus commences one of my favorite chase scenes in the entire franchise. It is, on one hand, a tribute to the MGS3 Shagohod chase, which I failed to mention has a cinematic camera in that scene that you can turn on. But similarly, this whole section is so cinematic. And you know, I know that whole term gets thrown around a lot, but look at this shit, man. It's like I'm watching a movie, but I'm shooting during it, so it's like a game. This has also got to be one of the craziest mother-son bonding moments, by the way. I think my only complaint about this section is that it is too long and is broken up by too many loading screens. I get that this game is pushing the PS3 to its limits and all, but it's just kind of jarring going from explosive set piece to just suddenly silence. But then, uh-oh, we crash, causing Eva to get Metal Gear Solid 3 referenced in the stomach.
Eva, I need you.
Oh hey, I remember that scene. Snake then keeps Eva put in a safe place, while he goes to fight Raging Raven, another terrible fucking boss.
Give me your anger, Snake!
I think I had a much longer segment here, but this fight's so boring, who gives a shit? Grr, I'm a gamer, I'm tired of women. We then rescue Eva and head to the sewers. But bad news, Liquid's just waiting there smoking, waiting for us. And even worse, Naomi double-crossed us, meaning that Liquid now has Big Boss's body. So Snake tries fighting back, but Liquid has better CQC skills.
When it comes to CQC, I've got the upper hand.
I have aura, brother. Also, the AI we destroyed in MGS2, turns out Liquid just rebuilt it. This means we are totally fucked. That is until Meryl brings a whole ass army squad with her.
Hold it right there, Liquid.
And when I say squad, I'm not kidding. Look at how big this army is. Hey, wait a minute, that's the sound from Cars the video game. However, all the ID guns aren't working, meaning that Liquid has already won, in which we see the full extent of his new power. Which, by the way, this next part I'm gonna show you is the shortened version of all this.
Behold, guns of the Patriots. Bang! Bang! Die! Bang!
Yeah, this cutscene is kind of insane, really showing you the extent of Liquid's power and just how fucked everything is. But I also love Liquid's cartoon of bad guy gun noises here. This cutscene is a pure climactic Metal Gear in full force.
Do you see this, Cyril? We are victorious! Behold, guns of the Patriots!
Vamp then burns Big Boss's body, as now Liquid has no more need for it. Eva then dramatically burns herself for whatever reason. You know what? It's a Metal Gear game. I don't question this stuff anymore. Snake also burns the side of his face, which, no, not his sexy face. But all this causes Liquid to get away. And man, that was a really dramatic scene. I hope it's not immediately followed up by a dumb creative decision.
It's all right. Call me Johnny.
Okay, so what happens is Johnny saves Meryl and performs CPR on her. He then takes off his mask and go war. He's a hot. And then this happens. And the two of them stare at each other like a heavy rain loading screen, and I wonder why my god Kojima would abandon me like this. Meryl and Johnny might actually be like the most insulting thing in this game. For one thing, falling for a hot guy who just saved her is out of character for Meryl to do. I mean, in Metal Gear Solid 1, she literally tells Snake.
When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
And sure, she does ironically fall in love with Snake by the end, but that was kind of the point. Meryl and Snake didn't get together because he saved her from Metal Gear or Psycho Mantis, and it certainly wasn't because he was hot, but rather because the two of them grew and bonded together, and both learned to live life on their own terms, which tied into the game's themes of living the life you want to live. Meanwhile, Meryl and Johnny barely have any actual chemistry before this, and even after this, there is one more scene with these two. So Meryl and Johnny falling in love literally comes out of nowhere. And on top of that, Meryl falls in love with the joke character. The character whose entire character trait is that he poops his pants and diarrhea. Is Kojima, like, fucking with me? I wouldn't put it past him, because this is easily, like, one of the worst ideas the series has ever come up with.
Where does Hideo Kojima get his ideas?
Anyway, so Eva says her last words and dies, and Drebin saves us, which takes us to our next mission briefing, where things are bleaker than ever before now. But Otacon managed to record Liquid saying something about Rex, and wanting to launch a nuclear strike, and since SOP only controls firearms and not nuclear weapons, that can only mean one thing.
He's going to use Rex.
Yeah, you heard Otacon. Liquid is going to use Metal Gear Rex, and there's only one place it could possibly be.
Shadow Moses Island.
However, after the mission briefing, it's very obvious Snake's body is getting worse, on top of Liquid's own total control of the system.
Face it, Snake. We've lost.
No. We started this, and it's our duty to finish it.
Snake then walks to a recovering Raiden, someone in Shorely, who at first isn't ready and is guarded by Sunny, but then Raiden's all like,
"Let me go, Sonny."
And Raiden expresses a real lack of a will to live, so he's fine with fighting right next to Snake. Basically, the poor guy has a massive death wish, but Snake insists that it's a pointless effort, as his own personal time is running out.
As long as you follow me, you'll never see the day.
You and I are both just pawns in this proxy war. But once this is over, we will have our freedom.
This results in one of my favorite exchanges in the whole series.
Raiden, 5 years ago. That's not what I meant.
I've got nothing to lose.
Now, again, Raiden has lost all will to live, but Snake, who is on a completely different area in life by now, the man who was the big influence to him in the first place, tells him he still has a life to live. I feel like Raiden in this place also still represents the player in a way. Someone who maybe took the wrong message from MGS2. Raiden now has a much more independent identity, but is now someone who has just completely given up. So Snake reminds him there is a reason to stay alive and protect people, and to fight for the hopes of staying alive.
Don't be an idiot. You know you've got someone to protect.
It was never going to work out for me. It even rained the day I was born.
You've got it all wrong. You were the lightning in that rain. You can still shine through the darkness.
Man, that's just such a badass quote from Snake. Overall, MGS4 Raiden is one of my favorite parts of the game. And coming from a guy whose favorite game ever is Metal Gear Solid 2, a game where Raiden's development is easily one of my favorites in any work of fiction ever, the fact that Metal Gear Solid 4 is able to continue that story in a way that's actually really great, I think it's really fucking impressive personally. In spite of this though, Raiden is still going through it. So clearly he needs more narrative convincing, poor guy.
Look at me. Do you see this? I have no future. You have a family.
I have no family. Been alone.
Damn, poor guy. Well, you know what? Everyone hits their emo cyborg phase at 31. Raiden then passes out. So with or without him, we're going to the place where it all began.
Shadow Moses awaits.
We fade in on Metal Gear Solid 1? Yeah, fully playable and everything. I won't lie, this is really cool. It's also one of the reasons MGS4 is still locked to the PS3, as this part is using the PS3's internal emulator. It also made my capture card freak out, so, anyway, Snake wakes up on a big old helicopter.
We're here. Shadow Moses.
Snake, of course, then gets dropped off here. And we travel through what feels like blinding snow. Miles and miles of pure whiteness. It's like you're walking through a Ken Carson concert. Until then, you see it, off in the distance, and you hear that music in the background. It's almost kind of a desolate, bittersweet feeling seeing this place. And you kind of just want to take it all in for a minute. Left in snowy ruin is Shadow Moses Island, completely abandoned and everything. It's like the entire area is kind of a ghost at this point, and that includes the memories Snake has of this place.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility. Excellent, Snake.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
ID. What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wow, he must be crazy to fly Hind in this kind of weather.
A surveillance camera. Snake, this is McDonnell Miller. Campbell told me about the situation here.
Now, is this all blatantly fan service? Yes. Am I gonna eat the fuck out of it though? Yes. Plus, I mean, the atmosphere, the buildup, it's incredible. It kind of feels like going to an old establishment you and your ex used to frequent. The memories are still there, but time did not stand still. It's very haunting, but in a weird kind of comforting, nothing can hurt you kind of way. Also, of course, it's just cool to see Shadow Moses again, and to indulge in all the little Easter eggs. Snake will even comment if you point the camera straight down at him, mimicking the overhead view of Metal Gear Solid 1.
Overhead view. Just like old times. Now you're talking. Overhead view. That's more like it.
I mean, the moment I got inside this building, I started playing the old MGS1 Storage Warhead music on my iPod, just for those nostalgic MGS1 vibes. And yeah, the nostalgia does not stop here either, especially when we detour down to Otacon's old office, past that one hallway with now dried blood, the one where Gray Fox murked all those motherfuckers, and right to where Otacon pissed himself.
It's not conjuring up any unpleasant memories, is it?
Thankfully, though, again, there's nothing here to hurt us, right?
Psych!
Because these hand enemies are everywhere, and because of that, they are annoying to fight. And on top of that... Okay, fuck you, game. Yeah, there's Gecko here too, and dealing with them is just as annoying as it sounds.
Almost makes me nostalgic for the days when you needed a key card for every door.
We eventually encounter Crying Wolf, and a boss fight that would be kind of cool if tracking her down wasn't a pain in the ass and there weren't enemies distracting you. Let me put it this way, this is an attempt at a sniper fight, and it's better to use the grenade launcher in my experience. Yeah, the end boss fight, this certainly is not. And now I present to you my anti-woman gamer trick shot. We do get a railgun though, so I guess that's cool. But then we finally make it, the original Metal Gear Rex hangar. And right up this elevator lies Metal Gear Rex itself, completely broken and decommissioned. So nobody bothered to actually cover up for anything. Yeah, just leave the giant death robot somewhere in Alaska, nobody will find it. Well, lesson learned apparently, because guess what happened?
Look, the railgun's been removed.
We are so fucked.
Liquid doesn't need the whole Rex to launch his nuke. He only needs the railgun.
Damn it. Has it already been shipped?
I'm afraid so.
Even worse news, Vamp and Naomi are here. And Naomi is just caressing a vamp, I guess. Oh no, what's Otacon gonna do about their 2-second romance? Even worse news, an army of Gecko are on their way. But Otacon might be able to get Metal Gear Rex working in our favor. However, in the meantime, Vamp comes down to fight us himself.
You'll amuse me until they arrive.
Man, these transitions still fucking rock, by the way. What doesn't really rock, though, is the actual Vamp boss fight, because the whole thing is literally shoot him until his health goes down far enough, but then, uh-oh, he doesn't actually die because he's a vampire and shit. So you gotta do it again and then equip the syringe and then stab him with it. So then the nanomachines can make him an un-vampire and make him just a normal dude. The best part about this phase is when the game gives up and drops his health bar for you. But it's yet again another underwhelming boss fight. And it's not like there wasn't a template either. We fought Vamp and MGS2, and that boss was perfectly fine. Obviously, I think a repeat would have been a bad idea and all, but at least give me something kinda interesting. Especially after MGS3, a downgrade like this is almost no excuse. But anyways, we give Vamp the vaccine and now he's a not vampire.
Now you're a mere mortal, like the rest of us.
You ready for some autism?
But then bad news, the Gecko army is here. But then suddenly, right on time, so is Raiden, fully recovered and ready to fight alongside us.
Snake, sorry to have kept you all waiting.
But of course, Vamp takes notice of this.
How about it, undying man? Care to die too?
Snake, this one is mine.
Raiden then jumps on top of Metal Gear Rex, while Vamp challenges him with,
Let us duel with blades.
Ignoring the penis knife, you know a sword is a blade, right? But now it's time for the Raiden and Vamp rematch, while Snake, on the ground, locks and loads against the incoming Gecko army, initiating the game's first split-screen section. I'm not sure what you would call this, but basically on the left, you're fighting the self-destructing Gecko, while on the right, there's a cutscene playing of Raiden fighting Vamp. And it's a really cool set piece, and no other game has done this to my knowledge. And it's all in real time too, which is really impressive. I can't believe Kojima predicted Subway Surfers footage. So Raiden finally kills Vamp, for good this time, promise. No more mediocre boss fights from you. Otacon then gets Metal Gear Rex working again.
This thing might come in handy after all.
Then Naomi comes out and goes blah blah blah, Vamp was never immortal, whatever. Yes, I know the answer is nanomachines, get on with it. She then gives him more nanomachine vaccines to make him die of autism. My big question is though, why was Naomi doing all that to Vamp earlier? But whatever, we all know the real answer is that Kojima was horny anyways. Turns out Liquid is starting Outer Haven.
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 Outer Haven. Outer.
Naomi then tells Snake he's going to die.
When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death.
Naomi then gives herself the vaccine, and turns out she was a vampire the whole time. Well, actually not really, just has the same nanomachines as Vamp, because the entire time Naomi had cancer, and she was really only alive to kill Vamp, as she felt responsible for creating him. And with all this, Naomi then dies, which I probably should have feel sad about if there was more to her character throughout the game.
You have such beautiful eyes.
Man, what a downgrade Naomi is in this game. This is a character who, by the way, in the original MGS1, had what I felt was an amazing character arc. In that game, she was a character who got into genetic research because she had no idea who she was. Her own identity of Naomi Hunter was taken from someone else, which in a game about how genes don't make you and how it's you that makes you, makes for a very powerful character overall. So it's very disappointing when this character is just a very wordy plot device in MGS4. I do feel bad for Otacon though, he was deprived of pussy after all.
Let's get moving.
Otacon! Come on! Pull yourself together!
You know what, Otacon? You and me both, man. But man, what a disappointing usage of Naomi Hunter. It really sucks, and I don't know how the game can possibly win me back. Wait a minute. Oh my god, there's no way! Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! You get to pilot the robot! Dude, the PS3 can barely contain this. How does he do it? How does he do it? There's no way this could ever be topped ever.
It's not over. Not yet.
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
So, Solid Snake in the Metal Gear Rex versus Liquid Ocelot in the Metal Gear Ray. Well, now I see where all the budget for the boss fights went. Jesus Christ. So we beat Metal Gear Ray with the Metal Gear Rex, and Liquid decides to just troll us as a result.
Fox.
Think again.
This guy is just embracing cartoon bad guy now.
Liquid!
On the way to do your mom. Line was too long. Bro, what is happening? Okay, so this is Mount Rushmore, right? But instead of the US presidents, it's Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, Solid Dust Snake, and Big Boss. And it's on top of a repurposed Arsenal gear from Metal Gear Solid 2, which he crashed into New York. Do you now understand why I can't hate this game? This, by the way, is indeed Outer Haven. So he may be fucked, but also so is my brain, and I can't comprehend anything right now. But Raiden, who's trapped under rubble, sorry, forgot to mention that. I'm too focused on Mount Snakemore right now. Cuts off his own arm to free himself. And this, by the way, is what I looked like during the Metal Gear Ray boss fight. Anyways, Arsenal Gear, or Outer Haven, is about to crash into Snake, but thankfully Raiden, with the last of his strength, saves him. But this means Raiden sacrifices himself in the process.
Snake! Hurry! No!
Raiden then sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
All while my Vietnam flashbacks play in the background.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night.
In the meantime, a helicopter comes in to pick up Snake, and we get our next mission briefing. This time we're on the USS Missouri, an old World War II battleship not under SOP, commanded by, of all people, Mei Ling, mysteriously missing her thick Chinese accent.
That's why we need to destroy GW from the inside, before attacking Haven itself.
It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself.
Yeah, I mentioned this back in my Metal Gear Solid 1 analysis, but both Naomi and Mei Ling had their accents removed for whatever reason, which was also the case for the Metal Gear Solid 1 remake, The Twin Snakes, on GameCube.
I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake.
What's this? I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake?
I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school.
I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school.
I guess it makes a little bit more sense lore-wise. However, even though these two are using their twin snakes voices in this game, the game is still flashing back to the PS1 version. That's really weird. Which one is canon, Kojima? But whatever. Point is, Mei-Ling is back. She was mentioned earlier in the game, by the way, but she really isn't that important to the story at all. In fact, the only notable thing about her is that she likes older men, apparently.
Rumor has it she caught the eye of some lecherous old admiral who got her promoted. She always did have a thing for older men.
What did Kojima mean by that? Also, for no reason, Mei-Ling drops something and we get multiple ass shots? Bro, is Kojima, like, okay? Anyway, so Outer Haven is...
Liquid's very own Death Star.
Yeah, okay, we get it, Kojima, you watch movies. Meaning that infiltrating it will be much the same. Except, we're the bomb and there's a giant microwave oven on the way there.
A giant microwave oven? You'd have to have a death wish to go in there. Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Snake, this isn't the time for your stupid jokes.
The man is dying. Give him a break. Welp everyone, this is it, the finale to beat Liquid once and for all. And the game knows how big this moment is, cause check out the slow-mo walk. And yeah, I can't even complain, this part is tough. Also, Raiden's been saved off screen.
Raiden, how is he?
He'll live, but he's in no shape to fight.
We had to pull his reboot card out from the ocean.
The only people I have left to rely on are Marilyn, him.
Kind of an unknown quantity, isn't he?
Okay, now you're just taunting me. Also, Drebin is just here.
What are you doing here?
See, even Snake's confused. Smoking albino monkey. Anyway, Snake, Meryl, and Johnny are going to Outer Haven, marking one last finale for our heroes.
Let's finish it, Snake. Let this be our last battle.
However, as we launch in, it's made very apparent that this will not be an easy task, considering that now we're literally in the belly of the beast.
Good job, Snake. You made it on board. Welcome to Haven.
There are frog soldiers and gecko all over the place, making this segment very annoying. It's also the last real stealth segment of the game, which is kind of a shame because it kinda sucks. Especially when I feel the game didn't do a very good job teaching you its mechanics. It's a damn shame because I really do think there are some great mechanics in MGS4. But the actual level design and the way the game is structured doesn't really allow for it to shine. But either way I luck out, the game lets me win and I make it into Arsenal gear. But then suddenly we head inside and see Meryl unconscious. We're then surrounded by frog units, and we enter into a big old combat section. But then Meryl's possessed by someone who totally isn't Psycho Mantis, and she's about to shoot herself, not unlike a Psycho Mantis. But thankfully she's saved, and sadly it's by Johnny.
Johnny!
You gotta kill yourself.
This leads into the next B&B unit boss fight, this time against not Psycho Mantis.
Psycho Mantis?
No, you see, this is Screaming Mantis. And unlike Psycho Mantis, she's really uninteresting, and her boss fight is very mid. It is one of the better boss battles in this game, which really isn't saying much, because all this fight really boils down to is shooting the Psycho Mantis doll out of her hand, and then jerking off the controller until she dies. It is cool that she has both the Sorrow and Psycho Mantis as little doll things, and you can collect them both as bonus weapons, but they're ultimately useless because this is literally the last combat encounter of the whole game. Oh no, you're using the 6-axis function! I'm turning into a woman! You know, honestly, it's hard enough trying to take this scene seriously because of the B&B unit themselves, but it's even harder when I start recognizing the scream sound effects.
I don't want to hear them anymore!
I finally figured out what to do when someone knocks while you're using
Outer Haven. Get out of my body.
Shit, dog, if you say so. Trick shot on that bitch. I'm a gay. Oh, also, there's a Psycho Mantis scene for some reason. Well, this one's actually kind of funny because he tries reading your memory card and shit, only to go, wait a minute, there's no memory card.
What? Where is your data? Where is it saved? It's memory card.
He then tries vibrating your controller, which, okay, for a bit of context, the PS3 launched with the 6-axis controller, a controller with 0 vibration functions because apparently it's a last-gen feature. Sony then realized this was a really dumb decision and released the DualShock 3 controller, which did have vibration. However, if you're using the original 6-axis controller, Psycho Mantis will go,
No vibration either.
No more massages for you then.
However, if you're using a DualShock 3, the cutscene actually changes to where he celebrates the glorious return of vibration and then dies. Now that's actually fun and cool. But anyways, now shit's getting crazier. With Meryl and Snake completely surrounded, but she tells Snake to go on ahead, no matter how much it hurts her deep down inside.
We'll meet again on the other side.
We then have to do the dangerous task of holding up on the analog stick. Oh no! And meanwhile, Meryl's getting more and more cornered until she's saved by...
Meryl!
Fucking Johnny.
Meryl. I'll never leave you alone again.
Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant. Also, turns out Johnny has 0 nanomachines because he's anti-vax because he's scared of needles. And that's why he's so clumsy and dumb the whole game.
Every time we had mandatory shots, I ducked out.
Don't tell me you knew this was gonna happen.
Nah. I just hate needles.
He also only joined Meryl's team to simp for her. Like, I'm serious, bro. What the fuck?
But if you're afraid of shots, why'd you join my team?
I wanted to be near you.
Your life is nothing. You serve 0 purpose.
To protect you.
You should kill yourself now.
Johnny?
Meryl, I've always loved you.
And give somebody else a piece of that oxygen.
Ever since Shadow Moses, when I first laid eyes on you.
That's covered up so we can breathe inside of this blue trap bubble.
Meryl, marry me.
What are you here for? To worship me? Kill yourself.
I have to say, no.
Well, thank God she said no, because it would be...
I'd just rather do things my way. Johnny. Marry me.
You're gonna stay on my dick until you die.
And I want a real wedding. With flowers and a cake. It's been my dream since I was a little girl.
No, it wasn't. You wanted to be a soldier when you were a little girl. Alright, so here we are in Arsenal Gear. Snake then starts having a nanomachine seizure, but the nanomachine antidote isn't working. But as he's surrounded, Raiden then comes in and saves the day.
I am lightning. The rain transformed.
Snake, leave this to me.
Raiden tells Snake he'll go to the server room, but Snake insists on going first. And I just love this interaction. Check it out.
Your body may be a machine, but your heart is human. You've got a life to go back to.
She means nothing to me now.
Raiden, look at me.
You know what though, Raiden? Type shit, man.
Still have your youth. Don't waste it. You can start over.
Man, again, this is just a great extension of MGS2. And even as Snake and Raiden are really going through it, they're both still there for each other, and that's badass. They're bros, dude. So Raiden stands back to protect Snake while he enters the hallway, which is where we get the microwave hallway scene.
Snake, that place is saturated with microwaves.
So this is another split screen styled cutscene here, and it is by far the best one. On the top, you see the characters fighting on the verge of defeat. In the middle, you hear the intro song of the game, a song that's already super haunting anyways. But most importantly, on the bottom, you see Snake going through the infamous microwave hallway. And yeah, seeing this guy deteriorate in this thing is sad to watch. And to make things worse, you actually have to play it too. And that's the reason why the triangle button is covered in blood by now. After a whole game of seeing Snake get punished on the verge of death, this scene, man, it just... I wish there was more I could say, honestly. When people think MGS4, this is one of the big scenes they think of in this game. And for good reason. This scene is soul-crushing and executed so well.
Get up, Snake!
Thankfully, though, Snake barely makes it to the core, and the whole thing is like a weird server room graveyard.
So this is where the Concord servers went.
But then, after a big ol' action scene, Snake uploads a new virus to GW, which conveniently stops all the bad guys in the whole world. And there is exposition somewhere about it, but this video is long enough. But turns out Naomi helped out on the virus in secret, and she, alongside Sonny, made a virus that would kill all the AIs from Metal Gear Solid 2, which she revealed in the video set to play after this all would have happened.
What she created was an anti-AI fox dye.
Oh wow, that's cool. I really hope it's not called something stupid.
But this virus's name is Fox Alive.
Alright, Kojima, that's enough. Fagin has a seizure and passes out, but then wakes up on top of Arsenal gear right under Liquid Ocelot.
Look, the war is over.
And to get this, okay? Everything we've done up to this point was all part of Liquid Ocelot's plan. Because the plan isn't actually to take over the Patriots, but rather just destroy them, period. And he took over Arsenal gear so Snake could have incentive to do so. This guy is just the ultimate gaslighter.
Our minds free from their prisons.
But he also wants to have one final battle with Solid Snake. Look, don't worry about why, just enjoy the moment.
We still have a score to settle. Show me what you've got, Snake!
And honestly, enjoy the moment we do. Or at least I do, just seeing these two old men duke it out. Liquid injects himself for whatever reason, I guess. Why does he do that? I don't know. I don't care. It looks cool. These two men are gonna fight until someone drops fucking dead. And this cutscene does a great job establishing that simple fact, okay? The best part gotta be when these two old men then at their wits' end inject each other with nanomachines to refuel themselves with energy. This is that old man yaoi the kids are into, right? But okay, seriously, the final boss in this game is great. Hey, check that out. The second good boss in this thing. There really isn't much to it though. It's just punching and kicking essentially. Kind of acting as a tribute to Metal Gear Solid 1's final boss. But just the context, man, and the way this boss fight is framed. Cause it starts off with Metal Gear Solid 1's health bars and music. But then you get the second phase with Metal Gear Solid 2's music. And to reflect this, the camera gets a little bit closer to the characters. Not unlike the Solid Snake boss fight in MGS2. It's like the whole series is just flashing before your eyes here. And then we, of course, get that third phase. Yeah, easy win for me, dude. On top of Snake Eater, we also get the MGS3 health bar, and the camera's closer. Also, there's a scene you can get if you fail a QuickTime event where Ocelot kisses you. What did Kojima mean by this one? You know, as if two men grappling on top of each other wasn't homoerotic enough. As the fight goes on though, Snake and Ocelot get more and more weak, and eventually the fight becomes just slow punching each other, until finally Liquid Ocelot just falls down. By the way, his real ulterior motive was just to cause the world to go into chaos.
America will descend into chaos. It'll be the Wild West all over again.
So essentially he's the Jonkler, but after a long brutal battle, Liquid Ocelot is finally dead.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. Pretty good.
However, thankfully, conveniently, the world isn't thrown into chaos because Sunny was able to save the modern digital ecosystems.
She analyzed Naomi's black box and separated the Patriots' control system from the vital lifelines of society. She cut off the Patriots' control while preserving modern civilization.
So essentially, an 8-year-old girl killed the AI Illuminati while keeping modern civilization completely intact. You know, I want to say this is haphazard, but do you know how much shit happens in this game? Also, fun fact, from this point on, from the end of the Ocelot boss fight, up until the very end of the game, you are going to witness the longest video game cutscene of all time. At a whopping, Guinness says it's 27, but it's more like 71 minutes. But what this achievement alone won't describe to you is what actually happens in this cutscene.
Big boss.
Except, hold on, we're getting ahead of ourselves. So let me just take you through this one step at a time. So the first part begins at Meryl's wedding, where she's getting ready in her pretty wedding dress, but then Colonel Campbell comes in. Meryl then points a gun at him, but then gives it over to him and is all like, I'll give you a second chance if you walk me down the aisle. So now with Campbell redeemed, Meryl and Johnny are about to get married, but then Drebin swerves in the Lamborghini Urus, and he makes the wedding better by throwing a bunch of flowers and doves and shit, and also the monkey is an alcoholic, and so am I.
Drunk, tired, and pissed off.
And to my dismay, Meryl and Johnny get married.
Welcome to my nightmare.
Welcome to my nightmare. Welcome to my nightmare. Welcome to my nightmare. Welcome to my nightmare.
Welcome to my nightmare.
then cut to Raiden in the hospital, where Rose and her gray-haired son visit him, who Raiden didn't know existed because, and I'm not kidding here, Rose and Campbell were lying the entire time. You see, Rose told Raiden she had a miscarriage, but she really didn't.
You said miscarriage.
I lied.
And both her and Campbell weren't actually in a relationship at all either, but in reality, they were just pretending to protect their son from the Patriots.
Roy pretended to be my husband, to protect me and our son, to shield us from Patriot eyes.
You see, even Raiden's confused. Look at him! You gotta understand, the love triangle was already wacky. One of the people involved is Colonel fucking Campbell. But now it's even more wacky because it was all a lie to get Raiden to kill the Illuminati? It's not even the wackiest love triangle in the game. Meryl marries a guy who shits himself!
Like a scene from Beauty and the Beast.
By the way, I just realized, where did Snake go? He wasn't at Meryl's wedding, he wasn't visiting Raiden? Where'd he... Oh! Yeah, we gotta back up a minute here. So, reminder, Snake's body's at risk of creating a giant epidemic, so Snake has to take out himself to prevent that from happening.
One last punishment I must endure.
Snake drops to his knees right in front of Big Boss's grave, and he attempts to off himself. And yeah, this is a super hard to watch scene. Like, we've connected to this dude over the course of multiple games, and we've already seen him suffer enough throughout this thing. So seeing this ending for the character, it's... Jesus. There is one more scene after this, and turns out the Patriots were actually controlling Drebin the whole time, and same for all the protagonists too, but the Patriots just didn't expect them to crash the whole AI system.
I don't think they expected you to crash their system and wipe them out.
Point is, the Patriots fucked up and are dead now. Sonny has also made a new friend and it's adorable. Aww.
We can't understand each other's language, but we're having fun.
Man, when a 9-year-old girl is less racist than the rest of America, you know you're fucked up. Sonny then asks about Snake.
When is Snake coming back?
Yeah, about that. Otacon then holds back tears knowing he won't see Snake ever again.
Snake had a hard life. He needs some time to rest.
However, the game then ends with Otacon and Sonny staring at the sunset together, knowing that with the Patriots gone, a new future can finally arise. And it's a nice reminder that no matter how dark things get, there is a hope for the future. Of course, though, this isn't the ending, far from it. First, okay, the credits roll. And you go, okay, that was a very sad ending. Big Boss! Oh shit, wait, Snake didn't kill himself? Oh, hooray!
That's right. Good.
Wait, who the fuck?
It's been a long time, Snake. Big Boss.
Big Boss was alive the whole time! So Snake tries to fight him, but Big Boss instead hugs him.
Let it go, my son. I'm not here to fight. It's over. Time for you to put aside the gun and live.
Now, we'll analyze all this in a bit, but first questions first, how is this guy still alive?
How can you still be alive?
Well, you see, back in Not Prague, it turns out his body was actually not Big Boss's body, but actually...
That body, liquid burned on the Volta, wasn't mine. That was the body of a clone. Solidus.
Oh, of course, it was Solidus the entire time. Also, Ocelot wasn't actually possessed by Liquid Snake at all. But instead, he, I kid you not, hypnotized himself to think that he was.
Ocelot, in order to fool the system, used nanomachines and psychotherapy to transplant Liquid's personality onto his own.
Well, thank God. I was thinking the arm possession thing was a bit unrealistic. In the franchise where you had to fight a literal ghost at one point, Big Boss then goes on about how harmful the Patriots really were, and how eventually the automated AI would create the entire war economy. Now, we've already heard this throughout the game, but there's something different here. Because this time, Big Boss has brought Zero with him.
It all started with him. Zero.
And in his old age, he's in a complete vegetable state.
This man was the source of it all. And he doesn't even realize it. He's completely unaware of the fact that he led the world to the brink of ruin.
However, what Big Boss says next is really significant, and even now really sticks with me.
Even with so much bad blood between us, it's funny. Now that I'm actually face to face with him again, the hatred is gone.
And knowing the context of Big Boss, a man who's been operating under resentment for God knows how long, it's hard to understand why Big Boss wouldn't hate Zero, someone who ruined the entire world. But he was, at one point, Big Boss's friend, and those old emotions can never really go away, can they? And furthermore, a lack of hatred does not mean Big Boss is entirely satisfied.
All I feel is a deep sense of longing and pity. Did Zero really hate me? Or did he fear me? It's too late to ask him now.
Big Boss then reflects on Zero's growth, and how his reign was enabled by Big Boss and the rest of the Patriots. And the way Big Boss explains it really has you thinking.
Everything has its beginning, but it doesn't start at one. It starts long before that, in chaos.
It's a pretty timely and relevant nowadays, as oftentimes political corruption happens beneath our noses, and chaos serves as merely a distraction, a place that allows for it all to grow.
The world is born from zero. The moment zero becomes one is the moment the world springs to life. One becomes two, two becomes 10, 10 becomes 100. Taking it all back to one solves nothing.
So, in order to truly kill the Patriots, and truly redeem himself for letting Zero grow too big, Big Boss has to, with all the hatred gone, kill Zero.
We realized too late that we had created a beast. His sin was ours. And for that reason, I'm taking it upon myself to send Zero back to nothing.
Big Boss also reveals that the fox dye in Snake's body is what killed Eva and Ocelot. You know, the one planted by Drebin way earlier in the game. So the whole time, Snake had 2 fox dyes in his body. Are you confused yet? I hope not. But also, turns out Snake won't turn into an epidemic weapon because the new fox dye in his body is canceling out the old one, I think.
The new fox dye inside you continues to multiply. At the same time, it is preventing the old, mutated fox dye from reproducing.
However, the new fox dye will still end up doing the same thing the old one did, but as Big Boss explains...
But that is, if you manage to live that long.
There is, however, one more person this new fox dye targets. That person being a Big Boss. However, as this dude is dying, he tells Snake to...
Do me a favor, will you? Take me over to her.
Oh my god, Game, you can't do this to me! Snake then asks Big Boss if he's going to die.
Am I going to die? Everyone dies. You can't stop it. You can't run away from it.
God damn it, this is narrative cheating! Stop it!
Let me tell you something. Don't waste the life you have left fighting.
Damn, those are some real words to live by. And again, the context of Big Boss just aids all that. He knows from clear experience what wasting your life fighting is like.
If you'd been in my place back then, maybe you wouldn't have made the same mistakes that I did. Ever since the day I killed the boss, with my own hands. I was already dead.
And just finally hearing this from a character who we've only heard about in Legends, and only really seeing him in one prequel game before he really goes off the rails, it really does make the whole thing more effective, I feel. Like Eva implies, Big Boss's place in the series is more like a religious figure. So the only time he shows that kind of self-aware humanity is before and after everything. By being undeified, he finally understands what it means to protect the world, and what the boss was exactly fighting for in the first place.
Boss. You were right. It's not about changing the world. It's about doing our best to leave the world the way it is. It's about respecting the will of others and believing in your own. Isn't that what you fought for?
This whole scene just wraps a great bow around everything the games have been building up towards. The themes of finding your own beliefs and believing in them, the dangers of anger and disillusionment, politics versus real human life and the shaky morality of it all. This scene alone wraps all that up masterfully. It's beautiful.
At last, I understand the meaning behind what you did. At last, I understand the truth behind your courage.
And with the last of his strength, the Big Boss salutes to the boss one more time. Again, like, come on, this has to be narrative cheating, dude. But Big Boss then continues, discussing how all the major Metal Gear villains were fighting for liberty. But now with the Patriots dead, Snake is finally free to live his own life, free from politics and the legacy of Big Boss.
But you have been given freedom. Freedom to be outside. It's time for you to see the outside world with your own eyes. Your body and your soul are your own.
It kind of feels like a graduation after playing all these games, and a final confirmation to let go. With the series finally over, it's time for us to live our own lives, and to find the meaning of that for ourselves.
Forget about us. Live for yourself and find a new lease on life. Boss, you only need one snake. No. The world would be better off without snakes.
And without any words, still processing everything around him, Snake then lights one more cigar for Big Boss, with Big Boss then remarking, "This is good, isn't it?" As the game then ends silently on this shot. And as the credits roll, we hear the song Here's to You. Now this song is in fact a cover of a 1971 song, which was made for the Italian movie Sacco and Vanzetti, a movie based on two real-life Italian immigrants who were involved in one of the most controversial trials in US history. You see, these two were tried for murder. Now, whether they were or weren't guilty is kind of up in the air. However, the trial against them was deeply biased, as they were two openly anarchist Italian immigrants during the Red Scare, and the two were found guilty and eventually executed by electric chair. However, the lyrics of Here's to You is very weirdly optimistic, inspired by the actual words of Vanzetti himself, where even in the face of execution, a very wrongful and unjust one, it's one that can hopefully make the future rethink itself. In their injustice, they'll be martyrs. The last and final moments will be theirs, and that agony agony will be their triumph. It makes you wonder if history is soon to repeat itself, but it's too soon to tell. Now, believe it or not, MGS4's original ending also involved an execution. Yeah, no joke. Originally, Kojima wanted Snake and Otacon to turn themselves in and be executed for their crimes. I'm not sure what crimes those would be. Maybe that was the point. I don't know. However, his staff hated this, and he ended up changing the ending. But funny enough, I think the newer ending is a way better fit for the song. Because throughout the whole game, Snake is at the expense of everything. From the rapid aging to the mutating fox dye to even the characters around him. There's no denying it, MGS4 is kind of a disappointment. With weird, off-putting decisions that really don't work all that much. But in the end, they do weirdly work because it relegates Snake to a blue rose. This, by the way, is when the Beauty and the Beast allegory finally hit me properly. The Beauty and the Beast allegory isn't really about anything in Beauty and the Beast, but rather about Metal Gear Solid's place among fairy tales and mythologies. The series is now culturally relevant and will be passed down. It's a meme itself, and therefore that makes Metal Gear Solid a mythology. However, to give it a Beauty and the Beast fairy tale ending would be missing the point of the series. Otherwise, the franchise will be at risk of killing itself, just like Snake's own deadly disease in the game. You see, in the Beauty and the Beast allegory, Snake isn't the Beauty or the Beast or Gaston or anything. He's the Blue Rose, a rapidly aging and decaying plot device.
You said it yourself, Snake. There's nothing inside you can pass on to the next generation.
I know. A blue rose. There won't be any happy Beauty and the Beast ending for me.
He exists to give everyone else their happy ending, but unless he wants to kill them, there's nothing else for him here. At least this is all what Snake thinks, because we the player, we know better, we know different. Solid Snake has a story, so did all these other characters, and like many other things, it's our responsibility to pass it on.
That's why you need me as a witness, someone on the outside to bear witness to your final days. Someone to pass on your story. Not that I'm the only witness, but I'll remember everything you were and stick with you to the end.
So even as we see Snake deteriorate in agony, and even as we see him not get the happy ending we want him to get, we know that his final moments in getting peace with the Big Boss is triumphant, and his final moments of freedom will be truly his. And even if the character says otherwise, we know Solid Snake has stuff to pass on, as he literally exists within this fictional video game franchise. Whether it's a real-life murder trial or a message in a video game, we have a job to pass all this on. But one can only do so if you let go of the anger holding you back. Changing the world out of vengeance will create your own downfall, and you won't realize it until it's too late. But if you choose life and choose to live life, you'll be able to find triumph even in agony. And it's why, in spite of every dumb decision, I can't bring myself to hate this game. Because in spite of all its problems, it's still somehow a beautiful work of art, and the perfect ending for the Metal Gear franchise. It's a game that brings back all its characters and asks you, did you really want them to come back? You get outcomes you didn't want in the first place. But then the real ending happens, where you're instructed to let go, and Solid Snake finally finds his own peace. And the thing is, after this game ends, you know Snake is going to die. But the game never shows you that. It lets him live for just a little bit longer. And by passing on these stories, in a way, he still lives after the game ends. This is not the ending you wanted, but who cares? Snake's final moments are purely his own. And the same can be said for us. We can choose the lives we want to live, and it's our job to pass the torch into the future. So even if it is imperfect, Metal Gear Solid 4 is still the perfect ending for the series. Obviously, my love for Metal Gear is pretty deeply personal, and all 4 of these games mean something to me. They remind me to let go and hold out hope, even if things seem utterly hopeless. There's still people out there worth protecting, and things not ending the way you want them to doesn't mean you can't find a peace somewhere else. Metal Gear Solid 4 is an imperfect game, but it's also the perfect ending to what I consider to be a perfect 4-part story. And what Hideo Kojima and his incredible team were able to accomplish will never cease to mean something to me. And Metal Gear Solid 4, by being the worst masterpiece ever, is the best ending the series could have. Because like every other game, it reminds you to choose life. And by choosing life, you can find the one thing that I believe every human is looking for: hope.
This is good, isn't it?
here's to you, Nicole.